Good afternoon and welcome to Hove for this final day's play of the County Championship match, LV County Championship match between Sussex and Derbyshire. We've had a delayed start, as you may be aware. We're going to start at 12:15 though, so in a few minutes' time the players will wander out onto the outfield as we get underway for what should be a fascinating 76 overs, because we've lost 20 due to the delay. And I can tell you that Derbyshire have declared on their overnight 127 for 7. So that leaves Sussex a target of 342 to win in those 76 overs. You can do the maths, or on the runs required, or I shall leave it in the capable hands. Is that fair enough, Dave?
No.
For your maths?
No. Hang on a minute. Hang on. 4.5 and over.
4.5.
Thank you very much indeed. Thank you. Blimey.
I know I've thrown you under the bus there.
Wow.
4.5 and over. Dave, how are you?
I'm very well, thank you, Andrea. Good to see you.
Yes,
Good to see
and to you. From BBC Radio Derby and on BBC Radio Sussex, and of course, wherever you're listening to us around the world via the miracle of internet streaming, it's 12:13 local time on the south coast.
Umpires out. Hassan Adnan and Graham Lloyd. Graham Lloyd will be at the far end, at the Cromwell Road end. Right, well, he was yesterday, so I assume he's going to be there today. That's where he should be.
So, Dave, your thoughts then? I mean, obviously the declaration has come now partly because it's had to have come, but a lot of talk, I know, yesterday about why they didn't choose to enforce the follow-on.
Well, yes, I spoke to Billy Godleman at the close of play last night, and he said that it was always their intention to bat again. The thought of asking Sussex to follow on just didn't enter their mind, really, which I found a little strange. Of course, if they go on to win the game, it'll all be forgotten. I went on a bit of a rant yesterday, and stand by it, really. I just think it shows a degree of intent and a certain aggression. But then again, the coach, Mickey Arthur, has said that they're still very much an emerging side, and they've got to learn how not to lose before they can learn how to win.
So that's the voice of Dave Fletcher from BBC Radio Derby. I'm Andrew Rayburn with you through the day, and we'll also be joined by South East Stars cricketer Chloe Brewer as well during the play, and we'll be updating our listeners on BBC Radio Sussex on the half hour every hour. So we're about to get underway though for this Sussex second innings. A reminder, they are chasing, well, we'll see if they're going to chase it or whether they're going to try and block out 76 overs, but their target is 342. Alistair Orr and Tom Haynes opening up for the home side.
If they get anywhere near it, will be a terrific effort. I've just been reminded by Stephen back in Derby, who's on the media team, that when Hayden Kerr bowls, he's on a hat-trick because he took the last 2 wickets were the final 2 balls of the Sussex innings, so he's on a hat-trick.
Well, we shall keep across that.
Very, very big thank you to Stephen, because I had completely forgotten.
We'll keep across that. We are going to see Sam Connors first of all, though, from the Cromwell Road end, bowling with 3 slips, and Orr lets that one go past on length. A lot of chirp out in the outfield.
He might be who'll bowl the first over from the C end, because he's the man down at long leg away to us.
That tends to be the giveaway, doesn't it?
Yeah, he's not stretching or anything, but they've just been bowling to the left of the square in preparation.
So the left-handed Orr has 3 slips. There's a backward point, couple of close-in catches on the offside and the leg side as well, as Connors comes in and bowls. It's defended this time off the face of the bat from Orr into the outfield, no run. I have to say, Dave, rather predictably on a what are we, Wednesday with a delayed start, a sparse crowd, shall we say?
Fairly sparse, yes.
Count the legs and divide by 2.
Yeah. Big stand over at the far end, 7.
yeah.
3 more to the left of the sight screens, so we're into double figures.
And we've got a few in the stand away by the pavilion as well, as Orr defends on the back foot this time out on the offside. No run.
Lewis Deploy's already got the fielding pads on, so we can expect him in a short leg at some point. That's where he generally ends up, bless him.
Yes, currently at third slip at the moment, yeah, but got those pads on.
Spin may well play a big part, so Mark Watt with his left arm spin and the off spin of Alex Thompson. I think we'll see a fair bit of that if things don't go well.
So Sam Connors is coming in, bowling over the wicket to the left-handed Orr, who again lets that one go. It's quite short and wide. He's comfortably leaving that one on both line and length. It's going to be a case, I guess, well, we'll see if Sussex do choose to attack this, but it's going to be a case of trying to tempt the Sussex batsmen into strokes today, isn't it?
Yeah, no, absolutely. They've got to make them play as many deliveries as possible and hope that the ball deviates a bit. Billy Goldman was saying that they put the heavy roller on yesterday tea time when Derbyshire went in for their second innings in a bid to break up the surface.
In comes Connors, bowls to Orr. Orr is correct in defence, plays it up the pitch. Of course, it was Connors who removed both openers in the Sussex first innings. Ali Orr out for 5 and Tom Haynes for 17.
I didn't see what roller they put on. I didn't hear the heavy roller, certainly, but I didn't see what roller that Sussex used. You wouldn't have thought they'd have had a heavy one, because there is always that danger.
You don't want to break it up, do you?
It might break up even further, and then you've got problems, but...
This is the final ball of the first over, which Connors is going to come in. He's trotting up to the past the umpire now, and again, Orr is in behind that and plays it out into the offside. So a maiden to start off with, 76 in the day due to be bowled, 75 left. We're going to be ticking them down from a Sussex perspective and from a Derbyshire perspective, from that matter. But uneventful first over, it should be said.
Well, if it is 76 overs, but once we've had 60 overs, if Sussex are only 2 or 3 down, I'm almost certain they'd shake hands.
Yes.
So they've got to survive 60 overs effectively in Sussex, and it will be Hayden Kerr on a hat trick to bowl the first over from the C end.
Well, I'll let you take that, Dave. Especially it's your over, but it'll be especially nice if you got a Derbyshire hat trick out of it.
He won't get one. 3 wickets with the final 4 balls of the Sussex first innings, as they were dismissed for 337.
Yeah, they were 337 for 7.
And he's on his way in now, the New South Welshman. Ian bowls to Tom Haynes, who turns it into the leg side and doesn't get a hat trick.
No extra pressure on the batsman in terms of the field there. I don't know whether they necessarily realised himself that he was on a hat trick.
No, they'd probably forgotten. I had. If Stephen hadn't reminded me, I'd never have known. Never have known. It would have been interesting to see if he had got the wicket. If anybody would have celebrated even more, but I think the whole focus is on if they can. He's in again, and that one is turned into the leg side. It was off an inside edge. The slips were very, very excited for a moment. It's quite a buzz, that, isn't it?
Yeah, there's a buzz on our effects mic at the moment, which I'm trying to...
it could be running out of batteries again.
Which I'm trying to...
Which it did the other day.
Did it?
Yeah, it ran out of batteries the other day. But it sounds all right. We've completely lost it. If we suddenly lose effects, that means the battery's definitely gone. I wonder what it's touching. Anyway, here is Hayden Kerr in again. Orange soles to his boots flashing away as that one is driven by Haynes to... Lewis Rees, who with a tumbling stop prevents a run from being taken. So that says -1 the over 8, I think, on the scoreboard. I do struggle to see these scoreboards with my eyes, especially through several panes of glass, because I've moved to the far end again of the press box, or the commentary box, so that I can see the stumps. Kerr over the wicket, left arm, bowls to Haynes, clips it into the leg side, and they've got their first run, Sussex. They're up and running. Haynes off the mark. Rees does the fielding at a wide mid-on. 1 without loss in the second over.
Yeah, that buzz you hear is definitely off our effects mic, so apologies for that if you can hear it. I understand that the stream is working on the Sussex website. So hello to all of you watching from the comfort of your lounges, but do come along to Hove, actually, because it's really brightened up considerably. The cloud has dispersed. The sun is burning through what remains, so we are now looking at a rather glorious blue sky up above, and the clouds heading out towards the sea.
Ali Orr is going to face his first delivery from Hayden Kurt, pushes it out into the offside. Shan Masood does the fielding. And the last time we'll see Shan Masood today for a couple of weeks, the same with Mohammad Rizwan as they go off to Sri Lanka to link up with the Pakistan side for that 2-test series against the Sri Lankans, one in Galle and one in Colombo, I think. It'd be interesting to see if Shan Masood gets in the side. It's an 18-man squad, which seems an awful lot of people for a 2-test series, and if he doesn't play, Derbyshire won't be best pleased, I'm sure. There is Kerr in and bowls to, that beats him. Bowls to Ali Orr, it beat him outside the off stump. Good delivery to finish the over from the Australian. After 2, Sussex are 1 without loss.
74 overs remain in this truncated day. A reminder, Sussex set a target of 342 after Derbyshire declared overnight on 127 for 7. I always like the phrase when declaring overnight. It's like the captain's woken up at 3 o'clock in the morning and gone, do you know what?
I think we'll declare. Opened his curtains and sort of chucking it down. We better declare.
Yeah, kind of bounced into it, but do you think if it had been a 11 o'clock start, they would have carried on?
Nothing surprises me. I'd have been disappointed had they batted on, but who knows? Who knows?
With only 3 wickets left in the hutch, I suppose they might have had a dart for an extra bit of insurance, but as it is...
They will now no longer get a second new ball, of course, because only 76 overs.
Absolutely.
So this is the ball that needs to win the match for Derbyshire.
In comes Connors then, from the Cromwell Road end and bowls. It's on the pads of Haynes, so he's going to get his second run, and Sussex's second run. Yes, it's a bit of a blow that for Derbyshire. They've just come up short for the second new ball.
I wouldn't be surprised if this one wasn't changed at some point, of course, because that's been a fairly regular occurrence throughout the course of the season. The balls this season have been absolutely hopeless.
Yeah, it's all about the quarter seam, apparently. The quarter stitching.
Is it? I just know that they just don't stay spherical anymore. They're like rugby balls.
So, hop, skip and a jump from Connors as he comes in and bowls, and that's a good leaf from Ali Orr as he watches that just go relatively comfortably over his off stump, but he might have had his heart in his mouth for a brief moment there. Actually went down as a leg by the
did it?
Run from... I didn't see the umpire signal it, but it's on the scoreboard as a leg by, so Haynes stuck on 1 for now.
Wayne Madsen you can hear in the background.
Connors comes in up to the wicket now and he bowls, and this one is met with the bat by Orr, who plays it out for no run into the leg side. So yes, it's all about getting a relatively foolish length and trying to make Sussex play their shots. See if we can bring those 3 slips into play.
Just moving the man out of the covers into mid-wicket by the look of it. Shan Masood has gone from one side of the pitch to the other.
There's also a leg gully as well. And a fairly wideish mid-off and mid-on. Got a point and a long leg as well as in comes this ball from Connors, and it's cut away by Orr. It won't go for 4, it'll only be a couple of runs, as it's probably a fairly dampish outfield even under the covers. So Sussex move on to 4 without loss. Orr gets his account moving.
It's enough good reason to play some shots. You can't just defend, but if you can get the ball rolling over the outfield and it is a bit damp, it won't do the ball any good, will it? So that will be the advantage of the batting side. Especially
with the spinner. That's about grip as well there. As Connors comes in and bowls now, and it's a short one which Orr gets well underneath.
No ball.
No ball on, well...
Yeah, on height.
Front foot or height?
Height, I think.
Height.
Yeah, I would say height. It could have been his front foot, but I would have said height.
Standing a long way back, the square leg umpire.
He is, isn't
Virtually on the...
Yeah.
He's 3/4 of the way to the boundary rope. And the wicket is, well, it's not quite central, but it's virtually central. It's a long way back. Anyway, as Connors comes in now and he bowls, and it's cuts and thick edge down toward past the slips for 4. That really was the example we gave as Ali Orr gets a little bit of fortune there. That was exactly what we were talking about. Make the batsman play. He tried to drive. He got the thick edge. There was a dive at third slip, but I don't think it went too close. But it's certainly some encouragement for Derbyshire. They won't mind that at all, Dave.
No, they won't. Absolutely. I think a foot at most, I would suggest, away from Leah's deploy. It would have been a sensational catch had he held onto it. I mean, he was parallel with the ground.
Looking at the replay, it's a dive and beyond his dive, if you like. Yeah. So, I mean, you could argue, as they always do, the saying goes, if you're gonna flash hard, and that really was to Ali Orr's benefit there. So the first boundary of the Sussex innings. Again, apologies if you can hear a buzz on the commentary. It is on our effects mic, which I'll try and address shortly. But Sussex 10 without loss. Hope it's not spoiling your enjoyment of the commentary. We are set up for an exciting day, especially if Sussex were to get more boundaries and score at a reasonable lick, because they are chasing 342 to win their 10 without loss, with the last ball of this third over of the day after that rain delay about to be bowled by Connors, who comes in from the Cromwell Road end. He's up to the wicket now and he bowls, and this one is defended by Orr out into the leg side for no run. So the end of the third over, Sussex 10 without loss, and Dave is now going to go and do his bit for BBC Radio Derby, and I'm going to be joined shortly by South East Stars Chloe Brewer as she just gets her headset adjusted, and we will bring her in now. Chloe, good afternoon. I need to say good morning, because it's only had 3 overs bowled, but of course it's afternoon now. Good afternoon.
Yeah, good afternoon. We're quite lucky we've got a bit of blue sky over us now. It's very grizzly this morning.
Was a little bit, and we're going to see now Kerr come in to bowl from the C end, left arm over and drilled through the covers by Tom Haynes. That's a glorious shot for 4, met out in the middle of the bat.
That is all Sussex need to do as well. The required run rate is only 4.5 at the start of play, so it's not, I don't have to go too far out of their means to get the runs here, so they can play shots like that, get 4 every other over, with a couple of singles, and they'll be well on their way.
Oh, you're keeping positive from a Sussex perspective, aren't you? Yeah,
however, Derbyshire need to keep pressure on here.
Of course, it's all about the wickets, really, as Kerr comes in and bowls, and that beats Haynes outside the off stump there.
And if they keep bowling like that, they'll be in with a shout, that's for sure. So I'm excited for today. It could be a very interesting game.
And I think there you've seen in microcosm there in 2 balls exactly what you're talking about, is that Sussex, if there's loose balls to hit and Sussex do hit them to the boundary, then obviously, we've got a game on. But Derbyshire will be in this all the while. There's a new ball, it's moving. There's still a little bit of cloud cover, but not a lot as Kerr comes in and bowls. And there's a big appeal for LBW, but the umpire's not going to entertain that. It was only really, I think, from the bowler.
Yeah, Derbyshire really need to bowl in partnerships now, because if there's no alleviation of pressure from either end, and they keep their foot on their throat, really, that's what they want to do. They just don't want to give Sussex any easy runs here, and the pressure will start building, that run rate will start creeping up slightly.
And all about the intent from Sussex as well, what they feel they can get out of this as Hayden Kerr comes in and bowls, and it's into the body of Haynes. Of course, Hayden Kerr 3 for 63 in the first innings. She'll be giving an update to our BBC Radio Sussex listeners in a minute or two. Not a lot, it's been 14 runs, of course, but we've only had 15 minutes of play if you're just joining us on this 4th day of this LV County Championship match, as Kerr comes in and bowls to Tom Haynes, and Haynes is pushing that out into the covers. They're going to come through for a quick single, and it's going to mean that at the end of... Oh, no, we've got one more to come, have we? Yes, we've got one more ball to come. Sorry about that. 15 without loss. So, yeah, I mean, they are ticking along just about at the rate, or just under it.
Yeah,
so.
the run rate's not getting away from them at the moment. It's very early on. I should imagine they'll want to get the shine off the ball.
Mm-hmm.
And then that's when the runs will probably more likely to come, because there'll just be slightly less in it for the bowlers because of less swing, ball slightly older.
Well, it's going to be that session after after lunch, is it, for the afternoon, where it's going to be key as Kerr comes in and bowls and played out off the back foot by Orr into the offside. They're going to come through for a single again. So that is the end of the over. At the end of the fourth, they are 16 without loss, and even I can work out that that's 4 runs and over.
Yep.
So, Chloe, thank you for joining us on this final day. You're looking forward to, as you said, to the action ahead. But for people who are just listening to today's coverage, and how's your season going with the South East Stars?
It's going. I've had small injuries and niggles at the wrong time, really, because I had a hamstring strain at the start of the season, so I had that coming back from a pre-season little tour, so I've missed the T20 competition. The 50 over comp is underway this weekend, and I'm not sure, I haven't been told the team yet, so fingers crossed.
Fingers crossed. Just should be giving an update to BBC Radio Sussex listeners shortly, as I said. But just going to watch this next over from Connors.
Yeah. Do you want me to?
Yeah, well, you can go for it. I'll interrupt you when we do need to go to our radio listeners.
Okay. Yeah, that one just a dot to start the over. But yeah, I'm excited because I was here on day 2 as well, so that was a good day of play. But this should be a good contest between bat and ball today, as Connors is just turning at the top of his mark. He's bowling right arm over to the left-hander, so bowling across his body. And that's on a good length, defended by Orr, no run from it.
Should just say as well, by the way, word from Sussex that should just remind you that entry today is free.
Oh, that'd be good.
So, yeah, and the sun is out, so if you want to come along to Hove later on after lunch maybe, entry is free, and you can try and see Sussex chasing down this target. Hopefully, yeah, batting to win is the message. And we are going to give an update to our radio listeners. Got time for this ball, though.
Connors in, just on the leg, that's been flicked into the leg side towards where deep square would be. He wants 2, but just taken a single from it.
Yeah, it looked like there would be 2 there, actually, but good bit of fielding. And they weren't necessarily speedy Gonzalez off the start line, really, were they?
They really need to run that first one hard to be able to create a second run, because if you run the first one a bit half-heartedly, you're never going to get back for a second.
And also puts, if you're really running hard, it puts the pressure on the fielder as well, because the wicketkeeper suddenly gets interested, and then the fielder's like, oh, hang on a minute, I've got to try and pick up and throw.
Yeah, absolutely.
Right, Andrew's got the cricket for us, so I should say it's beginning to get a bit sunnier. Let's find out whether that is the case in Hove. What's it looking like, Andrew?
It certainly is, Sarah. There's blue sky, white fluffy clouds. It's almost like this morning's rain never happened. Unfortunately, it did, because it means we've lost an hour and 15 minutes of play here. We have started, though. We've had 4.5 overs. Sussex are 18 without loss. They've been set a target of 342 to win against Derbyshire, who declared on their overnight 127 for 7. And I should just say, Sarah, that entry today is free. So if you want to come along and watch the cricket in the sunshine, Sussex chasing 342 to win. Entry is free, so do get along to the county ground in Hove to watch this run chase. As for Surrey against Kent at the Oval, Surrey, that's delayed as well, but Surrey have taken a couple of wickets. Kent are 140 for 2, trailing Surrey by 202 runs. They're following on, so Surrey need 8 more wickets today to wrap up victory at the Oval. So here, Sussex, though, 18 without loss, chasing 342, and entry is free. Commentary on the BBC Sport website.
There we go.
So, so we've had 4.4 overs.
Just 2 singles from the over so far. Someone looks like they're coming in too short leg here. So this shows that Derbyshire really are applying a lot of pressure to Sussex.
imagine it's deploy under there. We'll...
Connie's in just short of a length. That's been flicked. And has gone for 4.
Yeah, it was over the head of leg gully. That was catchable height, possibly, or at least there was a bit of a leap. He was very interested. Looked a little bit, I would say, might be harsh. I'll check on the replay. Slightly late reaction, but only by a split second. To be fair, I'm not going to criticise too much, but it may have been quite. Let's have a look at the replay. It's
possibly a half chance.
Yeah,
there.
it was quite high. It was, to be fair, above the it's gone for 4, and Sussex will take that all day long. They've had a couple of those 2 of the 3 boundaries so far in this innings have been slightly streaky.
Yeah, but runs are runs.
Absolutely.
Connors again, he's had a big flash at that, and that's the same result as the ball before. Another 4 runs from the over. So that is 10 runs coming from it, bringing the end of the over. Sussex are 26 for none, or 16, Haynes 7.
Yeah, very odd shot that. It was possibly off the underside of the bat and looked at an attempted pull and, just raced along the ground really in the end, past the short leg fielder. Yeah, it was sort of, he tried to sort of pull it through mid-wicket and it ended up going backward a square.
Just got a bit of just hasn't quite got a hold of it, but he's got onto it quickly, showing Sussex
definite intent, yes. So I think that's the message coming through from the Sussex camp, is that obviously those first few overs with the new ball, you're going to have to be a little bit watchful, but if you get something, make the most of it. I think that's going to be the message as we pick up with Kerr from the C end. None for 7 from his 2 so far. Left arm over to the left-handed Haynes, the captain for Sussex, who is very correct in defence, pushes it up to mid-off. So Derbyshire with still with those 3 slips. There's a backward point. There's a short extra cover. There's mid-off and mid-on, square leg, and a fine leg as well. And a backward point, just in case you were adding it up and finding there was one short. As Kerr comes in, left arm over, bowls to Haynes, who is again just defending off the back foot. So Kerr with the, as I mentioned earlier, the first innings figures of 3 for 63. He picked up the last 3 to fall, as Dave mentioned earlier. Picking up the tail, 3 and 4 balls. Brooks, Finn and Hunt. As Kerr comes in, once again up to the wicket now, and he bowls, and it's been pushed towards mid-on by Haynes, and there's no run.
Yeah, Kerr's bowling in really good areas actually. He's just keeping it. He's just being good at being boring at the moment.
And as a bowler, you need to be boring sometimes.
Absolutely. Because if you start doing some funky stuff and the batters just get on something that's not quite in the right area.
Just turned our effects mic down again a little because the buzz is just coming back again. So, apologies again for that if you can hear that. It's coming from our effects mic, but I shall try and address that situation at lunch if I can. 20 minutes to go until lunch. 26 without loss, Sussex. Entry free, as I mentioned just a moment ago. And Kerr comes in and bowls, and it's been pushed out into the offside, a little bit uppishly, but no fielder in range. No run either. So a little bit of a weather report. I can see the flags which were drooping on their masts before play started. They've started to get up a little bit now. So there's a bit of a breeze which Kerr is getting on his back from the sea end. So might benefit from that a little bit as Kerr comes in now, runs in and bowls. It's on the pads of Haynes, who just clips that away into the leg side, and comfortable single for him, moves him onto 8, moves Sussex onto 27 without loss. Reminder that Sussex need 300, or has been set 342 to win, and it's about 4.5 and over, we decided. So,
yep.
So yeah, they're ticking along quite nicely with those 3 boundaries so far in this Sussex innings.
Yeah, but definitely, I think they're slightly ahead
4
of a
boundaries
rate.
actually, I think. Yeah. Is it? No, 3 boundaries.
Slightly ahead of a rate here. So pressure is not on Sussex at the moment.
Kerr with the final ball of the 6th over. He's up to the wicket now and he bowls, and it's been defended out into the leg side once again by Ali Orr, who is on 16 from 21 deliveries. Haynes is on 8 from 16, and Sussex are 27 without loss at the end of the 6th over. It is going to be one of those final days where the overs bowled is going to be important, and not often that you would talk about how many overs have been bowled in the first few days of a championship match, because it's not necessarily that important, but certainly we are looking at a sort of an extended, almost an extended one-day match, but without the fielding restrictions and everything else. So it's going to be a bit of toing and froing. I think Steve Finn said in his interview with Adrian yesterday, Adrian not here today, by the way, I'm Andrew Rayburn with you, with Dave Fletcher and Chloe Brewer on this sunny now afternoon in Hove. He said to Adrian that the day is likely to sort of to and fro a little bit. There's going to be quieter spells and busier spells. So we'll wait and see. Ebb and flow. Let's see how the day progresses. And Chloe, you can take this one as Connors prepares to bowl from the Cromwell Road end.
Yeah, just trundling in out from the top end. It's just on a good length there. Tried to work it, but Connors comes around and picks it up. I find it interesting, actually, the tactics from Derbyshire, because obviously the Notts versus Middlesex were in exactly the same position, but they've gone for different tactics. And they've forced a follow-on up there, so it's just slightly different down here.
Yeah, and it's and obviously the early rain today has kind of reduced Derbyshire's window a little bit, hasn't it? So early wickets are important for Derbyshire.
Definitely. Connors again, just outside off. He's played that on the up. It's just a cut away, and that's
good fielding.
2 runs. It's a lovely shot.
Good fielding out on the boundary as well, because that could have gone for 4, but limited them to just the 2. Can tell you that in the Test match down in Taunton, England women have declared on 417 for 8.
Yes, South Africa are trailing by 130 at the moment. So it looks to be quite an exciting game that's going on.
They're on day 3 rather than day 4, so...
Connors in again, right arm over, and it's just on good line of length. That's defended back to him. That's the line and length here that he wants to bowl.
Yeah, it's a good line of length if you get the movement, that's the thing. But if it's coming on gun barrel straight, then I think Orr and Haynes have the temperament to just block those if they need to. If you need to get the slight deviation either off the seam or through the air.
Yeah, just wants to keep this new ball as well, look after it well. Connor again, just there we go, that's it. Left outside, off stump.
And you can see there, couldn't you? There is a bit of movement.
Yeah, there's definitely a little bit of movement. There'll be moisture in the air as well, which will affect how much the ball swings here this morning. So we need to look after this ball early on to make sure it lasts for as long as they can, because we've had quite a lot of ball changes across the county championship this year.
Absolutely, absolutely. I don't want to upset Dukes by going too much into that, but I think no doubt there are some technicians working on next season's batch of balls already.
Connor again, just short of length, that's been worked into the leg side, but no run from it. Mid on just picks it up, giving it a little bit of a shine, a little bit of a looking after.
And as you say, Chloe, you're absolutely right that just keeping this new ball as new as possible is going to be important. And also Sussex, I mean, it's a difficult. Okay, you've got a 45-minute session, but the batsmen are going to have played themselves in, and then they're going to have to restart again after lunch, assuming that they don't lose a wicket between now and then, and that gives Derbyshire a sort of a second go at them.
Connors again, just on that line and length, defended, pushed to cover, and take a single to bring it end over. Sussex are 30 for none. But yeah, they need to, after lunch, the batters are setting themselves again, and if Derbyshire look after this ball, it will still be swinging after lunch, so they'll have to almost restart again.
It's going to be exactly like it was at 12:15, isn't it? So, but with obviously some runs on the board, so it does give Derbyshire a bit of an opportunity. Sussex are looking to try and go for the victory. That's what we've heard from the Sussex camp. We'll free entry as well, which is lovely, isn't it? We've seen that with the last two men's test matches as well. So that's, I think Headingley are almost bounced into it after what happened at Trent Bridge. They were,
yeah.
So they did say, "Oh, could they? Will they do it? Will they do it?" Well, yes, they did do it. So that was good for them, and gets the crowd involved and everything else, doesn't it? So that's it's always good when you can make cricket. I mean, obviously, free is very affordable, but you know what I mean. It's good when the authorities react to the state of the game, and say, let's bring people in. So we're going to see a change of bowling. We're going to get Dahl come in now for Derbyshire.
Yeah.
Anuj Dahl, right arm, going to bowl right arm round the wicket to the left-handed Tom Haines. Of course, both Sussex openers left-handed. Means that the bowlers are able to settle into a rhythm as he comes round the wicket now and bowls, and that's been pushed out into the offside, backward a square. They'll come through for a single defensive stroke. 31 without loss.
Yeah, it's interesting we've had a change of bowling really early on here, actually. I just don't think we're going to let Sussex batters get into their groove. Just keep on changing it up.
I think that's absolutely right, and I think that's what they've probably got to do is and try and keep people fresh. Obviously, they were bowling yesterday, so they want to try and rotate the use of their bowlers, and as you say, not let them settle into a groove. The batsman, as around the wicket Dahl comes, that's a fuller one, which is played out into the leg side. Good stop, really good piece of fielding, which has limited Sussex just to the one run there. But as you said, Chloe, if they just tick off those little singles, rotate the strike. Obviously, it's not a right-hand, left-hand combination, which is always more helpful because you get bowlers having to sort of change up their lines and fielders switching over all the time. But if you can tick those off and get the odd boundary, it keeps Derbyshire under pressure. As Dahl comes in and bowls, and again full, and this time it's played out into mid-wicket. Not really, I don't think the direction that Haines wanted to play that in, but it's straight to a fielder, no run. So they're 32 without loss, Sussex. 12 minutes to go before lunch, and Orr has 17, Haines has 12. But we're in the middle of the 8th over, and that's important, even at this stage of this run chase. As Dahl comes in round the wicket and bowls, and again very full and defended by Haines. And I'm slightly, from my position, slightly losing the ball behind the umpire. I might just move. But it's because of the length he's bowling. I was going to ask you though, Chloe, whether you think it's slightly too full.
I think at the moment he's bowling. He might be edging slightly, but if he can keep hitting a splice with a bat, he'll be okay. Bowling
only with 2 slips, whereas the other pace bowlers had 3, and that's been pushed out into a sort of a very short extra cover, catching on the offside.
I think maybe if he brings his length back a touch, and I mean a smidge here, the batter will be in a little bit more trouble than what they are at the moment.
Yeah, it's very safe just to kind of lean on it and just play it out. But you want those slips. I mean, he's got a boundary rider on point, but as Anuj Dahl comes in and bowls, this time it's down the leg side, and that's been flicked away quite comfortably to the deep backward square fence for 4 runs. A ripple of applause, which you may just be able to hear. I've turned down our effects mic because of that hum, that buzz on it. But 4 runs for Sussex. Another boundary, and to end that over from Dahl, 6 off it. So again, ticking along very nicely.
Yeah, I found though with Derby the other day on day 2 that it took a little bit to get into his lines and lengths. So might just be that first few overs a little bit more wayward than he'd like. I'll get into it, find his groove in a minute.
Absolutely, yes. So sorry, I was just I'm just fiddling around with this to see if we can get rid of that hum. It's sort of in and out, I'm finding. But so we're going to see another change of bowling, and we're going to see Alex Thompson come on now from the Cromwell Road end.
Having a little bit of spin now, so we're changing it up with the new ball and a spinner, they might get a little bit of drift.
And a bit of bounce as well. That will be the key thing. I think you're right as well that they won't want to offer Sussex's left-handers any sort of regularity in what they're delivering. So I think it's a good change up from Billy Godalming.
Yeah, definitely. They've got the very attacking field here. They've got short leg in a slip, deep cover. So
yeah, there's nobody protecting the leg side boundary.
No.
But there are 3-4 catches on the leg side.
In Thompson-Khan's right arm round, and it's just gone through for a dot. Yeah, if he bowls that line and length just outside, say, a fifth stump, the only real safe option for a batter here is to push it out to deep cover, and that's single. Thompson again, just on that 6 line. Yep, there we go.
That's exactly what you said, yeah, cut away. It was a little bit shorter, cut away to the man.
Deep
on
cover, just a single from it.
Yeah, that's the release shot, isn't it, as you say? And there's... there's pretty much everybody apart from that fielder out on the cover boundary is sort of within the one-day circle.
Yeah.
So, yeah, mid-off, mid-on, and then short, extra cover, short mid-wicket.
Thompson again, 5th, 6th line. That's cut away to deep cover. Has it beat him though? Yeah, it's gone 4-4. That's the only risk with that. If they get onto it quickly, which Haynes has done very well there, is just get his hand through and cut it just backward of just in front of point.
Yeah, kind of turned his wrists and angled it slightly down past that fielder.
Yeah, so that is not what Derbyshire want here. Thompson again.
Big appeal and given.
That one about it's been given first wicket of the day. Haynes has gone for 20 runs, so Sussex are now 41 for 1. And that's what Derbyshire needed here.
That's a huge breakthrough for Derbyshire. Tom Haynes, the Sussex skipper, out LBW to Thompson, and that bowling change worked. He'd cut that previous ball away for 4, but this one was straight up, and it wrapped him on the pads right in front, and out LBW 7 minutes before 7 minutes before lunch as well.
Yeah, that's not what you want going in. 7 minutes later, everyone else will come in for lunch.
See the replay when it comes up on the screens, on the stream. Angling onto leg stump, you feel, but leg stump it was. He tried to turn it away on the leg side and just missed it, really. So Haynes goes. Tom Alsop is the next batter up, and he's another one who can score and score quickly.
Yeah, that's what you want here. However, Sussex aren't actually under too much pressure here. They've got 41 off. Just trying to find the overs here. 41 off 8. Oh wow, this is for going into the 9th. So they're
on track, aren't they? 4.5.
Yeah. On track.
So 44 Tom Alsop made in the first innings. On a victim for Lewis Rees. Thompson with his first wicket of the match after an unsuccessful 6 overs in the first innings.
So Alsop to remain on strike. Thompson again just on off stump line, defended back to him.
But yes, a vital wicket for Derbyshire with Tom Haynes back in the pavilion. He's always a big wicket.
Mid-wicket just moving to a second slip here. It's a very attacking field for the last ball of the over. Thompson in again, mid-wicket line. Good hand from short leg. Bring a dot to finish the over. So 5 runs and a wicket from it. Sussex are 41 for 1 now, or is on 18, Alsop being the new batter.
Yep, he's just faced a couple of balls without scoring, and so big wicket that for Derbyshire, and they'll look to, they want to try and nip another one out before lunch. We have got a fabulous day of cricket ahead, haven't we?
Yeah.
I mean, if Sussex have already knocked off 41, they need another 301 runs to win, which does sound a lot, but you can score quickly at Hove.
Yeah, especially when the run rate is under a run a ball. It's not pushing it too much.
Yeah, and then we'll look to, obviously, at tea, that's when they'll start to look at it and say, right, what can we get and how can we get them? As Dahl is going to come in and bowl from the C end to the left-handed Alior, who is on 18. Almost don't need to describe Sussex's top three because they're all left-handed. Was Mohammad Rizwan to come in at number 4, centurion in the first innings. He'll be padded up, the Pakistan wicket-keeper. As Dahl comes in and now bowls round the wicket, and this is defended. It's quite tight lines, this sort of middle leg to the left-hander round the wicket.
Yeah, this is how he needs to bowl here. He's got 2 catches in at mid-wicket and 2 slips in. Someone very close in at extra cover, so he's definitely keeping the pressure on. Yeah.
And it's a field as well set for that sort of tight line, and it means that all dismissals are on as he comes in and bowls. This time it is outside the off stump and let go by Orr. So yeah, I think it is one of those things where you've got to. There was some short stuff, back and length stuff early on,
yeah.
But I think you've got to, for Derbyshire's perspective, you've got to try and keep all modes of dismissal in play, haven't you? You've got to bowl at the stumps, at the pads, but not deviate down the leg side, as this one is all tried to drive that, I think, Orr, and missed it. So a bit of a play and a miss from Orr.
Yeah, that line and length will just be tempting for the batter because there's no cover out, only deep point who is now coming in actually. But the danger is 2 slips there.
Off the fence into a more conventional cover point as this one is let go by Dahl. Yeah, really was an expansive drive that from all of the previous ball. He then rehearsed a slightly different shot, which was a sort of a cut shot, but yeah, so an expansive cover drive from the previous delivery. Dahl is already quickly into his stride. They want to try and get another over or 2 in, don't they, before lunch? This one is cut away by Alior, and that will be to the unguarded fence. There was a man out there a couple of balls ago, but as you rightly pointed out, Chloe, he came in and the ball flew past him. We actually had a no ball in the previous delivery as well, so that added 2 to the score, which I must have missed. And so 4 runs and 2 for the no ball, which means we've got an extra ball to come, a bonus one, which won't please Derbyshire because, of course, it ticks the time round. It's already 12:59, I think, on that scoreboard as Dahl comes in round the wicket and bowls, and this one is a tighter line and a bit back of a length and played off the back foot by Alior, who is on 22 at the end of that over. Sussex are 47 for 1, and look at the Derbyshire fielders getting a move on. They are desperate for to be able to be in position before 1 o'clock so we can get another over in. The umpires are happy to let them do so. We'll take you through to the lunch interval with Thompson bowling from the Cromwell Road end is South East Stars' Chloe Brewer.
Yeah, so they're keeping the pressure on here, keeping the pressure on Sussex. So Derbyshire need to continue being good at being boring. That's what we need to do here. So Thompson again, just 5th stump lined, let go, dot ball. He's getting a little bit of movement in the air actually. I find that really hard with spinners is when they get a little bit of drift in the air. And then they turn and bounce as well. Thompson again, just on off stump line, defended underneath Allsop's eyes here. Defended back to him for another dot.
That was the sort of line that got Haynes, I think. So that middle and leg line. It's coming quite wide. Looks to be coming quite wide of the crease as well at times, I think.
Yeah, just changing up his angle up top here because his right arm round for left-hander. That's been let go. It's a dot ball. Yeah, because he's just going to drift the ball into that left-hander just because of that angle naturally created from coming right arm round. And he comes again, just played off stump line, just picked up by extra cover.
Yeah, he's a tall bowler, Alex Thompson, 6'4". He reminds me a little bit of his spinner he used to play at Middlesex, Ollie Rayner. And of course, play for Sussex, of course. But I saw him a little bit at Middlesex. But yeah, Sussex lad, Ollie Rayner from Eastbourne. But
Thompson again, just off stop lines, tried to cut that away. He's now only got 2 fielders on the leg side. So he's got a short leg and a mid on, and on the offside he's got a mid off. 2 kind of catching cover, extra cover, someone at deep point, 45, and 2 slips. And again, just on that off stump line, defended by Allsop. That will bring the end of your over and lunch.
And lunch indeed. Yeah, that second to last ball cut away. I mean, just watching the replay, it wasn't there to be cut really. It was a bit of frustration, I think, from Allsop that he hasn't got off the mark yet. Indeed, he hasn't from 8 deliveries. But Sussex will go to lunch happy with one part of their score, the 47 runs that they've scored off 11 overs. So again, they are keeping up with that required rate. They are needing 342 in total to win, and they are going to lunch at 47 for 1 off 11 overs. We've had a delayed start, which meant only 45 minutes were possible. So that's why we've only had 11 overs bowled, and it means we've only got 76 overs in the day in total. So 65 overs remain to be bowled in the day. Sussex needing runs to go in 65 overs, and I can tell you that free entry is free to this one, so come along to the county ground at Hove if you want some cricket this afternoon. It should be a fascinating day's play with Sussex chasing 342 to win. Tom Haines is the man out, LBW to the spinner Thompson. So Derbyshire need 9 wickets, Sussex need another 295 to win in the final 2 sessions. At the Oval, Surrey have taken 2 wickets, they need 8 more. Kent are 154 for 2 and trail by 188 runs still. Sarah? Sarah in studio? Welcome back to the county ground at Hove for second session commentary of this LV County Championship match between Sussex and Derbyshire. The afternoon session is intriguingly poised. Sussex are 47 for 1. They need another 295 from the remaining 65 overs in the day. We've had a truncated day due to the rain that fell this morning. 11 overs bowled in the morning session, so he lost 20, and we've got 65 to bowl. Derbyshire need 9 wickets. Tom Haines, the Sussex captain, the man dismissed. LBW to Thompson to take you through the next 20 minutes at least. We'll have the South East Stars all-rounder Chloe Brewer. But first of all, Dave Fletcher.
I thought I'd be promoted there. Yes, Chloe will be with us fairly shortly. Good work by David Lester, who we didn't check. Can you hear us, Tim? Over at the far? Yes, he can. He's waving to us. Excellent. Sorry, I forgot all about you. That's my fault entirely. I should have checked earlier, but we're on. That means we're on all the streams, and we're on the around the ground broadcast as well. We're going to see some left arm spin for the first time in this innings. We're going to see Mark Watt, who picked up a couple of wickets for Derbyshire in the first innings. He bowled nicely, 2 for 56 were his figures. Lewis Rees is down on the ground, stretching his back out. I'd never get back up again. Look at that. Oh dear. Mind you, I feel like I need that. Chloe, how are you?
Good for you.
Oh, there we are. We're all button pressed. Everything's sorted. So it'll be Mark Watt from the C end, and he'll be bowling to Ali Orr, who's on 22 not out from 31 deliveries. 47 for 1 Sussex after 11 overs. So what would the required rate? Only to back. Actually, not quite up with the required rate. but not far off. Mark Watt just jumping up and down on the spot. And he'll move his arms out wide, both of them. There we go. And he's on his way in now and bowls to Orr, who plays it into the leg side, where it's fielded by Anuj Dal. 65 overs, including this one left in the match for Derbyshire to pick up 9 wickets. Or Sussex to survive. Or indeed score another 295 runs, which is slightly less likely. You would have thought as all is beaten. Good delivery.
You say that they've actually kept up with the rate. So
No, they're miles behind.
the rate this morning was 4.5 and it remains at 4.5 now.
Current rate 4.2. Required rate 4.55. No, nowhere near. Nowhere near.
Quite.
Here's just saying. Here's the next delivery from Mark Watt, driven out to Billy Godleman by it, or Godleman at mid-off, of course he is. And Lewis Rees looks like he's going to bowl because he's going through his bowling action as well now. We didn't see him this morning. Just having sure everybody's out there. They are. And Shan Masood's been brought in from deep backward square leg to backward square leg. And he's still moving closer. This one is a hoik into the leg side for 4 runs. He decided he had enough there, Ali Orr, and he's going to pick up a boundary. That was almost a golf shot. I don't see any coaching manual, is it that one?
Shut eyes and swing, right?
Yeah, I think so.
Page 71.
50's up for Sussex, 51 for 1. Still not up with the run rate.
We're getting there.
Well, I've just been accused by somebody as I went for my lunch, oh, you're going to be a bit more positive today. I wasn't being negative yesterday. I was putting across my opinion that Derbyshire ought to have enforced the follow-on. But there we go. In comes Watt again, and that was pushed out into the offside by Allsop, yet to get off the mark. Tom Allsop. Of course, it's the other way. This is Ali Orr who's on strike because he just hit a 4, didn't he? So I'm talking nonsense. Not for the first time in this match, or indeed today. Ali Orr. That one into the leg side where it's fielded by Anuj Dal. 4 runs off the over. It's 51 for 1 after 12 now. Orr has 26, and Allsop, as I mentioned a moment ago, has yet to get off the mark, having faced those 8 deliveries. We are going to see, I think, a bit of Lewis Rees, and I wouldn't be at all surprised if he didn't, in these conditions, swing the ball a bit.
Yeah, especially if they've looked after that ball this morning. So there wasn't many overs in the morning session, only 12 overs, so the ball will still be relatively new. So a little bit in it for the bowlers here. A little bit of swing, overcast conditions, moisture in the air. These clouds don't look very...
Well, you never know. I'm going to check the weather forecast. Yeah, I'm going to do that immediately. Oh dear, that would be put the tin hat on it, wouldn't it? Really?
Yeah.
There is no prospect of rain until 10 o'clock tonight.
Okay.
And if we're not finished by then, we've got problems.
We've got a big problem if we're not done by then.
Yeah.
Rees from Cromwell Road End. It's driven to mid-off. Lovely looking shot, but no run from it.
Yeah, just the 2 slips for Lewis Rees. Man down at long leg away to our right-hand side.
Looks like he's having a little bit of a natty with someone.
Having a chat with somebody in the big corporate boxes, isn't he? Trying to work out who it is.
I can't see anything.
No, I'm struggling.
Rees in again, left arm over to a left-hander, defended on the length under his eyes by Allsop. A little bit of chatter going around. They'll want to maintain the pressure here from Derbyshire. Just not let Sussex get into their groove quickly here after lunch.
Good to see they banished Shan Masood out to the sweeper on the cover boundary. He was in at 3rd slip at one point earlier today. That's very close to the bat for Shan.
Again, just back of the lamp, defended off the back foot. Extra cover picks it up.
Thompson down at long leg. Always know which button.
I was pressing the right button.
But it just wasn't going off. Right. Worse. Tried to suppress a cough.
Reese in again, left arm over, just 4 stump line, fended, point comes around, picks it up, and there's a single from it. That's all Sussex really need to do. You just need to push it out to the sweepers and we get a single every time.
Yeah.
So,
Yeah, they could crowd the back. They probably haven't quite got enough runs to play with to go all-out attack. However, if they can keep the run rate quite low for a period, then the required rate will go up, and then they can crowd the bat a bit.
Yeah, absolutely. Sussex just need to bat along here. So there's still a long way to go. Still a lot of overs in the day. Reese in again, left arm over just outside, swinging away slightly. He's driven that out to deep cover. He comes round and picks it up, takes a single from it. And ticking over.
That's what they call him. Come on, Lulu, was the cry from Wayne Madsen for Lewis Reese. It's only to be keen on.
Definitely better ones, that's for sure. Reese again, just on the legs. That's been flicked for 4. It's not missing out there on a loose delivery. That's 6 from the over. Sussex are 57 for 1, or 27, or from 5. How's the rate looking now?
I haven't updated yet, but it won't be looking as good as it was a minute ago. Shame that, because 2 singles in the 2 previous deliveries after 3 dot balls, then he concedes the boundary, which was a little bit disappointing. The rate is 4.38 and the required rate is 4.52. It's very close to each other. So Mark Watt, who conceded 4 runs off his first over. They took Derbyshire 94 overs and 4 balls to bowl out Sussex the first time, so they've got to do it in 76 overs today, minimum 76, but it's unlikely to get many more than 16 in the last hour, if indeed they play the last hour. If they haven't got enough wickets by that time, then they may well shake hands. Here's Mark Watt in and bowls. Oh, and that's edged, and is it? No, it's turned. It's turned to first slip. The wicket.
I think
something.
He got an edge on it. I think he got a small edge.
Well, it went into the. Did it not go straight into Slip's hands?
I'm not sure.
Next delivery strikes him on the pad. How far did he feels that was going down leg side?
I think there's just a couple of footholds actually where he's just landing a ball into a left-hander.
It's the ground, thank you. Next delivery from Watt's been a good over so far. He defends this one as well, does Orr. So it's going to be one of those days, isn't it? Nervy. Yeah, very nervy. Yeah, it was down into the ground. I knew he'd got some bat on it. You could hear the bat on it. There's Watt again at 57 for 1. He's in and bowls to Orr, who goes for the big shot. It might even be 6. It is 6 out towards mid-wicket. Terrific blow from Ali Orr. He's got 5 boundaries already. Now he's got a 6 to go with him. He moves up to 33, and it's 63 for 1.
Yeah, but definitely not letting Derbyshire bowl at them as a Sussex batsman. I'm looking to have a bit of a conversation about maybe a change of field here.
Put somebody in the seats over there. Anybody would have caught that. We're having another man on the leg side. It's Alex Thompson's going out to the mid-wicket boundary. So the sweepers on both sides. Hayden Kerr on the offside, Thompson on the leg side as Watt bowls, and it's clipped towards Thompson, who has a bit of a run round here. They might try and come back for 2. They are going to try and come back for 2. What's the throw like? Well, it's okay, but the batsmen comfortably get back for 2. And they move up to 65 for 1, or on to 35 off 43 deliveries. It's a man on a mission. Derbyshire have got to be careful here. As Watt is in again, and this time he goes back into his stumps, turns it into the leg side. Oh, Not Anuj Dal, I beg your pardon, it is Sham Masood who's fielding at square leg, can't reel it in, and they do get through for another single. 66 for 1 at the end of the 14th over. Alior moves on to 35, Allsop has 5. Now the current run rate's miles in front of the required rate, so I'm not going to mention it again.
I thought I wasn't going to bring it up.
No.
This over.
62 overs left, minimum. And at the moment, it's all looking pretty good for Sussex here.
Yeah, but just ticking along nicely. Yeah, hitting it if it's in their area, which is good to see actually.
The reason for enforcing the follow-on is that you will bat last. Obviously, the pitch isn't deteriorating any, and you've got that insurance policy.
Reese in again, that's off the leg side. That's 4 runs, just clipped it. That is not where he wanted to bowl at all, especially with no deep square leg. That is 4 runs every time.
23 runs since lunch in 12 minutes.
Yeah, that's 3.1 overs. There we have it.
They should not be chasing down this kind of a total in the 4th innings. There have been some big 4th innings totals here at Hove this season.
Yeah, the thing is, though, the required run rate is under a run a ball, so it is definitely doable. Recent again, just 4th stump line, it's driven back past him for another 4 runs. That is a glorious shot, that. That's 2 4s from it over so far. This is definitely not what Derbyshire want at all.
No, this isn't going according to any kind of plan that Derbyshire may have had. We hadn't seen Lewis Rees bowling previously in this innings. He's now had one of his slips removed so that they can stop the flow of runs, because the man gone out onto the mid-wicket boundary.
Yeah.
And Mark Watts got into a mid-wicket closer in.
Derbyshire have definitely gone onto a back foot here. Reese again, just an off-stump line, defended under his eyes. And
Not as chirpy, I think. Not quite as chirpy.
still definitely more chirpy than Sussex were on day 2 fielding. That's for sure.
That was a little bit bizarre, but yeah. Yeah, a run a ball century stand for the 9th wicket tends to quieten the fielding side down, doesn't it?
It definitely tends to, that's for sure. Reese in again from Cromwell Road and left arm over, just slightly shorter outside off, and that's been cut in front of point. He picks it up and may take a single from it.
So 9 off the previous over, 9 off this over.
Yeah, well, there's two balls remaining in this over.
The actual run rate is over 5 at the moment for Sussex, yeah.
It's getting up there now.
It certainly is.
They've just got to maintain this momentum, have Sussex, because they still have quite a way to go. Reese in again, off stump line, that's been driven to mid-on this time. Who cuts it off? Yeah, that's all really Sussex needs to do. If they get a boundary and over, they only need to get one single.
But at this stage, if you just carry on with one boundary and over, you're all right, aren't you? It's not going to get out of hand.
Exactly. Just keep on ticking on. So Derbyshire need to find a way of, stopping that really, and getting wickets they want to win. Outside off, it's driven out to deep cover. Who comes and picks up, bringing the end of the over. So that is a 10 from the over. Sussex are 76 for 1. Or it's 45 off 48, and Allsop is 6 off 15.
Should need to do something here. Wayne Madsen and Billy Godleman having a long chat with Mark Watt, who's going to continue, I would suggest, from the C end. Bit of a wry smile on Lewis Rees's face. 2 overs for 16. Not the start he would have wanted to his first spell of the 2nd innings. Gentleman's just telling somebody just to calm down. And I think we've lost Lewis Rees as well. He's going to bowl Alex Thompson. He's warming up now vigorously out at mid-wicket. He'll bowl the next over from the Cromwell Road end, and we will then have spin at both ends.
Sometimes a good tactic is just rush through a few overs.
Yeah, plus one turning, hopefully the ball one way and one turning the other. This is the left arm spin of Mark Watt from the CN. First delivery turned into the leg side by Tom Alsop, fielded by Anoj Dahl, and there's no run.
Yeah, Watt also has the advantage of those footholds from the bowlers early on, so he's a little bit of turn and bounce here.
He's in again. This one is a reverse sweep that he misses. Ball goes through to Brooke Guest, whips the bails off. Batsman his crease. Madsen continues to be chirpy as ever. As Watt is in again. This next delivery is defended out into the offside. Sam Connors comes in from cover to do the fielding. That buzz all the way home, by the way. Next delivery is a reverse sweep, and this time he's made contact. Out there in the distance is Hayden Kerr. He'll come around to do the fielding. Sop moves on to 7. 45. From 48 deliveries, 7 fours and a 6. Balls left of the Mark Watt over. So that one there, just a little bit of extra bounce there. Gets past the inside edge of the bat, or just takes the inside edge on the way onto the pad. And Mark Watt. He's in again and balls, and that one is left alone outside the off stump by Orr to go through to the keeper. Just one run off that over. That's the kind of over that Derbyshire need, really. Yeah. Sussex moved to 77 for one with Orr on 45 and Alsop on 7, and he's already removed his cap as Alex Thompson, the 6'7" off spinner.
Yeah, I definitely need a couple more overs like that just to get Sussex to dry up a few runs here, because they're ahead of a rate at the moment, so just need to bring them back and just get that required rate to just keep on creeping up. So we have a change of bowler. Got Thompson on again.
He's got the wicket before lunch, didn't he, in the 2 overs that he bowled, but his 4th delivery actually, he got the wicket. Alone in a minute, actually. Andrew can nip in for a moment, can't he, while I go and do my 2 o'clock, and hope that Thompson gets a wicket between here and there, but I'm not confident, if I'm entirely honest with it.
Yeah, so Dave Fletcher will be keeping his fingers crossed for this over whilst he goes and does his update.
Yeah, so you taking this as your over, isn't it? Or
yeah. So Thompson in again. It's just pushed to extra cover, comes around, picks it up. Yeah, it's interesting. What would you like to see from this afternoon session? What do you want to see?
Well, I think we want to see the scoring rate keep up with the run rate from a Sussex perspective, and if Derbyshire can nip a couple out, then it makes for a... I mean, because if it's going to get a result either way, it's going to go deep into the evening session, so we're going to need... Oh.
Thompson again, driven to extra cover.
So yeah, we're going to want to see both sides start to build towards victory, and it will go deep into the final session.
Yeah, the evening session, I agree, will be an interesting one. Thompson again, just on off-stump line, defended. Back to him, another dot ball.
Of course, there's going to be an interesting possible shift in dynamic, isn't there? At some point, one of the teams might think, actually, this chance of victory is getting away from us.
Yeah.
And then in which case, either the batsman will start to pull back or the fielders will. Yeah,
Thompson again, just shuffled down and driven back to him. Defence again, 2 4-dot balls so far. This is what Derbyshire need for sure.
Yeah, and of course, just tightening things up, Derbyshire at the moment, drying up that end.
Yeah, Thompson again, just forward, defended under his eyes. Yeah, this is what they need. They need bowlers to bowl in partnership so that there's no alleviation of pressure. So if pressure is constant from both ends, so it will force the batter to make a mistake, force them to do something that they don't really want to do to keep up with the rate.
Absolutely.
Thompson again, right arm round, and it's middle stump line, shuffle down, defended to mid wicket, bring the end of the over. So a maiden over. Sussex are 77 for 1, Orr is 45, Alsop is 7 of 25.
Yeah, and you can tell Alsop wants to be busy against the spinner because a couple of times in that over you mentioned he moved his feet towards the pitch of the ball and he's trying to kind of keep things ticking over, but the lines has just been too tight to try and score from, and that is, as you say, Chloe, that will build pressure. That'll put onus back on the batsman to try and force the issue, and that of course is when wickets can be created. We're already going to get the next over underway with Watt bowling from the C end, and this time it's Ali Orr is on 45 not out, playing that out into mid-wicket for no run. So yeah, Sussex 77 for 1. It's 2 minutes past 2, so 22 minutes after lunch. We're going to have Watt turning his arm over again, just again middle and leg kind of line, and defended by Orr, who's scored quickly. He's hit that 6 as well, so 45 from 52 is what Sussex need. That sort of busy scoring. This time though he's defending.
Yeah, they need to stay busy against the spinners, because especially with spinners, as you can sometimes get drawn into moving at the same pace as the ball. So if a spinner's slightly slower, their movers will be slightly sluggish, so it's good to keep busy.
In comes Watt bowls, and this time it's left alone by Orr as he watches it go past to the wicket keeper. That's now, what's that now, 12 dot balls in a row.
Yep.
So pressure is being applied by Derbyshire at the moment. Current run rate 4.36 as Watt comes in and bowls, and this time a forward defensive that gets all the catchers around the bat excited, but bit of bat and pad may be involved, but Orr is absolutely fine. Target 342. There'll be 58 overs left in the day after this one. They need 4.56 and over as the rate, and that ball just spins past. He try again. This time Orr trying to advance down the pitch a little, turning it into the leg side, but it just turned it narrowly past the clutches of the forward short leg.
Yeah, that also brings me to the end of the over. It's good here for spinners are getting through that overs quickly, because when you look up at, batters will look up in a minute and won't realise how many overs have actually gone since the spinners have been on, because we just get through them so quickly, and then you think, oh, the runs have actually dried up a little bit here.
Yeah, and those dots are mounting.
Yeah.
So 15 dot balls in a row.
Oh, yeah. Definitely pressure is very good from Derbyshire, building pressure for the Sussex batsmen here. Thompson again, just on middle stump line, defended. He turns. Still there.
I'm still here. I don't go very far. Certainly not with a cable attached to me.
Thompson again, right arm round, and his leg something flipped.
Oh, could be a chance for a run out.
So looked for it. Oh, big appeal, but he looks very safe there. He decided not to go for a run. Just picked the guy out at 45.
Yeah, he was a third of the way down the pitch and then turned around, sent back, I think, by Ali Orr. And he did, as you say, he picked the man out on on the 45 on the leg side. Yeah,
absolutely. Pressure, I reckon they're really starting to feel the pressure a little bit here, just because hasn't scored a single in a while. Off stump line, defended it again, another dot ball. Yeah.
So I make that 18 now in a row.
They'll definitely start to feel the pressure, just because they know they have to keep up with the rate to be able to take the game quite deep. So Thompson again, just outside off, shuffled down, and it's been driven out towards deep cover. We've taken 2 from it. So that just alleviates.
Yeah, that
slightly.
just that ends that run of 18 balls without a run.
Yeah.
And that's 3 whole overs that has brought the rate down a bit. So the current rate is about 4.2, and they need about 4.5, 4.6. So, I mean, when it comes to decimal points, you're not dealing with very much, really.
Thompson again defended by Allsop.
It may look a difference, but if it comes down to it and you need 4 or 5 off the final over, you're
okay. Thompson again, middle stump line defended by him, bringing the end of the over, just 2 from that over, so Sussex are 79 for 1, or remaining on 45, Allsop 9 on 31.
Yeah, and it's going to be interesting actually, because obviously Dave mentioned the possibility of if the game goes nowhere, of them shaking hands with an hour to play. But at the same time, we could have that scenario, but also we could end up with it going to the final over, which Sussex had not that long ago actually. And one of their games went right down to the wire.
Yeah.
So it's a feeling that they're very familiar with. So we have Watt coming into bowl from the C end. Comes in and bowls now, and it beats Orr on the outside edge. That's a good delivery.
Yep, slip definitely in play there.
Orr is on 45. Of course, it's not about personal milestones that they'll be interested in. It's all about the team and the score, which is 79 for 1. But certainly Orr is playing his part at the moment in trying to get that rate up as he lets that one go through to the wicket keeper. But we did have a 6 earlier that Orr struck over sort of wide mid-on into the seats. There are quite a few people sat in that stand now, which I don't think there were when the 6 was hit. I think that one just struck him on the pad, but going down the leg side. I think the word has got around a little bit that entry is free. Plus, of course, the weather. I mean, it's clouded over again. Funnily enough, this morning the sun had come out, but right now there is some grey cloud looming. Not expecting rain according to the forecast, but we'll see. As Watt comes in and bowls, and pushing forward is Orr. Just nips off the outer half of the bat, not the edge necessarily, but just slips off the face and out into the offside for no run. But this is starting to stifle Sussex a little bit now. Good bowling from Derbyshire, good tight field placings as well, as this one comes in. And again, this time it's run off the face of the bat, and it's going to go down towards the third man boundary. It's going to be easily picked up for 2 before it goes towards the boundary. Moves on. Ali Orr on to 47. Tom Allsop is not out on 9. 81 for 1. Sussex. And we're just about to have the final ball of the 20th over.
Yeah, these 2 bowlers bowled really well in partnership here actually, and just not letting up anything really.
As Watt comes in and bowls, and this one is pushed forward out into the offside, and they're going to come through for a single. They wanted it, but good sharp fielding, and there'll be no run. So at the end of the 20th over of the innings, Sussex 81 for 1, so just a tick over 4 and over, and they're going to need 4.6 from here on in if they're to launch an unlikely but possible assault on this target of 342. So another 261 runs to win. And what's interesting with spin from both ends, we had 11 overs in 45 minutes this morning, and we've now had 9 in the half an hour since lunch. So
yeah, spinners would just get through their overs really quickly. Thompson again just outside off, shuffled down, played out to deep cover. We just take an easy single from it.
A little bit uppish at one point. I think the man at more orthodox extra cover was vaguely interested, but didn't time it, but it was uppish and out to the man, as you say, at deep extra cover, and pretty comfortable for the single.
Yeah, Thompson coming in right arm round, so have a little bit of drift into for batter, and ending up on off stump line, defended back to him.
Of course, the key batsman, and indeed the key wicket in this innings, will be Mohammed Rizwan. He can not only accumulate the runs, but he can score pretty quickly as well when he wants to. Key figure in Sussex's T20 side, of course.
Thompson again just leaving that one alone. It's all.
Some oohs and ahs around the bat. We've got a bit of effects in the background. We're trying to keep it minimal because there is a bit of a hum on the line for some people listening. So we'll apologies if you can hear that little buzz, but it's our effects mic.
Thompson again, just on that off stump line, defended back to him. A little bit of a shuffle there by all.
Yeah, they're determined to try and knock the spinners off their line, aren't they? And lengths with a bit of foot movement.
Yeah, absolutely.
They probably want the spinners to toss it out wider if they think they're going to come shuffle down the pitch. But then if they want to push it out wider because the tight line is stifling them.
Thompson again, just middle stump line, defended to mid-wicket. He picks it up, dot ball. Yeah, they just need to get a bit if they can manipulate themselves so it brings the ball into an area which they can score off. And by just shuffling around your crease, even changing a guard, whether you're sitting deep in your crease or sitting outside your crease, or just change up where the ball's landing. Thompson again, that's a slog sweep by Orr to bring up his 50. And that's 4 runs to bring it up. So he has got 51 off 67 balls. Hitting 8 4s and 1 6.
Terrific hit from Orr, and that's the sort of shot, as you mentioned earlier, Chloe. I mean, they need one boundary and over, but of course once you have a few overs, as we talked about earlier with those dots, creates that pressure, creates that need for that extra one big hit, and one shot too many, and that can prove your downfall. But he spotted an area that was free of fielders and picked it out quite nicely. And Ali Orr batted very well for that half century, 51 as you said from 67, so he's going along quite nicely. Tom Alsop at the other end, a little bit more subdued, 10 from 32 balls. It took him a little while, I'm not sure how many balls it was before he actually got underway. And we're going to see Watt once again from the CN comes in and bowls. It's been flicked towards mid-on. Fielded, and there'll be no run.
Yeah, it's good that these two batters are maintaining busy against the spinners, because otherwise they're just going to let the spinners bowl at them. So it's good to see.
And now a reverse sweep attempted. It's been hit on the pad, but he's well outside the line of off stump there. It's a few times, I think, actually, that reverse sweep has been played and not come off.
Yeah, it's one of those shots where you can become a little bit unstuck by it, because you are... Yeah.
As a slip in place and a short leg for Watt as he comes in and bowls, and again feet to the pitch of the ball from Alsop, but he can't get it beyond the short mid wicket, and it really is, I think, from from Tom Alsop's point of view, a bit frustrating. He's trying to use his feet, he's trying to get to the pitch of the ball, he's trying to manoeuvre it, but he's finding the fielders more often than not. This time he goes uppishly, he's going to take on the fielder at wide mid-off, and it's Godalman, the captain, and his throw is wide of the stumps. But that was a uppish drive which could easily have fallen into the hands of cover, or indeed Godalman himself at wideish mid-off, but it fell just short, and Godalman attempted to shy at the stumps, missed, and they come through for a single, so Alsop moves on to 11. But there's all well and good being busy against the spinners and using your feet, but you can look like you're rushed a bit as well, and I think he's looking a little rushed at the moment, but certainly trying to keep the tempo up. That's what Sussex need to do. This one is a good one from Watt, which forces Orr to play forward pretty correctly, but it just hurried onto him a little bit.
Slightly different there. I think it's a little bit of a slider, so it's just swung in the air. It's not spin on that one. It's just that would swing in.
And Watt will come in and bowl the final ball of this over. Again, it's quite full and played very correctly defensively by Ali Orr. He's on 51, Alsop is 11, Sussex at 87 for 1, and we have 54 overs in the day for Derbyshire to try and take 9 wickets, or for Sussex to pull off a run chase which requires them to score 255 more runs at 4.7 and over.
Yeah, Watt's bowled really well actually. Hasn't given the batters anything really, anything to score from that. The small change there is just changes the flight of the ball, will just make the batter slightly more cautious of playing.
The last 5 overs costing only 10 for Derbyshire, which I think is where the squeeze has been applied.
Yeah, they definitely need to maintain this squeeze as well. We need to keep the pressure on Sussex here because it will force them to make some sort of mistake, whether that be a loose shot or just getting frustrated really with the amount of dot balls. Thompson again outside off, that's left alone.
Should also be said, of course, that Sussex were 47 for 1 at lunch, and that after 11 overs. We've had 11 overs since lunch, and they've added another 40. So dropping the rate dropping slightly, but the key thing is they've still got 9 wickets in hand.
Yeah, Thompson again outside off, a small shuffle down, play to extra cover.
Allsop is determined to try and knock the spinners off their line and length with his footwork. But yeah, he's finding the fielders more often than not.
Yeah, Thompson to the top of his mark, right hand round, drifting it in onto the legs, and it's been clipped for 4 runs. That's the alleviation of pressure that he definitely wanted there. He needed, he was just looking a little bit frustrated, trying lots of different things. To get off strike. Yeah,
that's what he's been looking for all this time, really. So, good shot from Tom Allsop, moves him on to 15, and Sussex will feel a little bit better about themselves once they've got their total up into 3 figures.
Yeah, absolutely. Only 9 from the 3-figure mark here. Allsop just taking a little bit of time to collect himself a little bit. Thompson at the top of his mark. He comes drifting to the left-hander, defended off the back foot, and that's another dot ball. Yeah, sometimes the batters just need to start to get worked up and frustrated, especially if we've got constant pressure from both ends and you just can't find a way to get it away. It can get quite frustrating. Thompson again, just an off-stump line, it's defended to extra cover, who picks it up. 4 from the over, and just 1 ball remaining. Quite a few more people here, actually.
There are, yeah. They're starting to come in. I think the word has got around that there's going to be some exciting cricket this afternoon.
Thompson again outside off, and that's defended under his eyes for the end of the over. Sussex are 91 for 1, or 51 off 69. Allsop 15 off 42.
The voice of Chloe Brewer from the South East Stars there. We'll hand back to Dave Fletcher now for the next spell of cricket. I'll take the next... that's going again in 12 minutes. Oh, yeah, that's a good point. Dave says he's got his update up ours, so...
Plot twist, I'm still here.
Yes. And then he'll come back in after that. So we'll pick up with Watt bowling again.
Yeah, but I have a feeling these 2 spinners will bowl for quite a while now, just because...
Yeah, they can get into their groove, can't they?
Yeah, absolutely.
And they're bowling good lines. Watt comes in and bowls and flicked out into the leg side at no run by Ali Orr, 51 not out, 70 balls he's faced for that. In comes Watt from the sea end again. Bowls, it's Fuller, and Orr is defending. But Watt definitely gets through his overs very quickly, even quicker than Thompson at the other end. It helps as well that he's giving very little away at the moment, Watt, and the left arm over the wicket to the left-handed batsman, and this one beats him on the outside edge. That was a beautiful delivery from Watt. Had a bit of flight, had a bit of turn, bit of bounce, and that was too good on that occasion for Ali Orr.
Yeah, that was very, very good. Yeah, his dot balls are just constant from Watt here. He's just bowling ever such good areas. Batters just can't get him away.
Watt back to his mark, comes in now off a few paces of bowls and pushed forward up the pitch by Ali Orr. A lot of chatter around the bat, as you might imagine. I've tried to boost our effects mic a little bit so you can hear some of that, but you will get the associated hum with it as well, unfortunately. As Watt comes in and bowls, and this time it's again defended by Orr. This is what Derbyshire need. It's pressure, dot balls, drying up at least one end, if not both. They are really putting the squeeze on Sussex at the moment. They haven't made the breakthrough since Tom Haynes, the Sussex captain, was LBW to Thompson before lunch. But you sense that they sense that there's an opportunity here for them as Watt comes in and bowls, and a bit of turn but well defended by Ali Orr. So Maiden there, the second bowled by Watt in his 7 overs, and Sussex remain on 91 for 1. And they require another 251 to win, and that runs per run rate required is edging up towards 5 once more. So 4.8 at the moment, but you get the feeling it will hit 5 before it comes back down towards 4.5 again, the way these two are bowling.
Yeah, Derbyshire, this is what they really need to do, is dry up the run so it gets deep into the game, and then the run rate has creeped up to 7s or 8s, then Sussex really need to start going for it. Thompson off stump line, defended back to him, slight shuffle down the wicket by Allsop here.
Yeah, it's a sort of half and half field, isn't it? There's a lot of catches in, but there's some protection as well. Long on and a man out on the cover point boundary.
Thompson again just outside off, cut away, but point tumbling stop there. Cuts it off, so another dot ball. Yeah, I think he's got quite a clear-cut plan here. He's bowled a constant line and length, so he's got man out cover to cover the cut shot to stop before him, and somebody at it. Long on, just a slight over top, shuffled down, defended by Allsop.
Yeah, there was that on drive, wasn't there, earlier, which cost 4 runs, which quite straight to be fair, but that will cover that shot.
Yeah, absolutely.
Other than that, most people in catching positions.
Thompson again drifting it in, pushed into the offside. They've taken 1 man, they've gone for 2 as well. Small misfield by deep cover, and they've settled for 2.
Yeah, very quickly. It's not in the old days when batsmen used to run in first-class cricket. They'd make the decision about it a second run when they got to the other end. They'd look at it and go, "Yep."
Yeah.
But nowadays, it's all about, especially with one-day cricket, it's about what you think you can get from the off. So, yeah, go 2, and that's what they wanted very quickly there. They could, once it beat the fielder inside the ring, as it were.
Yeah, that's all. Yeah, he's pushed it into a lot of space there as well. They've run it hard. So
yeah, there's a bit of real estate, isn't there, between the man at extra cover and the cover point boundary.
Yeah, and again Thompson just defended under his eyes. Back to him. Yeah, they've had a small change, so there's only 3 fielders on the leg side. Long on, a mid wicket, someone in short leg. So they have on the offside a mid off extra in catching, and a normal extra. Thompson in, outside off, defended, deep cover, point, slip, and that brings the end of the over. So Sussex are 93 for 1. Or is 51 off 75, Allsop 17 off 48.
Yeah, it's as Steve Finn predicted in his interview at the end of yesterday's play. He said there'll be quieter periods and there'll be busier periods, and I think we saw the busier periods possibly either side of lunch.
Yeah.
And now we've got into a bit of a lull, which will suit Derbyshire as long as they can make a breakthrough. They will feel disappointed, I think, if they don't come out with a victory. They'll feel a bit thwarted by the weather, of course, which cost them 20 overs this morning, and that could prove crucial. We got Watt bowling once again from the sea end. He bowls, and that's left alone by Ali Orr as a seagull swoops across the ground and quite low above some of the players' heads. I remember, was it Ben Brown who hit a seagull straight
wow.
with a shot? Oh no! I tell you what. Oh, was that one scooped? Comes off the comes off the face of the bat and out onto the leg side, offside. There's no run. No, I tell you what, I think it might have been a opposition player, and Ben Brown was the wicket keeper, and put his gloves to his face when he saw what had happened to the. I think it was a seagull, and was about sort of just to the right of the umpire, and big booming drive caught him, as this one is defended a bit shorter and defended out into the offside.
I reckon the seagulls are flying quite low. They've eaten too many chips off the beach.
That'll be what it is. Yeah, they can't. They're too fat to get high enough. They can't get hold of the thermals, or whatever it is up there. It's a bird, actually. It's flying very high up. Imagine they've got a wonderful view. As this one always just past the edge. There was a bit of interest from the close-in fielders, but there was nothing on the bat through to the wicket keeper. But this is good bowling, particularly from what Thompson at the other end is bowling very tight, but good tight lines. Tom Alsop has just discarded something.
I think it was a feather.
I see. So maybe that seagull was preening himself as he flew over. As Watt comes in and bowls. This time it's scooped round the leg side, backward a square. I'm not sure what that's come off of. It's come off of nothing. It's a bye. So it must have turned and bounced. I'm going to have a look at that on the replay. But I thought he might have tried to flick it round the corner, or it's come off his hip. But no, apparently that's missed everything. I'll have a look at that before the final ball. He went to sort of swing it away, actually, but nothing off it. So a bye that they ran in the end. As Watt comes in for the final ball of this over. A reverse sweep, big appeal for LBW. The umpire says no, he must have been outside the line of off stump, I reckon, unless it was going to turn so much it'd be going down leg, which I'd be surprised. But so the end of that over, a little bit eventful towards the end there. 94 for 1. 26 overs have been ticked off. 50 remain in the day, and Sussex need to get 248, so that is now just under 5 and over, 4.96 to be exact, and their current run rate is 3.62. So so Derbyshire really are applying pressure, putting the squeeze on with these two spinners. Billy Godalming has found a formula that is very much working at the moment.
It looks
mind you, we're going to get a change of bowling, just let's say that. I suppose they can't bowl unchanged all the time, can they? They've got to have a bit of a break.
So Kerr to replace Thompson from Cromwell Road end. Just a little bit of change here, bring the seamers back on. After a little bit of spin, has just dried up runs. So batters will be looking to score here to just close the gap between the required run rates.
So just having a look at the field. There's a slip in, that's second slip position. There's a backward point, short extra cover, mid-off, mid-on, short mid-wicket, long leg.
Kerr left arm over, off, just outside off there, defended 2 extra. It's quite a standard field, really. Yeah,
there's also boundary riders out on both on the off and the leg side. One has stepped in about 10 yards, but maybe 5 actually, 10 yards where that boundary rope is. One's actually standing on the rope.
Yeah, it's quite a short boundary to
it is a shorter one on the leg side, isn't it? So,
Yeah, and if they hit a boundary, in again, left arm over, just all that one nipped in a little bit, defended well by Orr there to adjust to a slight nibble off the seam there, which is, we've got quite a good view here. I've been saying that we haven't been able to see the stubbles, but I can just see the outside offline there.
Yeah, no, I've got the opposite. I'm standing a couple of, one person probably aside from you, and I can see the other side of the wicket keeper. So we've got it covered between us.
Running in from the top of the mark, left arm over, just on outside off, defended 2 point. He stops for another dot ball, 3 dot balls so far. Kaz return from this morning.
We're bigging up the run rates, of course, and that's slightly tongue-in-cheek at this stage. But Sussex will be happy that they're keeping wickets in the bank, particularly when, of course, you get the build-up towards tea. So I think they'll probably have a target in mind with 32 overs left in the day. So we'll have to see what that is.
Kurt again, fourth stump line defended underneath his eyes. Yeah, I think with a run rate of this stage in the day, it's just important to try and keep in and around it. If it will ebb and flow naturally, but if you just let the run rate get away from you too much, and then you get into the evening session and it's a mammoth required, it's not what we want. Turning at the top of his mark, left arm over, just fourth stump line again, defended back to mid-on. He comes around and picks up for a fourth dot ball in the over. Because only one behind at this rate.
Yes, the over rate's pretty good, and it's just going to be about how we're set up at tea. I think that's going to be the marker when we look at it and say
16 to 19 the home.
So update for our BBC Radio Sussex listeners shortly.
Then tonight starting mostly dry and clear.
Again.
Good shot through the leg side, this one from Orr, and it's going to beat the fielder to the fence. So 4 runs. That will relieve the pressure slightly. I know we keep saying that after every boundary, but and then it dries up for them again. But as you said, Chloe, just that's the sort of thing they need, just to get that boundary. And Tom Alsop there moves on to 17, so Sussex on to 98 for 1, and we've had 27 overs in the day, in the innings indeed. So yes, we'll be updating our FM listeners shortly.
I'm going to continue in the same vein. So yes, not harm to you today, reporting on the cricket. It is in fact Andrew Rayburn. Andrew, good afternoon.
Good afternoon, Sean, how are you?
Very well, thanks, yeah, and not quite the perfect cricket as it was for Adrian yesterday. Still, it seems to be holding off as far as the rate is concerned.
Yeah, we had an hour and 15 minutes lost this morning, but Sussex have been batting since then. They've moved on to 98 for 1 in the 28th over, and they are needing another 244 runs to win, so a target of 342 for them. They're going along quite nicely, but they will need to start upping the rate as the day goes on, you feel. 98 for 1, it's going to be tightly fought, this one. It's going to go all the way to the wire into this evening, with Derbyshire needing 9 more wickets to win. I can tell you that at the Oval where Surrey are playing Kent are digging in and denying the Surrey bowlers at the moment. 198 for 2 Kent, so Surrey need to take 8 more wickets in the day to force victory in that one.
Andrew, thanks very much, and we'll keep you updated throughout the course of the afternoon.
He's done incredibly well to sweep that, reverse sweep that from outside leg there.
Yes, and Sussex 99 for 1, so with a single there. Sorry, I've managed to encase Chloe in the cables, because I had to move to get to in front of my computer screen to get to the Surrey Kent score, which I read out for our listeners, of course. Both BBC Radio Sussex and BBC Radio Surrey on our FM frequencies. So we're deep into the 28th over now. Sussex 99 for 1. And Watt bowling from the sea end to Ali Orr is on 55. He just drops anchor on that one and pushes into the ground and picked up by the wicket keeper. Wonder what figure Sussex would want to be on at tea before they start to think about maybe a bit of a quicker onslaught, turn it into a bit of a T20 match. As Watt comes in and bowls to Orr, and Orr covers up. No run, so at the end of that over, they are 99 for 1. And yes, it's all tight at the moment, although we did have that boundary a moment ago. But yeah, so what have we had from the last 5 overs? Just the 8 runs from the last 5 overs again. So, you know, the boundary is just really the very minimum that Sussex are requiring in each over. But 48 overs left in the day, and So that's 16 before the tea interval, and of course, I say wickets in hand, which Sussex will be delighted with. When you've got the people of the attacking quality of people like Mohammed Rizwan and Delray Rawlins to come, then they are able to change things.
Yeah, absolutely. Here they just need to keep on hitting the ball out to the sweepers because there's huge gaps. And just to take a single. There
A simple single.
Just to keep it just ticking over. Kerr remaining from the top Cromwell Road and just at the fourth stump line, hit out to deep cover. They've just taken a single from it.
Yeah, very nice shot off the back foot actually, that one, and fielded out on the cover boundary and taken just a single. That's, if you're going to bowl there, you do need obviously that boundary rider out there, and with you've got people covering the boundary rope on both sides of the wicket, and for the flick off the hips down towards fine leg.
Yeah, absolutely.
So they're the three men on the boundary, the rest are all in.
Deep cover has just been brought up though. So
there's a man now out at...
got two catching mid-wicket, so this could either be...
We're going to get some funky field positions now, I think.
Yeah, I'm guessing a short ball, unless it's a double bluff hit.
There's also a man now out right on the boundary on the
and again,
wide long off.
Very big in swinger there. It's hit the pads. Huge shout from Derbyshire, but none given. Yeah, so Kerr's just done very well there, just to swing the ball. Massive amount of skill to be able to swing the ball so he's just swung it into the left-hander, bringing in those catching mid-wickets if it just doesn't quite get in the right position. Or just collecting himself, facing the next ball where Kerr's running in just on his legs. It's worked to one of the two catching mid-wickets, picks it up, cuts it off for another dot ball. So it looks like Kerr's plan now is just to keep getting it in at their legs here.
Yeah, it's very much a middle and leg kind of field, with some options in the ring on the offside if he bowls a little wider.
Okay. In again, just middle stump line. Played out to deep square. Here comes, picks it up. They take casual single from it.
It's easier to say that, isn't it, rather than a simple single?
Yeah.
Casual single.
Casual single.
Is there a difference between a casual single and a simple single?
I don't know.
Probably not.
Probably not. A no stress single.
A no stress. Hakuna Matata. So now we've got slightly different fields for both for the two batsmen now. Allsop's got a man out on the cover point boundary as well as the man out wide long off.
Kurt just running in from the top of his mark, left arm over, outside off, bottom edge, and it's actually been clipped down to fine leg there. He just sends it back in for another single there.
Could have easily have clattered into the stumps and didn't, but went down to the man at, as you say, at fine leg.
Yeah, bit of luck there for Orr, just getting his bottom edge.
You also see those, don't you? Some of those go for four, so I think Derbyshire could be grateful as well. It was only a single.
This is very true. Kerr turning out the top of his mark from a Cromwell Road end. And that's just on a length. That's nipped back into Orr.
Yeah, he was a little bit late on that, wasn't he?
Was.
Suddenly hurried onto him a little bit.
Yeah, it just seemed into him a little bit.
Right, now we've got our buttons. One of them is a bit temperamental. It keeps, every time we try and turn it back on, it stays off, and every time we try and turn it off, it stays on. Dave has joined us after his stint of talking to his BBC Radio Derby colleagues, and
mostly about sausage and mash and cake.
Your thought on the current position? Sussex 102 for 1.
There's no tension, is there? There's no tension at all at the moment.
It's been taken out of the game somewhat, hasn't it?
Well, yeah, I mean, Sussex can't win now. And Derbyshire don't look like going to take many wickets. They're that inside edge apart. The leg before wicket shout was clearly going down leg side, and that's what the signal was from umpire Graham Lloyd at the far end, straight away.
So we're going to see Watt bowl from the CN once more. 9 overs, 3 maidens, 0 for 18. His current figures, comes in left arm. Then Allsop again, just trying to get to the pitch of it, pushes it out towards mid-on. And it is the spinners they've struggled with, Sussex, isn't it? They've bowled very tight lines and
2 and over.
Been good fielding position set for them as well. Watt will come in and bowl. This time it's on the hips and hit out towards the man at deep square leg who collects, and there'll just be a single. Do you get the feeling that, I mean, Derbyshire have just dropped the field out slightly, haven't they, with boundary riders in the last few overs? And
they've only got 2 out, haven't they? They've only got 2 out at the moment, 1 on each side, which I think makes sense to stop if the ball is played square. Everybody else, that man at, I'm not sure what that man at 45 backward of square is about.
Pushed out into the offside, this one, for no run. Yeah, I'm just thinking, obviously, before sort of either side of lunch, they didn't really have too many men out on the boundary, but...
no, they did leak a few runs, didn't they? What was it? Straight after lunch, I mean, they were scoring at a phenomenal rate. Sussex, but that has been completely dried up now.
As Watt comes into bowl to the half-centurion Ali Orr, who hits this one through mid-wicket. It's uppish, it's going to go towards the boundary rope. Will it be called in? No, it won't. And that will be relieving some of the tension from a Sussex perspective. Good strike from Ali Orr, who's looking in decent nick. 60, Faber's last words, 60 not out off 95. But again, his strike rate has dropped dramatically since lunch as well.
Well, he was almost a run a ball, wasn't he, up to 50? Didn't think we'd see Shan Masood dive there.
Yeah, he's the man out at deep mid-wicket as this one is just defended by Orr.
It's the fact there's only 46 overs left now. It's hard to see how Derbyshire are going to force a victory here now.
If we'd had, I mean, I don't want to bring up the follow-on again, but if we'd if they declared,
you're absolutely right.
But if they declared overnight, let's say, and we'd had the full day, if we'd had the extra 20 overs, may that have made this position a bit more interesting?
Yes,
but
they still shouldn't have. They should have enforced the follow-on for me.
And come round the wicket to the left-handed batsman, now the left-arm spinner, and this one is on his hips as a result, so it's been clipped out by Orr. Takes another single, moves on to 61. He'll retain the strike at the end of the over, 6 off that over, and he's on 61. Allsop is on 21. Sussex 100 for 1, so they've gone to 106 for 1. I can't read that.
I might still be proved wrong, and I'm sure that Derbyshire, when I speak to Mickey Arthur at the close, no matter, well, if they haven't won the game, he'll say, well, we couldn't really enforce the follow-on for whatever reason, but just sent out completely the wrong message. And yes, I know the games at the Oval and at Trent Bridge, the side that enforced the follow-on didn't pick up any wickets. In fact, Middlesex are just 5 behind Nottinghamshire now at Trent Bridge. That's a terrific effort, 170 without loss.
But you're right, though, that it is about the signals that are sent out, and whether you believe you can go and win it from that position.
Kent 210 for 2. They still trail by 132 for goodness sake.
Sorry, his total was mammoth, wasn't it?
Ridiculous, absolutely ridiculous. Here's Hayden Kerr from the Cromwell Road end. There's a play and a miss from Ali Orr. Just basically dangled his bat outside the off stump. There's no kind of shot at all from Alistair Orr.
Seemed to beat him on the inside edge. I think
it's a poor shot. No foot movement, bat a long way from his body. Poor. And we'll just give Hayden Kerr a little bit of encouragement the last thing that the Sussex batsmen need to do now is give the Derbyshire bowlers any encouragement, because they will be starting in the back of their mind to, when they look at that scoreboard and it says 45 overs and 5 balls remain in the day. You're not going to get more than 47, certainly, as this next one is crashed away into the offside towards the cover boundary by, or it's been chased down by Anuj Dal, who's very, very quick, and they come back for a second comfortably enough. He played that shot nicely, just rocked back into the leg side and cut it out towards the cover boundary. He moves on to 63 and Sussex 210 for 1.
Why do you think they took Thompson off when they did? Because the spinners in tandem seem to be...
Yeah, they were doing okay, weren't they?
Seem to be doing all right.
Yeah,
I mean, I know they can't bowl unchanged all day, but I think maybe just variety, perhaps, to bring Kerr back in.
Kind of blast with Kerr. Perhaps they thought the ball was just still hard enough for him to do something, and he has swung it a little bit, hasn't he? That one's pushed out into the offside and fielded by Lewis deployed. There's a 12th man on at the moment. Trying to work out. I assume it's... the man who normally fields at slip, who will be Wayne Madsen, who's gone off. We've got Ben Aitchison on at slip, which is an apposite time to mention that his mum Denise is listening. Denise is listening in Greece, she informs me.
Very nice
just
too.
Good to see Ben back on a cricket pitch. Hasn't played all season. The back injury. He's waiting now at first slip as Kerr bowls, and it's defended by Orr back down the track, and it'll be picked up by Lewis Rees at mid-on. We've got those 2 men in at mid-wicket. A number of times you see the mid-wicket called, and more people in at mid-wicket than there are at slip at the moment. But I'm not sure how many times the ball has gone past the bat. Not a huge number with these balls that we're playing with this season. That, and ironically, given we've had rain today, how dry it's been, as Kerr is in again, and that one hurries him a little bit. He gets a thick outside edge down towards a wide third man. Dahl's chasing. He slides, picks up and returns the ball. But by the time he's done that, the batsmen have got back for 2 more, and all moves to 65, 112 for 1.
Yes, I appreciate you've obviously said that the game has slowed to almost a walking pace now. There will come a point where Sussex at tea will look at what they might need to get in the evening session and whether they want to chase it or not. And I think it will be those conversations had in both dressing rooms at the tea interval that will prove crucial.
Next delivery from Kerr is driven straight to the left of the mid-wickets as we look. Shan Masood.
The 2 mid-wickets.
Yeah, the left mid-wicket. Probably a right mid-wicket, because the way he would be right as he was looking at the batsman. No run anyway. This is the end of the over, 112 for 1. T will, of course, be at 20 to 4 because it can't move on the final day. So what are we now? 45 overs remaining. Ordinarily, we'd be 13 overs away from tea. So it should be around that time. And Alex Thompson's going to come on now from the sea end. I do love a good hand signal.
I should point out, it's about tea
that was all
and coffee.
Yeah,
nothing rude from the press box.
We weren't gesturing at each other. So here's Thompson, 10 overs, 3 maidens, 0 for 24, Mark Watt. That spell straight after lunch. Really nice spell from Mark Watt as well. Probably
very unlucky not to get a wicket.
Yeah, probably deserved better, really, in terms of wickets. I think you're right, Andrew. So well, Thompson got his wicket from the Cromwell Road end. His wicket, the wicket, when he trapped Tom Haynes' leg before. He was deep in conversation with Billy Godwin, his skipper, as he formulates a cunning plan. Well, we hope it's cunning from a Derbyshire perspective.
More cunning than a professor of cunning and all that.
From Cunning University.
Exactly. A fox that's just been made professor of cunning at Oxford. Yes, at Cunning. Yes. Anyway, with apologies to Richard Curtis.
Yes. Although that series got better when Ben Elton was helping him.
Well, that's very true. Yes, the first series was a pretty.
It was dour, wasn't it?
Yes. And that was when Rowan Atkinson was doing some of the writing, I think, as well. So.
I'm wearing that silly hat.
And yes, and Ben Elton came in, and the rest is history.
Isn't it?
So we're going to see Thompson from the CN round the wicket, right arm, a bit of a leading edge, and it's just gone on backward a square beyond the dive of the slip, and for a single. So there's a bit of encouragement for Derbyshire in that one.
Well, Thompson makes sense because he's going to be turning the ball away from the left-handers. So it makes sense that he's bowling. Then when the right-handers come in, if and when they come in, I know Derbyshire have got 6 left-handers in their batting lineup. You bring the left armour on to turn it away. But a good start for him there.
Bit of a conference going on between captain and bowler.
We'll see a lot of that this afternoon, I think.
We might see it a lot in the evening session if Sussex get a move on. They might do it for time reasons rather than tactical reasons. As Thompson prepares to amble in past the umpire, and rather extravagant kind of half lead from Orr through to the wicket keeper. Yes, considerably taller than the umpire, isn't he, Thompson?
Oh yes, 6'5", 6'6".
Yeah, he's a big man. He's very close to the umpire and then goes wide of the crease, and this one is hit into the ground and up into the air, and no run taken. And he's generating a good kind of angle of delivery, isn't he? Angle of release with that the way he comes in tight to the stumps and then skips wide.
Trying to surprise him by hiding behind the umpire, but it's not working.
So he can't hide behind anyone, I don't think, at that height. This time, Orr just drops his bat on it and there's no run. It's very difficult to go unnoticed when you're 6'5", as I imagine you would find.
Well, he must be taller than 6'5" because he's one of the few cricketers who I have to look up. Stephen Finn's another one. I've known Stephen Finn for a while, and yeah, he's taller than me.
Thompson back in round the wicket to the left-hander, left alone by Orr. Yeah, it's I'm only 5'9". I can reveal that, and so it's much easier for me to hide behind people, literally and metaphorically. This time, this one is going to be flicked out into the leg side and taken a single to end the over. Orr moves on to 64, Allsop 22, and the most important figure is the one in yellow at the top of the scoreboard. Sussex 114 for 1, and they have how many overs? 44 left in the day to try and find 228 runs from somewhere.
We see Anuj Dal from the Cromwell Road end now. Most of his overs from the sea end in the match, from memory. Picked up a couple of wickets in the first innings. Bowled nicely. He's only bowled 2 overs so far.
Yeah, costing 12 as well.
And that's quite that's a quite expensive full stop, but it's very expensive for Dahl because it's usually very economical.
Yeah, 2 for 40 off 19 in the first dig.
So, sides 12th men have been on for various reasons. Big George Scrimshaw with his fantastic tash for Derbyshire, making his way back up the steps. Looked like he was going to fall over then. Just as I mentioned him going up the steps, he almost came back down.
Well, I tell you what, he'd have come down from a decent height as well.
I wouldn't have been good. He's required for the final T20 match on Sunday.
Yes, should just point out as well, if you're of a Sussex persuasion, that BBC Radio Sussex on DAB radios in the county, so on your DAB radios or in your car or whatever, we'll have full ball-by-ball commentary of Sussex versus Essex on Friday. It's a sellout, so if you haven't got your ticket, then we're the only way you can partake of that one.
Well, in, and it's clipped into the leg side, the first delivery by Alior. He moves on to 67, filled it out there by Sam Connors, 115 for 1.
Sussex already eliminated from the T20 blast, but Derbyshire still going...
Joint top.
Going strong.
Yeah, 3 teams tied on 16 points at the top of the table.
Double figure. We yearn for double figures down this way.
Well, so did Derbyshire most of the time, in fairness. This has been quite a remarkable season. They've had more wins than defeats this season in all competitions, which is unusual. This one is a full delivery that's turned up towards wide, mid-on by Tom Allsop. Filled by Lewis Rees.
Sussex Sharks missing out on the knockout stages for the first time since 2017. Of course, they've had a finals day appearance or 2 in there as well, and so disappointing for the Sharks in T20. It's where a lot of their sort of player investment has got into as well. So
what is this finals day you speak of?
Well, quite.
Here is Dahl again, bowls. That's turned into the leg side by Allsop. And once Derbyshire have been to finals day. 2019. They were the last of all the counties to actually make an appearance there.
Ah, okay. There you go. If you've got a cricket quiz coming up, that's one to stick in there.
They were also abject in the semi-final and got knocked out. Won down at Bristol in the quarter-final, which was a terrific occasion.
Sussex went close a couple of years ago in the final, but came up short.
Again bowling to Tom Allsop in and bowls, and he's turned that one into the leg side. No is the cries. It's fielded by Hayden Kerr at a short wicket.
What did you make? Obviously, you were not on commentary at the time, but what did you make, obviously, with Allsop trying to use his feet to the spinners and trying to knock their line and length off, but it wasn't really working for him, was it?
It was probably the right thing to try to do, wasn't it? But they're both very good and experienced spin bowlers. Mark Watts played over 100 times for Scotland, so he's used to people charging him, I would imagine, as this one is defended by Allsop. But yeah, I mean, it's exactly what he should be, what the batsman should be doing. If they harbour hopes of chasing, they've got to keep the board ticking over, haven't they? At the moment, it's again not too many boundaries.
Just ground to a halt, isn't it? Since
just after lunch, we were saying if you get one boundary and over, if you need 4.5, if you get one boundary and over, it's not going to race away, is it? But at the moment, it's up to 5.25. This next one is cut away and fielded nicely there, a backward point by Ben Aitchison.
It's another good example, actually. I mean, I know he didn't quite get a good chunk of that, but a flashing blade, and he's just found the fielder. And I think there will be some frustration building up. Allsop's looked a little bit, like he wants to play his shots. He wants to keep things moving along, but 22 off 62.
Charles says he's painting Chesterfield football ground at the moment. I assume he means
on his own.
Well, I'm not sure if he's painting the ground or if he's sitting outside with an easel. I'm not sure which way round.
In a Jack Russell style.
He says whilst listening to us, he was jealous yesterday, but not so sure now. No, yesterday until 3:45, Derbyshire was so massively on top it was ridiculous, and now they're not. Time is starting to run out. 43 overs left in the day now for Derbyshire to get 9 wickets. It seems a little unlikely, since they've got 1 in 33.
Thompson to bowl his spin round the wicket to the left-handed Orr, who plays that up to mid-off where Godalming collects, and there's no run. It'd be interested to find out whether it's oils and watercolours or whether it's
emulsion.
As that ball is left alone, next ball is left alone by Orr.
No, he
hasn't
replied yet, so my guess is emulsion.
Right.
I don't know Gary. I know Gary, but I don't know him that well. So
we're all getting very emotional. With Thompson, 1 for 20, the only man to take the wicket so far. Just pauses. Now comes wide of the crease again, and this time it spins away once more from Orr, who lets that go. And they're always getting very interested, the close infielders, as Orr leaves it. There have been some cracking bowls in the Championship this season from players who have left the ball alone. That one this one's pushed out into the offside, there's no one. The one in the club game, Dave, a few weeks ago, where this guy hooped it round a corner.
Yeah.
I mean, I couldn't believe that. As Thompson comes round the wicket once more, and again a leave, which is Steve Smith-like.
Well, Lewis Deploy played no shot in the first innings and was bowled.
Then we had Alex Lees in the Test match. In the second Test match, I think, was it the first? Can't remember now. Might be the first. As Thompson now round the wicket bowls to Ali Orr, and Orr it jumps up, but must have been bat onto ground, I think, and then into the hands of the slip fielder. So Dave is.
If Chloe does a couple of minutes, I'll come back. I promise.
Okay. David's going to give an update to his listeners on BBC Radio Derby. He's got to leave the room every half an hour. That's not for updates. We've just insisted on that. And Chloe joins us once more. Chloe Brewer from the South East Stars, who was being grilled by a fellow press member at the interval about whether she's more of a batter or a bowler. And how did you describe yourself? A batting all-rounder?
Batting all-rounder, yeah.
Batting all-rounder. But you do bowl a bit.
Yeah, I bowl a little bit. I say batting all-rounder. I've had a few injuries. I've bowled in one match in about 2 years.
Oh, right.
So I'm going to lean towards the batting side.
Yes. So I think Ben Stokes is almost in that position at the moment.
Dart from the Cromwell Road and just on a length that's been pushed to extra cover. They always say they're going to pop away for like a minute to do the update, and I see him in about half an hour.
Yeah. So the field that we've got for Dahl at the moment is one slip. They've given up on the whole two mid-wicket idea. Just the one short mid-wicket. There's a mid-off, mid-on, short extra cover, backward point, and then boundary riders on the...
Dahl again, Yorker there, dug out well by Alsop.
Yeah, boundary riders on both sides, and there's the man, the obligatory man at fine leg.
Yeah, but deep square is actually, I can't tell if he's in front or behind.
Square on, actually.
Yeah.
I'm trying to trace the line of the crease out towards... Yeah, it's pretty much... I think he's slightly in front, possibly.
Yeah, because earlier they were quite behind. But Dahl again, just getting it up there. Cut off well.
No, it's gone through him.
I thought he got a hand to that, but no, that is 4 runs. And that's just what Sussex need.
Yeah, it was struck very firmly. I mean, I was with you. I thought he'd stopped it, but I think he kind of dived over it. And because, and the interesting thing about it is, especially up the hill, there's it still kept going quite strongly.
Yeah.
So I think clearly he hadn't touched it at all. You know, he hadn't slowed it down either. So, so he must have just dived over it. But 4 important runs for Sussex.
Dart again, just on that middle stump line, flicked into the leg side. Deep square comes to pick it up, and they just get a sneaky single there.
Sneaky single.
Sneaky
Laid back single.
We've got all sorts of singles today.
Well, you can have a quick single.
Quick single.
And a casual single.
Casual single. Chill. A no stress single.
A no stress single. That's it. Don't get many of those these days, because if you don't only need to jog it, they tend to like to try and go hard and get 2. But Dave has returned among us.
Dart again, just outside off, being driven lovely through to deep cover. We want to, but I'll only get from a single from it.
I think that's important, even though clearly there was never going to be a second there because the fielder had picked it up. I think the intent still from the non-striker or the non-striker's end to turn and have a look just reminds the fielders that in a tight situation where then one might be able to turn into 2, that they are going to have to get a bit of a move on.
Dahl again, just off stump line, defended. That brings the end of the over. Yeah, it's for one-day games, because essentially you could treat today kind of like a one-day game. It's just pushing that first single hard so that if you see that there is a misfield actually, and you can take the second one.
Well, they used to say don't run on a misfield, but I've never bought into that idea.
It depends on the misfield.
Yes, there are different types of misfields.
Yeah, because it's a quite a niche fact is that it takes 3 seconds to run a single and 3 seconds to throw the ball in.
Okay.
So it takes I think that's right. Don't hold me to it, but it's around a similar amount of time to throw the ball in to get a single.
So we've got Thompson bowling from the CN once more, right arm with his off spin around the wicket, and it's just played back by Ali Orr. He's on 68, Alsop on 27. A bit of a grind for Tom Alsop compared to what he can do in some of his T20 performances. Made his T20 debut for Sussex, of course, having moved over from Hampshire, and then impressed so much that he was snapped up on a permanent.
The difference, of course, between this and a one-day game is the field placings. There's no restrictions.
Your voice has got a lot deeper,
Has
Chloe.
it?
Yeah. As Thompson comes in and bowls to... there's a little bit, possibly a little bit of a mix-up, as Allsop was sent back by Orr, I think, there. And I think Allsop is very much keen on trying to get a single. He wants to turn ones into twos and noughts into ones. And there's a couple of times where Allsop has been having to dash back. He's very keen. But yes, anyway, carry on. Fielding restriction.
No. Aside from that, I was just going to say that I'm not sure whether Alex Thompson was particularly appreciative of the throw at the stumps from substitute fielder Ben H's, because it bounced up and he couldn't quite gather it in. They're now having a look at the ball. Of course they are, because it's 35 and a half overs old.
It's pensionable age compared to a lot of the balls we've seen, particularly in the Test matches. New Zealand tried to change the ball the other day after about 7.5 overs.
I spoke to a Derbyshire player 2 days ago, said that after 15 overs the ball was like a tangerine.
Good enough to eat?
Probably isn't good, is it, if it's a bit squidgy? Like bowling with a tennis ball.
You've missed nothing, because they've been discussing the ball, as have we, as Thompson now comes into bowl, and tight line on middle and leg and turned out into the leg side. Again, a little bit of ooze from the close infielders, just trying to keep the pressure on the batsman.
They're trying to make it feel like there's a lot of pressure, aren't they?
They're trying to convince themselves.
Trying to make it exciting.
As Thompson comes in and bowls again, and this time it's pushed out into the offside. What I would say, listeners, is don't switch off, because it is exciting. It has the potential to be very exciting after tea if Sussex get a move on. I mean, funnily enough, they need 221. If this was the current England men's Test team, we'd be definitely talking up the target. But they've knocked off 122. They still need to make another 221. So that chance of Sussex's first championship victory since last April is receding, you would imagine. But 9 wickets still in hand as Thompson comes in and bowls, and it's a fuller one, and it's been played out into the leg side up towards mid-on. Then it's a single, which just allows Orr to keep strike. He moves on to 69.
I've got a Chesterfield painting update.
Oh, yes.
Well, David McCardle, who isn't the man who was painting Chesterfield's football ground, said by the time he's finished painting, Chesterfield's ground will have been relegated again. But Gary...
That's a variation on the Forth Bridge joke, isn't it?
Yeah, Gary, who is painting Chesterfield football ground. It's a roller and brush, he says, in the changing rooms. And it's a dry house, not been offered a cup of tea all day. It wouldn't have happened at Derbyshire. They are painting contractors.
Right.
So...
Nothing to do with
Picasso. No pastels. So we're going to see Lewis. Are we? No, we're not going to see Lewis.
Sam Connors.
We are going to see Sam Connors. Hasn't bowled for a while. Sam bowled 4 overs.
4 overs.
With 21 first up. 30 wickets in the championship this season, or something like that. 30 wickets in the championship this season. In and around that kind of area, certainly. I'll double check. Because clearly I don't have a record of things like that. Why would I? Job or anything. Sam Connors has got 27 wickets in the championship this season at 40, which is a bit expensive, but he is the leading wicket taker for Derbyshire in red ball cricket, followed by Anuj Dal with 17, Thompson with 16. Saranga Lakmal's got 15. He hasn't played the last couple of games and won't play again until next season now, sadly. Nick has got 11. He's currently playing with the seconds. He's got 6, I think, but it's only his second game of championship cricket. Ready for over number 37. 40 to go, including this one. And Connors is in, and the first delivery just hurries up Ali Orr as he pushes it into the leg side, fielded by Sham Masood at mid-wicket. He is sharp, Sam Connors, and the quickest bowler that Derbyshire have currently got the 12th man's bib on, George Scrimshaw, but hasn't played championship cricket all season. Has been a key side. Durham at home on Sunday, the last game for Derbyshire. They do play India on Friday, don't forget. As Connors is in, and that one is, again, pushed out. Heavy ball into the offside, fielded by Aitchison. No run. India. We may well see Hilton Cartwright for the first time in a Derbyshire shirt.
Been rain.
Which will be good.
It's been rain at Taunton for the women's Test match. So South Africa's reply interrupted.
Here comes Connors again, pushed out once more into the offside by Orr, fielded again by Aitchison.
14 for 1, South Africa. In reply, well, they are 119 behind on second innings. England declaring earlier on 417 for 8.
Madness that they're only 4 days long.
Absolutely.
But then again, this is cricket, so why would you expect anything to be...
Got another men's Test match lined up against Ireland, which is also going to be 4 days long.
Yeah, I'm not a big fan. This next delivery from Connors is short. It's pulled over his head virtually for 6 runs down to fine leg by Alior. That's a remarkable shot. Down on one knee. It was almost a one-day shot. And Alex Thompson says, who's going to fetch that? Because I'm not.
Well, it's in the car park.
Yeah, it's gone a long way. They might need a different ball here. I think they probably will. The umpires are already signalling that they might need a different ball. All moves on to 75, 128 for 1 now. And that's the Derbyshire analyst who's going to have a jog round to go into the car park and see if he can find the ball.
Because there are some hospitality sort of tents just where that ball, but I followed the ball and it went over them.
Yes,
they're not very high, but they're it's either gone onto the roof of that or it's gone into the car park.
Mickey Arthur is also over there, but is rather than going chasing after cricket balls, has decided he's going to have a word with, I think that's Mark Watt out on the square leg boundary.
We can't expect a luminary of Mickey Arthur to go and fetch the ball.
Goodness me, no, absolutely not. I can't wait to speak to him at the end of this game, if I'm entirely honest. Anuj Dal's going off the field momentarily.
Yep, the umpires are convening with a batch of balls.
This could work for Derbyshire. That could be the worst 6 that's ever been hit in Sussex's history, because the ball is going to be changed now, and Derbyshire hadn't even asked for it to be changed. You find a ball, that's the thing, isn't it? The ball goes out of shape and goes soft, and then you swap it for another ball which is clearly in shape and harder. I think that this could. Well, I'm going to make a note. This could help Derbyshire.
Where do you stand in terms, when you watch the Test matches recently and whatever, in terms of fielding side? Oh, he's got the ball back now.
Oh, that's a shame. It's all the analyst's fault. Chris, the analyst, has got the ball back. What's he playing at?
It may be still out of shape, I think.
Yeah, Bookguest's going to take it and show it to the umpire.
They've probably replaced it with a tangerine. That's probably...
Yeah. The ball's been thrown to Lloyd, who's looking at it now, and I think we're carrying on with the same ball. And that is a shame. I'll just cross that out then.
Is he comparing it to another ball that he was given, or have they given up on that other ball? I don't know what happened to it.
I think Brenda's just taken her box of balls off.
He's not hurrying the umpire either, is he?
No. Well, they've got plenty of time, haven't they?
We've got floodlights.
Yeah, we've got lights. T's 25 minutes away, and ordinarily it would be in 7 overs time. So we're about on target as far as the interval is concerned. I'll let you get to the end of that question in a minute. Can you remember the question?
Oh, yes.
You didn't get to the end of it, did you?
No.
No, goodness for that. This one is left alone outside the off stump by Alior.
No, I'm just thinking with the Test teams who are trying to change the ball almost after every ball, they take it to the umpire once, it goes through the hoops and whatever, all the caliper things, and they take it back 3 balls later. There's got to be some point, isn't there, where umpires start saying, no, hang on a minute, I can't keep putting it through this thing. You've just got to come back to me in an over or 2, maybe, but not.
I did hear somebody yesterday saying you can show it twice, and if you show it a third time, it's a 5-run penalty, which I think is a little bit nonsensical. But Connors is in and bowls. That was turned into the leg side by Orr, fielded by Masood.
I mean, fair play, obviously, with Johnny Bairstow at the crease and whatever. You can't say that the fans have been shortchanged in those recent matches, but England won't play like that all the time, and
No, they won't.
for the benefit of Test cricket in particular, I do think that the over rate needs to increase, and you've got all the DRS in stuff that we don't have in county cricket. You've got, they come out with water breaks at every wicket because of TV adverts and stuff like that, and you just go, they need to be hurried along. Umpires need to be a bit more proactive in telling the players that they need to get on with it.
I'll give you that, but I would also point to the fact that we've watched county cricket that's gone on till 7 o'clock at night because they get the overs in. It's TV who demands that the game finishes at 6:30 so they can have half an hour of analysis before they go off to whatever they're doing next.
Yeah.
So, the game can only do so much. When it was on free-to-air television, they used to start at either 10:30 or 10:45 so they could get Hollyoaks in.
Yes, that
at
was
6 o'clock.
It was when Channel 4 took it over. Yeah, the 2005 Ashes. People forget that the days were starting at 10:30.
Which this one on Friday is. The India Test
match
is starting at 10:30. Yeah. Now, George DeBell of is he the cricketer now? I think he's the cricketer now. He was the ESPN cricket info. He tweeted this morning to say it was to do with trying to get more exposure for Test cricket. I don't know how that works.
Thompson comes in and bowls round the wicket, and then the attempted cut, which he misses Allsop, and goes through to Brooke Guest with the gloves on.
And also, so that the T20s on Friday night that are not impacted by a late finish, because there's a whole load of T20s on Friday night.
Sky are going to get very interested in those as the build up to the knockout stages, as Thompson comes in and pushed forward this time by Allsop for no run.
What do you say interested? I don't think they really care about T20 anymore because they've got that other nonsense in August. But because there have been T20 matches on this season and there's been no live cricket on, but they haven't shown them, and I don't really understand it.
As Thompson comes in round the wicket again, and this time Allsop again trying to get down shuffling a little bit in his crease to get to the pitch of the ball. And of course, yes, that nonsense, the 100, live on the BBC, everybody, in August.
No, on BBC Radio Derby it's not. We won't be mentioning it.
As Thompson comes in round the wicket and bowls, this time on the middle of the leg angle, turned in towards mid-wicket, and once again Tom Allsop is struggling to pierce the field off the spinners. Do you get the feeling there might be a big shot or two coming up from Allsop?
No question. I think he's desperate.
Thompson round the wicket bowls, Allsop again finding the man at short mid-wicket.
Play a big shot, but Thompson's bowling nicely here.
And also the mid-on and mid-off are set back slightly for injudicious shots. As Thompson comes in and bowls, and this time it's just prodded forward by Allsop, so a maiden over, which is not necessarily going to help Sussex in their quest, which is receding into the distance even further. Now it's about as far away as those seagulls are hovering above the flats at the Cromwell Road end of the ground. Sussex are 128 for 1, and we are at the halfway stage of the innings. 38 overs gone, 38 overs remain, and they need another 214 to win. So it's now looking like Sussex might, as the batsmen convene in the middle to have a discussion. It's either X or get off the pot, isn't it? At some stage, they're going to have to choose at which point to drop anchor.
I think they almost have. But then again, Derbyshire don't look like taking wickets, so see you at 10 to 5.
I was about to say maybe we're on for your early finish.
Yeah, I did. I know. I was even harangued. Well, I wasn't harangued, but somebody said something to me on the way when I was going to get my pizza. But it felt like I was being harangued. They think they can say anything they want to, don't they, people? There was a Derbyshire supporter.
It wasn't Mickey Arthur, was it?
No, it wasn't Mickey. No, a Derbyshire supporter said, "Oh, you're a bit less negative today." I said I wasn't being negative yesterday. I was just being realistic, and the sensible decision would have been to have made them follow on because they just lost 3 wickets in 4 balls. The momentum was all with Derbyshire. And then Derbyshire go in and bat. Billy Godleman gets out, and all of a sudden they're folding like a pack of cards to 127 for 7, and all the momentum that they had gone, and it was almost back in Sussex's favour. And then the rain this morning meant that they won't get a new ball tonight now, and I think they've missed a real trick, despite the fact that both the captain and others have said to me, no, we never at any stage contemplated enforcing the follow-on. I would have done it in a heartbeat, if I'm entirely honest.
And of course, obviously, although they added those 127 runs with the rain and that, they've taken 60 overs out of the game.
Yeah, they took too much time out of the game compiling those runs. But the problem was that once they'd lost a few wickets, they had to sort of slow down and make sure they didn't lose any more, because Sussex would have been in very much the favourites to win it. And Sam Connors bowling from the Cromwell Road end, and that has been driven gloriously by Ali Orr over long on for 6. That is a magnificent shot from Ali Orr. Perhaps they haven't dropped anchor. He moves on to 81 from 129 deliveries. That's his third 6. And Sussex are 134 for 1.
Yeah, that's what Sussex needed.
You've changed, Andrew.
Really.
No, we've done that joke once. We've already done that joke.
No, that was already done today, unfortunately.
We've done that. It was a good shot, that, wasn't it?
Yeah.
Really good shot.
Yep.
Sam Connors has got some thinking to do here. 5 overs and 1 ball, 0 for 33 now. Sam Connors, around the wicket he comes to Alistair Orr, who goes back into his crease and pushes it out into the onside where Hayden Kerr does the fielding. So it's 3.5 run rate, 5.5 required rate. So that gap's, I think that gap's in first class cricket. That's quite a big gap to score at 5.5 runs and over for 37 overs in first class cricket is that's a lot.
It's a big ask, yeah.
Yeah, it's a lot.
It's once it goes over a runnable, that's when it's going to be incredibly hard to bring it back, really.
But will that put any pressure on Sussex? Probably not. Oh, he smashed another one straight back down the ground as well, and that's 6 more. That's gone over the tractor at the far end of the ground. That's 2 6s in 3 deliveries by Ali Orr, who moves on to 87, and Sussex to 140 for 1.
I mean, if he keeps on doing that...
Well, if he does that too many more times, it'll be over before tea.
Yeah.
Blimey, that's huge. Absolutely huge. The fielder, I think it's Lewis Rees, has just emerged from behind the tractor, having got the ball back. That was massive from Ali Orr. Now the umpire is having a look at the ball. Umpire Lloyd, he says, well, it's sort of spherical. You might as well carry on using it. If he's going to keep hitting the ball as hard as that, we're going to be changing it every 5 minutes, so just crack on. Austrian twang. Guest is having a word. Oh no, he's not having a word with Lewis Deploy. He's taking Lewis Deploy's helmet from him, and they're moving the field around a bit here. There's a man gone out on the cover boundary, Shan Masood. Anuj Dal's in at cover. There's a backward point, and he's going out as well. It's Lewis Deploy in the fielding pads.
Just a change of angle here, so he's going to bowl now
go over the wicket
across the left-hander, so that he can't hit it back straight over his head.
Well, you say he can't.
He might be.
He's muscled 2 over the rope so far. What will he do with this one? 87 not out he is. In comes Connors and bowls, and he's swung this into the leg side for a 1 bounce 4. Backward of square, 16 off the over, 4 balls of it gone. And Orr moves on to 91. I'm going to have to get out of the way in a minute so that Andrew can commentate on a century for a Sussex player. That. Yeah, well, hopefully.
That also brings up their 100 partnership.
In 181 deliveries. A while ago, you'd have thought they were going quite slowly. Now, not so much. 2 rates required and actual are getting closer together again. And how many more deliveries Sam Connors has got left? How much longer Billy Godleman will keep faith with him? He's just had a word with him, and so has Wayne Madsen, interestingly. He's jogged up from slip to have a word with young Sam, because he is still relatively young. Most people inside the ground are, well,
not
No, absolutely. I've just had a quick look round and I've taken that back. So, 6.64, 2 deliveries of the over to go. And Sam Connors, well, just
Don't think
no.
they're happy.
The ball's gone out of shape, and we're not surprised it's been hit that hard in the last couple of deliveries or so. Graham Lloyd's showing it to Hassan Adnan because he's got the caliper through which it must pass. Apparently, it only needs to go through one of them. Mm-hmm. If it goes through one of them, we're all right. Then carry on with the ball. Anuj Dal having a little look over. It's going to get changed. Here we go. Ball change. Fancy that. 144 for 1. We did think we were going to get one at 128 for 1 when the ball was dispatched into the car park behind the media centre here by Ali Orr for one of his 4 sixes. And Brenda, she's got the overcoat on today, Brenda. She must be a bit chilly out there.
Looks a bit breezy.
Yeah, she's on her way, and she's in that book that was reviewed at lunch on, was it day 1? It might have been day 2. I can't remember now. I think it was day 1. It was day 1. I can't even remember the name of the book anymore, so it's almost pointless me starting that. It looks a good book. Sam on the gate, who is the best gateman and steward on the county circuit, he's in the book as well, as is Paul Weaver, who took us for a drink on Monday night. He's in the book. I'm sure Adrian's in it too. It'd be disappointing if he wasn't. The reason I'm talking nonsense like this is because they've finally decided which ball they're going to change to.
Yeah. They've got it now, though.
Yeah, and Anuj Dal's giving it a polish. Will this provide any more luck for Sam Connors, who's bowled 5 overs and 4 balls? He has bowled a maiden, but he's also gone for 43. And in this current spell, he's bowled 10 balls for 22.
It's a rough day in the office, isn't it?
It's not great. Andrew's found the book for me. It's called Field of Dreams. Of course it is. Of course it is. Very good it looked too. Available at all good bookshops, etc. And some bad ones. Connors has got the changed ball in his hand. I didn't think I was going to get to the end of this over, but here we go. He's on 91, is Ali Orr. Connors bowls to him. It's a full, slow delivery outside leg stump that, well, Orr has nothing to do with, and Brooke Guest did well to get across to his right to stop. He just didn't want him to score any more runs. And, well, he succeeded in that, but Derbyshire aren't going to win many games of cricket with deliveries like that. Alex Thompson is the designated clapper. Way to our right, there he goes.
Lots of encouragement from fine leg here.
You usually get one person who's charged with doing the clapping. In comes Connors and bowls to all that's on leg stump as well and turned into the leg side. There's Thompson to do the fielding. All takes a single to move on to 92. Allsop's got 27. It's the final ball of the over. 145 for 1. 197 more runs required. 37 overs in which to get them. Derbyshire. Well, they needed 10 wickets at 3:45 last night. And now they only need 9.
Yep.
And it's 3:30. But it's true, isn't it? Yesterday at 3:45, when they bowled Sussex out and had the opportunity, what they needed to do was get 10 more wickets. They've got 1.
Here we go.
Yeah.
We're playing musical chairs in the commentary box now. Bit of a shift around. So Orr is to remain on strike. He's 92 off 134. Also 27 off 73. Bearing in mind these guys have the 100 partnership. And I'm being rejoined.
Yes, I'll be doing an update for our FM listeners on BBC Radio Sussex and, of course, BBC Radio Surrey as well. It's always joint broadcast outside of breakfast and a few other programmes. So, yes, the interesting thing about the tactics in that last over, which did go on for a little bit with the ball change, is that it came not long after the two batsmen had that little conference in the middle. And I do wonder if the decision was at that point to say, right, let's target someone, let's target an over, and let's see what happens with Watt as he bowls from the C end.
Yeah, they might have just had a little discussion they're probably aware about the run rates just creeping away from them a little bit. It's just picking one bowler to have a big over if someone's comfortable, and the bowling in the slot.
Yeah, first ball was a dot, and what's coming in now, and a little bit of a swing and a miss from Ali Orr. Have I stolen your over, by the way? I can't remember now. I might have stolen your over here.
You're okay. I'll do the Comfort Road.
Yes, we got Watt bowling from the C end, as Dave took that last over, and it lasted about 10 minutes. And this one is pushed out into the offside. They're going to take a quick single. They're going to challenge the thrower, and it comes. They've got away with that one and come through for a single. They took on Thompson. That sort of short extra cover. It just shows, didn't it? Because there wasn't a casual single or anything like it. And if that had been day one, I think they would have turned that one down. But it just shows that they're still a little bit interested in this. Why not? 146 for one, but still needing quite a lot. As a reverse sweep comes out, and it's hit him on the pad. The wicket-keeper, Brooke Guest, went up straight away. And the bowler, his appeal was almost as an afterthought. Needless to say, the umpire was unmoved. I think, obviously, umpires will make decisions solely based on what they see. But at the same time, if the bowler is not that keen, I don't think the umpire will be either. Now, one from Alsop as he comes towards the pitch of the ball and meets it on the full virtually, and goes up towards mid-on, where he does take one of those comfortable singles, whatever it was we were calling it earlier, a no worries single. 47 for one. This one just dropped into the leg side for no run by Alsop, and end of the over. Two off it, so less drama. Sorry, the last one faced by Ali Orr. Less drama than in the previous over, which went for 17.
Yes.
And so they were able to afford to have a quiet one in that one.
Yeah.
And now Connors will come and bowl from the Cromwell Road end. A little bit chastened, no doubt, by his experience, but in that previous over.
Yeah, the required rate at the moment is 5.4, and they're cutting at 3.67. But if they keep on having a big over every now and again, they just keep on taking it deep into the game, deep into the evening session, they'll be able to. So Thompson to return to the Cromwell Road end. So this pair of bowlers again working together.
Yeah, so that Connors experiment didn't last very long, did it?
Unfortunately not for him. Thompson right arm round to the left and shuffle and hit it over extra cover, and that is 4 runs.
Yeah, Alsop was looking for that, as we mentioned earlier, looking for that shot, trying to just open his body up and play it into the gap over the field, and for 4 runs to probably the longest part of the boundary.
Yeah.
And
you could just see here the batter weighed up their risk and reward. To get the reward that they need to increase their risk slightly. But they're doing well to just keep on finding those boundaries. Thompson again, shuffle down, different result, extra cover cuts it off. It's a dot ball.
Definitely, I think there's probably a figure that Sussex want to get close to at tee. They would still need 191 from here, and we're only 6 minutes away from tee.
Yep, Thompson, and again off stop, that's been swept and over boundary. That's actually hit one of the floodlights, and that is 6 runs. So 10 from the over so far, 3 remaining in the over. So you can definitely see the change in intent just before tee here.
And this, of course, is before Rizwan and Rawlins and the like come in. So Ollie Carter as well, Dan Ibrahim.
Yep.
Lenham can score some runs too. Brooks, Finn and Hunt, well, I mean, Brad Brooks actually can score some runs. So these two are going nicely.
Yeah.
I mean, Rawlins and Rizwan are the two really attacking players who you would expect to have a dart after tea.
Yeah, absolutely. Especially with left-handers at the moment are now hitting to the short side, so they'll probably take it full advantage. Thompson again, attempted to drive, but he just missed it.
Going to give an update to our BBC Radio Sussex FM listeners again shortly.
Just as we're about to get back to our business on a Monday morning, not the case. Over the weekend, Saturday and Sunday, will be the better weather.
You're not missing anything at the moment, but here is our update.
So yes, it's Andrew Rayburn watching other things for us today. How's it all looking so far, Andrew?
Well, Sussex are still having a tilt at this target. They need 342 to win, and they've just scored another boundary to move to 161 for one. So it means they'll need another 181 from here. It's off with 35 overs remaining. So it's still a long shot, but they're going along nicely. These two, Alior 93 and Tom Alsop 42. Some sixes being hit to all parts of the ground earlier as well. So it's exciting stuff at the cricket, and you can get in for free for the rest of the day as well. As another shot comes in from a sweep comes in, and that's going to be another 6 runs to Sussex. So 167 for one. Meanwhile, at the Oval, where Surrey are playing Kent are 258 for 3, trailing by 84. So Surrey needing 7 more wickets to win that one.
You're not kidding about it raining sixes, are you?
No, absolutely. We had rain of the literal sense at the beginning of the day, which cost us 75 minutes and about 20 overs. But now, the ball is heading towards all parts of the boundary. Derbyshire can't keep the rate down, and Sussex are looking to try and create an exciting evening session. All 3 results still possible, Sean.
And the weather holding off too, which is good news now.
It is, yes. Still a little bit cloudy, but not too bad.
Yeah, 20 coming from that over.
Sorry, I turned the wrong mic off because we were standing on opposite sides with the cables crossed. Sorry, it's all going very well. Right, yes, you were saying
20 from that over.
20 from that over.
Yeah.
And so Sussex now needing 175. They're not quite halfway. And they've obviously well over halfway for the overs. So it's going to need some effort in the evening session. But I tell you what, you would not want to miss it, Chloe, would you?
No,
this is going to get very interesting.
Yeah, especially with all 3 results still. It could go either way.
All 4, I suppose, possibly. The tie might come into the equation, but Derbyshire will have to take a lot of wickets for that to become a possibility. As Watt comes in and bowls, and that's one's going to be a quick single taken on the leg side. There was very much a hastened but actually they pierced the gap quite nicely, so there wasn't too much panic there. But sometimes when you hear in the background you think, oh, quick single, but actually they were all right. So now we're going to ask about this ball now.
Oh, wow.
I mean, that hasn't taken too much tap. It took a little bit of tap in the last over, but the umpire said no, we're going to carry on with it. So Watt continues to shine it, and he's going to come in and bowl. His left arm orthodox to the left-handed Alsop is on 48. Alsop on 48, waits, reverse sweeps, and wind's bounced into the ground and into the hands of the first slip, who really did get, sort of assess it well. He really anticipated it well.
Yeah, he did well there to just read what the batter's doing and cut off, because that would have been 4 runs.
Not difficult either, because that reverse sweep by Alsop has been pulled out a few times today to varying degrees of success, it has to be said.
Yeah.
There is a man at backward point on the boundary, and deep backward point / very wide third man.
Yeah. Kind of in between, having a little bit of a...
I know, now we're going to have Godalmand come up to talk to the bowler. And
little bit of
slow hand clapping going on from somewhere.
Not sure.
That in the crowd somewhere about trying to get Derbyshire getting the move on before tea. Watt will continue to bowl from the C end. Just 2 balls in this over so far, and he comes in and bowls and put a bit shorter, and this time work backward a square. That's going to go down to the fine leg boundary for another 4 runs to Tom Alsop, but it's going to take him to 50. He gets a round of applause from the patrons at Hove. He moves to 52 from 83 deliveries, 6 fours and 2 sixes in that time, and he's been part of an excellent second wicket partnership, which has set up for Sussex the possibility, albeit remote, of a victory onslaught in the evening session. 172 for 1 Sussex, and they are now beyond halfway to their target. They need 170.
Yep, halfway. They've got plenty of wickets in hand here, so they're just taking this game really deep, so it will come down to the wire. So we're in for a very exciting afternoon, evening of cricket here.
Yes, and they may rue, I mean, obviously, you know, Derbyshire bowlers bowled tight lines, you can't argue with that, but they may rue that sort of fallow period of about 20 minutes, half an hour or more, where they weren't even able to take singles. Now, big appeal here from just Watts as it's wrapped on the pads, but it was high and going down the leg side, I would suggest. He turned round and was immediately bellowing towards the umpire, and then turned back and found that none of his colleagues had followed suit, which is always awkward when you're on your own like that. Watt will put that to one side, come in and bowl again. Yeah, Midland leg line turned into the leg side for a single to Alsop, who moves on to 53. And we now, having marked one personal milestone for Tom Alsop, getting to his 50, the attention now turns to Ali Orr, whether he can bring up his century, which I don't want to jinx him from a Sussex point of view. No doubt Derbyshire fans out there will be, yeah, let's give him the kiss of death.
Yeah, we're bringing everyone up, so they're really applying pressure all here, getting a little bit in his face, just getting a little bit unnerved.
Watt now comes into bowl to Ali Orr, who's on 94, or just plays that out into the leg side. No run, so the end of that over. And we are going to head off to tea. That is the final action of the afternoon session. So a fruitful one, really, for Sussex, particularly in the last half an hour, Chloe. They go to tea at 173 for 1. Well, welcome back to Hove for an exciting final session of cricket ahead. There's a tough ask for both teams to try and win this match, or either team I should say. Both teams can't win it, that's impossible. But either team to win this match. Sussex are 173 for 1. They are needing another 169 from the final 34 overs. And of course Derbyshire need to take 9 wickets. For the first part of this run chase, joined by the South East Stars all-rounder Chloe Brewer. Chloe, this is going to be very, very interesting.
This is very exciting, this last session. Sussex need 4.97 to win it, but Derbyshire need 9 wickets. So it'll be just a balance who will play their cards right in this last session to be able to take it, as all 3 results are still in play.
Would this, given what you've seen so far this season, would this be possibly the most exciting 34 overs that you'll have seen?
This absolutely is the most exciting 34 overs I would have seen this season.
We hope, anyway. And we've got some cricket coming up now with Dahl coming in to bowl to the left-handed Alsop, who's 53 not out. That delivery took me by surprise. Dahl, the last time I looked up at Dahl, he was busy just warming going through his pre-bowling warm-up, but he came in bustling in, and there's no run.
Yeah, these 2 Sussex batters really need to keep the momentum they got just before tea there. Just keep on ticking over here.
Now bowling from the Cromwell Road end, round the wicket to the left-handed Alsop, who covers up, plays defensively. There's no run. So, just to say, if you can hear a little bit of a buzz on our line, it's the effects mic. But we did eliminate the buzz, but the setup meant that you could hear a little bit too much from the chatter from the press box in the background. So, to preserve their modesty and their sources, we thought we'd better close it up as Dahl comes in and bowls, and Alsop is going to try. I thought he was going to try a quick single to backward point, but that would have been very risky indeed. So the situation on a personal level is that Alior is 94 not out, Tom Alsop 53 not out, and they will both be working towards the team, and at some point they're going to need to crack on with the scoring rate, which increased considerably in the last few overs before tea. So they will look to try and crank that up once they've got their eye back in after the break, although the break can sometimes bring a wicket as Dahl comes in and bowls. That's on his hips and clipped away for the first run of the session down towards deep backward square leg for a single, or Alsop moves on to 54, and Sussex 174 for 1.
Yeah, I should imagine these 2 batters will just get themselves back into their groove after tea now, and then really look to kick on this evening.
I noticed that Dave has worked out how to use the air conditioning. Turn it off and turn it on again. So we've got a beautiful air-conditioned commentary box at the moment as Dahl comes in and bowls, covered up by Alior, who is 94 from 141 balls, and Sussex 174 for 1, needing another 168. Be interesting to see which bowlers they might target, which overs they might target, whether they might look and say, well, get it down to 20 overs and we'll chase, whatever, and turn it into a mini T20. Because with Rizwan and Rawlins to come, and Carter, they're 3 T20 players, as this one is covered up by Alior.
Yeah, definitely. 168 required of 33, so definitely doable. Seeing as though with scores in T20s, you see teams get 200.
Yeah, but again, fielding restrictions and things like that, and red ball moves a little bit more. But so Derbyshire have the option, of course. If Sussex do go close, of putting fielders out on the boundary and things. It's you've got, of course, T20 is perceived as being all about sixes and everything else, but often it's the accumulation of runs through regular boundaries into gaps which aren't necessarily there in four-day cricket.
Yeah, this is true. It's also just not having dot ball, because we always say in T20 that dot balls, an accumulation of dot balls is almost as bad, similar to a wicket, isn't it?
Absolutely.
Dot balls are killers.
Going to get spin from the C end. Alex Thompson bowling to Alsop, and Chloe will guide you through this one.
Yeah, definitely. Thompson he's bowled very well actually so far. He's bowled 4 maidens in his 12 overs, gone for 41 runs with 1 wicket from them. Just went for a couple just before tea there, but that was the intent from the Sussex batters just prior to the tea break. So he's remaining right arm round to the left-hander. He's just shuffled down, played to mid-off, just takes a single from it.
Yeah, I think that was quite a nice flighted delivery from Thompson. But you got the feeling that Alsop was going to come down a little bit anyway, and depending on how he met the ball at the other end, he would decide whether to drive it or loft it, and he decided to drive it to the man, to Godalman at mid-off.
Yeah, I'm just shuffling along. I can't actually see anything. There we go. Again, just on the length, defended by Orr. Just returning to the top of his mark. Turns and then in he comes again, just drifting into the left hander. That's a huge 6. That is into the crowd, and he's taken on the long boundary. That will also bring up the 100. That is one way to bring up your 100, isn't it?
What a hit that is from Ali Orr. 100 runs from 144 balls, 11 fours, 5 sixes, including that one. And he has really laid the groundwork for this Sussex chase, if indeed they get to the wire in this one. It'll be a lot down to the efforts of Alistair Orr. 100 from 144 balls.
Yeah, that's definitely one way of bringing up your 100, isn't it? Huge 6 into the crowd. Who've definitely a couple more faces this afternoon.
I had to scatter after that one, though. The 6 that we would have heard about earlier, the umpires are just going to discuss that ball again, that went over the hospitality, hit the roof apparently, and of the hospitality, and ended up being fetched by the Derbyshire analyst from the car park. So that's what county cricket is all about, folks. I don't know if any cars were harmed in the making of that 6, but
I hope not. Mine's parked around there.
Yeah, mine is in that general direction. Mine's slightly behind the. Actually, I won't tell you where mine is. That's probably not a good idea. But I remember commentating on a football match at the Kassam Stadium at Oxford United, which is only 3 sides. So from where I was sat, I could pick out my car in the car park. Because when I turned up, I was one of the first ones there. So when I turned up and set up, I could see the car solitary, alone from everybody. And then when I turned around and the car park was full, I was like, actually, I can still see it.
Thompson again remaining with this ball. It's just on lap, defended by Orr. It's a dot ball.
We had that big 6, of course, in the second Test match at Trent Bridge, where Ben Stokes hit it into. I had it over a stand or up by the cameramen.
Thompson again just on a line that's been defended by Orr. Yeah, there's been some outrageous boundaries in the Test matches recently. You've seen one Joe Root scoop the other day.
Oh, he's done it twice, hasn't he now, Joe? I mean, I take the captaincy away from him. He's a different man.
Yeah, it's outrageous. Thompson again, right arm round, it's just on that length. Tried to work into the leg side by Orr, but a dot ball from it. 7 from the over, so Sussex are 181 for 1, or 100 off 147, and Alsop of 55 off 90.
Raining again at Taunton. South Africa 27 for 1. That's trailing England by 106 in that sole Test match there. Kate Cross took the only wicket to fall, staying out for 3, caught by Nat Siver.
They haven't had much luck at Taunton. They were playing when we were not playing this morning.
Yes.
But now.
Yeah, I wonder if it's the same sort of cloud that's on the same weather that's ended up down there. It tends to come the other way. It tends to go west to east. So, no is the answer. I'm not meteorologically inclined whatsoever, really. But we're going to have Dahl from the Cromwell Road end to the left-handed Allsop, and Allsop has gone to hit him. It's going to be caught, I think, and is. So Tom Allsop's innings comes to an end, and Derbyshire make the breakthrough. He tried to hit it through the leg side. He got a leading edge. It spooned up in the air. I was trying to follow where the ball was, because it certainly didn't go where Allsop intended it to. And Dahl makes the breakthrough. That's live by the sword, die by the sword for Tom Allsop. He goes for 55 from 91 deliveries. Sussex still with that intent to try and win, but that is a crucial breakthrough for Derbyshire as Billy Godalmand takes the catch. Dahl with the wicket, and with 31 overs and 5 balls remaining, Sussex have lost their second wicket.
Yeah, naturally, as the intent goes up, you're going to lose a couple wickets along the way, especially after that little interruption by T-Bear. Maybe just lost touch a little bit of where he was before T. He's just mistimed one. So Rizwan to replace him.
A partnership of 140 between Orr and Mohammed Rizwan, and now this is going to be the key battle of the day. If you've been with us from the start, then this is your reward, because this is where really this is the heart of the matter. Mohammed Rizwan and later Delray Rawlins against the Derbyshire attack. If Sussex are trying to chase this down, and you feel that Rizwan, who made a century in the first innings, of course, is going to be key. But we'll have to, we'll have to bear in mind that the Derbyshire bowlers are boosted by that wicket, and it's not like in. The other thing about T20, of course, is you're trying to bowl some funky lines and lengths and stuff sometimes, which can induce edges through vacant areas for 4 and stuff like that. This time, line and length, and will try and tuck batsmen up, make it uncomfortable for them.
Yeah, just consistency of those lines and lengths will just force a batter to do something they probably shouldn't be doing.
Mohammed Rizwan, 130 in the first innings off of 227 balls, a strike rate of 57. He's going to have to increase that if Sussex are to get near this. But he's in with Alistair Orr, who's reached his century, made up for that 5 that he made in the first innings. Dahl about to come in to bowl to Rizwan. And Rizwan forces that in towards the fielder at short mid-wicket for no run.
Yeah, but 2 things that batters will have to communicate now is their roles within the batting partnership, whether Orr will continue going hard out of bowlers whilst Rizwan gets himself in with a little bit more of an anchoring role to be able to keep up with the rate.
Yeah, you sometimes see that, don't you? You go, right, you're the new man, let's just get you in and then think about the big shots. This one's being tucked away by Rizwan to deep backward square leg for his first run, and Sussex to 152 for 2. 182 for 2. Sorry, yes. The sun on that board for the first time today. 182 for 2 with 160 to win, that means. And still to come, Ollie Carter, Delray Rawlins, Stan Ibrahim, Archie Lenham, Jack Brooks, Steve Finn and Sean Hunt. Dahl comes in now round the wicket and bowls to the left-handed.
It's just kept a little bit low there.
Yeah, he want to swing and miss it, and there was a bit of an appeal. We've got Brooke Guest up at the stumps for Dahl. Certainly to the left-handed Orr, try and keep him in his crease. as Dahl comes in, bowls round the wicket, and an edge played down towards the third man boundary. Whether it was angled, whether it was a genuine edge, tough to tell from behind the stumps, but it's 4 runs. That's the end result, and that's all Sussex will care about.
Yeah, definitely. He's just slightly opened the face there. Just ran it down past the keeper, because keeper's not stopping that if he's standing up.
No, that's very true. No slip in place. There was a man at third man. Yeah, he's just run that down towards the third man boundary. Very good shot, actually.
Very
when you
smart
see it from the right end, as it were. We are right behind the wicket keeper as we look, as Dahl comes in round the wicket and bowls, and this one is played into the mid-wicket region where there's no fielder stationed, and that will be a single for Orr, who moves on to 105, keeps the strike at the end of the over, which takes Sussex on to 187 for 2. Vital breakthrough at the start of this final session for Derbyshire, but it's still set up quite nicely, possibly for an exciting finish. But both teams are going to have to go some to win from here. If you had WinViz on this, I think the draw would still be favourite.
Yeah. Yeah, Sussex just have to keep on plugging away here to keep up with this rate, which I'm not sure what it is at the moment.
I can tell you that the required rate is now dead on 5, and the current rate is 4.1.
So just one between the rate.
The last 5 overs have gone for 40, so they're going along at 8 for the last 5 overs. So 155 off of 5 and over. As you say, in one day T20, that would be with 2 wickets down. You'd say, right, batting side favourite, but very different in whites with a red ball.
Yeah, definitely. Especially with the just lack of fielding restrictions, really.
Yeah, the left arm orthodox of Watt from the C end.
Watt's bowled ever so well today. He's bowled his variations really, really well. He's just looked to change it up so the batters can't really get set. Can't really get settled. So he hasn't gone for many runs at all. So Watt's come left arm over to the left-hander. It's just outside off. He's looked to beat slip there, but if that's the ball's ended up just beating his outside edge there. Dot ball. What gives the ball a little bit of a shine as it returns to the top of his mark. Pigeon's moving location over on the offside there. Well, again, just outside off, looking for him to get playing. Another dot ball.
Yeah, Ali Orr is keen to get the ball in just into play, isn't he? He's keen to just he's not worried about the first slip there. He's just kind of trying to guide it into any open space he can.
Yeah, again, just outside off, looking to play it. Dangerous thing with that shot is if he gets a slight feather on that.
Yeah, I think, if you were building an innings from here, you'd probably leave most of those alone. Equally, I think Watt's very clever. He knows that Orr is going to look to go for stuff outside off stump. He's not bowling that middle and leg kind of line at the moment.
Well, again, just outside off, and he swept that very hard out to the sweeper, and just for 1. Because that's what often comes up in conversation when we're talking about run chasers, and it's around 1 a ball, it's just hitting the sweepers hard. Because if they misfield it, actually, it's possibly 4. Just keep on rotating the strike is what.
And now you've got the left-hand, right-hand combination as well. So, yeah, milking the spinners.
Yeah, that's for sure. So Watt is going to come left arm round to the right-hander. Rizwan being the new batter in the partnership. He's just doing a little bit of gardening work. Move something off the pitch. What comes from the C end, just on a line that's been pushed a run here. Big miss. I'll just look for diving there to try and get a ball to the keeper, but I've taken a cheeky single there.
A cheeky single? That's a different kind of single.
We're going to see how many types of singles we can get today.
I just wonder whether they might have tried to throw it to the wrong end. It probably wouldn't have made much of a difference anyway, but I just wonder whether Rizwan might have been... I don't know, but...
Watt's come left arm over to the left-hander. It's just Put it up in the air a little bit, but mid-on cuts it off. Take another single, or remains on strike as the end of the game becomes. Sussex 190 for 2. They have 152 to win.
Yeah, good tumbling stop from Luis Rees to prevent anything more than a single. But again, you can hear in our effects mic that there was a definite caller. Yeah. And I think they will look to take on any singles they can now and
definitely
risk the throw. I mean, it's obviously, I don't know how umpires view it really, but obviously there's no technology to make tight calls, so tight calls might go the batsman's way. So that's slightly in their favour as well.
Also, the chance of hitting the stumps is actually pretty slim, especially from side on. If you can only see one stump,
especially for me, I find it impossible. But yeah, no, it's and that's changed in the game as well, and that's why some of these, you always talk about these run chases, don't you? No team has ever made 250 on this ground to win a match or whatever. That's why those records are sort of being broken, because in the old days, batsmen wouldn't have taken on. They wouldn't have been fit enough for a start. I mean, in all seriousness, and now they are just all sharp singles. And somebody like Johnny Best, his running between the wickets is phenomenal.
Yeah.
Thompson from the Cromwell Road end, left arm, right arm spin, so round the wicket to Alior, 107 not out. It's so much now that in that between the overs. I think this is mine, isn't it?
Yeah,
yes.
I think so.
Couldn't remember.
I believe so.
It felt like I've been talking so long. Thompson comes in round the wicket and bowls to Orr, who sweeps that high into the air, and it's going to be another 6.
Yeah, didn't get all of that, but he's got enough of it. Yeah,
and we're going to have to find the ball. It's behind one of the advertising boards. So he's found that right in front of the scoreboard. It's 6 more to the total.
Yeah. I should imagine Orr will go slightly harder from this end because he's hitting to the shorter boundary now.
He is. As a left-hander, he's got a little bit less to work with. There's 2 men out there catching, but they're not going to catch it if it goes over the rope.
I think we're going to have another look at the ball here.
Oh, good. So that's going to be... Yep, so the umpire is... They're going to bring out another box of balls. So we're going to get another ball changed. Dave needs to write another one down. Is that the second one or third one or what?
Third?
I don't know if you could hear him in the background, but it's ridiculous is the official verdict from BBC Radio Derby. So why we have that change of ball? Let's just bring you bang up to date with what's happening. I haven't actually ever mentioned any of the other scores, but we've had so much sort of excitement going on here. So here, Sussex 196 for 2, Alior 113 not out, Mohammed Rizwan 2 not out, and they need 146 to win from 29 overs and 4 balls. I can tell you that let's have a quick look at some of the other scores in this division. First of all, he says, so Glamorgan beat Worcestershire by 3 wickets at Worcester, and Nottinghamshire 551 for 8 in their first innings. Middlesex 376, and then they were forced to follow on, and they're now in reply 246 for 1. So they're going to look like they're seeing out the day there. Gloucestershire against Lancashire, match drawn there, 337 and 176 for 3, playing 402. So that's in Division 1, of course. And Northants 259 for 3 with a second innings lead of 305. We're back in play here with Thompson bowling, no run. Surrey 673 for 7 declared. Kent made 331, following on their 274 for 4. So Surrey need to take a few more wickets. Or sweeps this one hard out to the rider on the boundary rope, and a little bit of a fumble, but he does restrict it to a single. That's what you were saying, Chloe, about just finding those fielders hard, because he's right on the rope, but if that had hit his boot or something...
Yeah, if he slightly misjudges it, that's 4, unfortunately, for a fielder.
And also in Division 1, Essex beat Hampshire by 12 runs.
Oh,
in
wow.
That one. That was tied it up. And so, what have we got change in the field now for the right-handed Rizwan?
I think we're seeing a change of angle. Oh no, change of right hand, left hand combo.
Yeah, but
That's
I think there's, I don't know if the man on the 45 was there for Orr, but still two men out on the left leg side, and Rizwan just clips that out into the gap in front of the umpire at square leg, who dutifully moves out of the way, not very quickly, but just steps aside. And there is a single to Rizwan, and once again it requires fielders to shift around. which they weren't doing when there were two left-handers at the crease.
No, especially some tired bodies around the ground. Will be.
Yes, Thompson coming in round the wicket from the Cromwell Road end to Alistair Orr is 114 not out. Thompson comes in and bowls, cut by Orr out towards the boundary on the offside backward point. It's going to be hauled in, good fielding that. 2 runs taken. And so Sussex with 10 off that over, and they've reached their 200, which has been acknowledged by at least 3 people in the crowd. 200 for 2, needing another 142 to win. And yeah, it's going to be off of, well, it's going to need to be off of 29 overs.
Yep.
So, I mean, you wouldn't. When I say you wouldn't bet against them, I don't know, but it's doable. It is doable.
Yeah, it's definitely doable. We need about between 4 and 5. That's just going off the top of my head. I'm not too sure.
Dave will do his update for BBC Radio Derby in a few minutes, and then he'll come back onto commentary, and we'll see how he's feeling after this. He's still shaking his head. I don't think he feels Sussex can get anywhere near this. He's changed his mind.
What, coming left arm round to a right-hander? Just played it to mid-off. Just ran at mid-off there, so getting all back on strike. So the field has to change again. With a left-hand, right-hand combination.
Where's your money on, Chloe?
I'm going to put it in Sussex at the moment. Okay, sweep shot, and no deep square leg, so that is 4 runs. Yeah, it's going on Sussex at the moment.
Well, that's another boundary, so certainly
It's heading that way.
it's an interesting situation. This is back to what we were talking about earlier with the 1 boundary and over, and if you get that early, they got it off the second ball of this over, and they've got the single, so that's 5 runs. Suddenly you go, right, well, there's 4 balls left. We can try and, move it along from here, but we don't have to.
Yeah, exactly. Just keep on taking it over. Once again, just on the line, they've ran up mid-on, another single. Yeah, so cricket analysts, they amaze me. They just have so much stuff, and they come up with so much, just information, really. I think for a few years now, I can't remember what the initial conversation was, but it's about looking for that boundary in the first couple of balls, just sets your momentum for the over and then you end up getting a big beer from the over. Ball coming left arm round, just on a length that's defended back to him. Because if you do get that boundary in the first 2 balls, that's 4, and then you've got another 4 balls left to tick over singles. So without even really blinking, you've got 8 off and over. It just... again, just on that lap, defended by Rizwan. They've taken his cheeky singles, he's just pushed that to where cover should be. It's a very smart cricket there.
I mean, it's to the left of the fielder, but he's in quite close. I mean, he is in saving 1, is how you would describe it. If you were just trying to explain to people, that's why we talk about saving 1, so you can get an idea of where they are. But in this day and age, it doesn't apply. They're so quick between the wickets, and if you just take it to their non-throwing hand,
you can run.
You've got the single.
Yeah, absolutely. What coming in again, just on off, and it's defended by him. That brings the end of the over. Sussex are 207 for 2. Yeah, I always find out if you beat someone, or if you hit it to their weaker side, because you can just always get a single. We've got a girl, actually, we always stick her at point, but because she's ambidextrous, so she can throw with both arms. So in the warm-up, she has to warm up both arms to throw with, but she catches a lot of people out.
And how much do other teams, and indeed you about other sides, how much would they know about, you know, the strongest hand of certain players? You know, because obviously that does, you can take a quick single sometimes, you know, when you know about that. But we'll come on to that in a moment. So we're going to give an update to our FM listeners shortly. They're going to the weather first, so we'll come onto this delivery from Thompson from the Cromwell Road end, defended by Rizwan, who's on 5. You know full well that eventually, we've been building this up, that he'll go on the offensive. And you're just waiting. He's biding his time at the moment, getting in. But Thompson comes in and bowls, and Rizwan looked to try and take a sharp single as he just literally turned it into the leg side. There's never going to be anything there because the wicketkeeper was onto it apart from anything else. He thought about it, but again, I just wonder sometimes whether that's psychological for the fielders. You think, right, we are going to try and take these on sometimes. Be careful. Thompson bowling to Rizwan. Rizwan straight to the fielder at short mid-wicket. Derbyshire tightening the screws. There's the converse thing of what we were talking about there, where you score a boundary in the first couple of balls and it eases things.
Yeah.
Suddenly, when you don't in the first 3 or 4, it puts pressure on the last couple of deliveries.
Yeah.
As Thompson comes in and bowls, and Rizwan can't get that through the field either.
It also just sets a momentum for the rest of the over. If you've got a boundary, you've already got runs in the over, so it's not really much stress. You can actually just look for all those singles. Just keeps the flow of runs going.
Sussex won't worry too much at this stage. Thompson comes in, bowls to Rizwan. He turns it round the corner, and the man at 45 picks up no run. And they won't want too many maidens in this because it does push the rate up, but they are... Well, it's going to be an interesting one. It's under 5, the rate required. As Thompson comes in and bowls, that's a slightly shorter one. Rizwan clips that up towards mid-on. He'll come through for an easy single. He keeps the strike 6 that Rizwan is on, or is 121, 208 for 2, and you'll hear me repeat all of that in a moment when we give our FM listeners an update.
Yeah, I'm just trying to listen for when you're...
Yes,
for when you're in.
Sarah Thornton is giving the weather at the moment, which is fine. Speaking of the weather, actually, it's lovely again here now. It's the clouds are dispersed once more. It's blue sky. The wind is carrying the cloud. We can see that actually when we look up. Some of the cloud is on the move.
Is it fair to say that
Yes. Nice blue skies in comparison to what we had this morning. It's just like...
Yes, it was very, very miserable first thing with the covers on and the rain, and it's robbed us of 20 overs, but we're still going to get a good finish as Watt comes in and bowls. And that's swept round to the man at 45, no run by Rizwan. So I was just taking that ball because I thought we're going to come on to our update now.
with the latest...
Yes, thank you, Sean. Sussex 209 for 2 at the moment as they chase down a target of 342 to beat Derbyshire. They've lost a wicket since tea with Tom Alsop falling, but Mohammed Rizwan is now out in the middle with Alistair Orr, who's got to his century. 121 not out he is. Rizwan is on 7, so Sussex trying to create an exciting finish here at Hove. At the Oval, Kent are 277 for 4, so Surrey have also taken a wicket since our last update. They're going to need 6 more, though, before the close if they're to wrap up victory there. Kent trail by 65.
Thanks, Andrew.
Right, I've got no idea where we're at. I think it's yours, is it?
What? Yeah.
Is it, yes,
I can continue. Yes.
Oh, you weren't saying what? You were just giving me the name of the bowler.
No, just on the left as defender. I think I was what before the update and
That update's came just at the change of overs, so it got very complicated.
What, just turning out top of his mark, giving the ball a good old shine. In he comes again, just outside off, defended back to him. Just looks at it. There we go, he just turns to top of his mark. And again, getting through his overs very quickly here. Left arm over to the left-hander, he's just darted it into his leg there, he's just flicked it off Hazor out to deep backward square, he just sends it in, and we just get a single from that. 5 and 1 remaining in the over, so right hand, left hand combination means that fielders just have to keep on switching over every other ball when they rotate the strike. But what is going to come left arm round to the right hander, just drifting it into his legs a little bit. It's just flicked off Rizwan's legs to who picks out mid wicket, sends it back to the keeper, and that brings the end of the over. So Sussex are 210 for 2, or is 122 off 166. Rizwan 7 off 16. Sussex require 132 to win.
Yeah, so it's going to be an interesting, possibly an interesting finish. 26 overs, 132 to win, as Chloe said. She'll be back in 20 minutes or so. I turned Dave off.
Well, no, the right thing to do, turn me off in the first place. This is, this has got all the hallmarks of going horribly belly up for Derbyshire. 3:45 yesterday. Couldn't have been more in control of the game. 4:37 this afternoon. Sussex just about favourites to win it. If either side's going to win it, it'll be Sussex, won't it?
Thompson round the wicket from the Cromwell Road end, and or briefly thought about cutting it, but there's a good bit of turn there, and it's taken by Guest.
Wide.
Oh.
Signalled. You don't see that very often.
A bit harsh.
I thought it was a bit harsh, but yeah, wide signalled. Wow. Going to go wrong. It's going to go wrong.
And Thompson round the wicket again. Oh, an attempted swing for ball, which he gets nowhere near, and it's come off his toes, I think, and gone down to the gully region. No run.
He's almost got licence here, hasn't he, Alior? You do what you want, mate. You crack on. 13 fours, 6 sixes.
Well, he's certainly
just
seeing it well,
hitting.
isn't he?
Yeah, just keep hitting.
And with Rawlins to come, possibly Carter, but. Or cuts this one out towards the backward point, deep backward point boundary, taking a single. It'll be interesting to see who comes in next. We've got no clue of who's padded up, but they both will be. But Rawlins,
I'd send Rawlins in next, ahead of Carter and Ibrahim.
Yeah,
just because he could carry on like this and then send those two into shut up shop if you need to. I don't think they'll necessarily need to, if I'm honest.
As this one, Rizwan turns around the corner and gets a single for his troubles. He moves on to 8, Sussex to 213 for 2.
This is me giving advice to a Pakistan international batsman. He seemed like he was trying to hit it too hard. When he first came in, he was trying to hit everything too hard. But just get yourself in, which is why he's got 7 off 16. He was, if he can, try to overhit it. I don't think he was trying to overhit it, but he was.
Oh, Thompson's aborted his run up as he got to the popping crease.
He could just bat sensibly at one end while Orr's in the...
Well, Chloe was saying that's Orr's the man who's in, and as we speak, Orr taps that out into the offside and there's no run. Yeah, obviously Rizwan is an attacking batsman when he wants to be, and can bats at the top of the order in T20 and has scored a couple of 2 or 3 half centuries as well. But when you've got someone who's seeing the ball as big as Ali Orr is at the moment, it might be better to let him let rip, but he's choosing to let that one go through to the wicket keeper.
It didn't look much less wide than the one that was wided to me. if it is less wide, I don't know. You know what I mean?
And Thompson round the wicket and bowls, and that's going out to the gully region. There's no run, so 3 off the over, and Sussex are on 213 for 2. It's 20 to 5, so we are going deep into the day. 129 to win off of 25 overs, into the last 25 overs of the day, and the first of those 25 will be described by Dave Fletcher.
There's been a big meeting between Lewis de Ploy, who's the vice-captain of the T20 side, Wayne Madsen, who is the former captain of the Red Ball team, and Billy Godleman, who is the current captain of the Red Ball team, along with Mark Watt, who's only in his second championship match for Derbyshire. No idea what they were talking about. The man from the cover boundary, Sean Massoud, has come in quite considerably, so we've got a cover and extra cover mid-off and a backward point for Mark Watt, who bowls and is driven for 4 runs by Mohammed Rizwan. Once it had got past Billy Godleman, it was always going to go all the way to the boundary, and Godleman just trots to the rope to fetch the ball back, and that's the perfect start to any over where you need 5 and over to win. If you can get a boundary off the first ball, the rest of the over takes care of itself.
Well, yeah, and Chloe and I were discussing that while you were in the other booth doing your update. It's if you need 5 and over, getting a boundary off the first couple of deliveries, and then you can say, right, if the ball's there to be hit, then we can start to chip away at the rate, but we don't have to. And that's the thing, it's about pressure in this situation. Who can handle it the best?
And they're up with it at the moment. Last 5 overs, over almost 5.5 and over. As Mohammed Rizwan waits and Watt bowls to him, and that one is pushed out into the offside. They're going to scamper through for a quick single. So there's the 5 off the over that's required. Lewis de Ploy does the fielding. 218 for 2 now. Mohammed Rizwan on to 13. Ali Orr has 123. And they need 124 to win from the remaining 24 overs and 4 balls here. Derbyshire had to declare this morning to give themselves a chance of bowling Sussex out, but haven't looked like it, in all honesty, as Watt bowls. That's a slightly flatter delivery that's defended by Orr back to Scotland international.
One thing I will say that's in Derbyshire's favour, of course, is Sussex haven't won a championship game since last April. This is a team that has possibly forgotten how to win matches. So it's slightly unfair, but you know what I mean? Or might not know how to conclude a match.
One's down the leg side and tickled away, and they run through for another single. Well run there. Was it a leg bite? I think it probably was. 219 for 2. I just looked at the scoreboard and saw the scorer's light flashing, which suggested they were acknowledging a signal from the umpire. Leg bite, 219 for 2. Around the wicket to Rizwan, who clips a full-length delivery into the leg side. In off the boundary comes Sam Connors. The batsmen go through for another single. 7 off the over.
Speaking of lights on scoreboards, I was watching on Sky one of their reminiscences about English Test cricket, and remember the lights that used to be on the score for the bad light indicator on the scoreboards.
Yes.
That took me back to.
Yeah, you used to have 3 lights, didn't it? Once the 3rd light came on, you were off. Bowls, and that one is well skewed into the offside by Leo, trying to play it straight. Came off the outside edge of his bat, fielded by Alex Thompson at extra cover at 220 for 2 at the end of the over. Orr has 123. Mohammed Rizwan has 14. 24 overs to go, 122 runs to get. The equation's barely changed from the start, as the former Derbyshire man, Finn Hudson-Prentice, comes out as 12th man for Sussex. Mohammed Rizwan. I've noticed a lot of the Pakistan players do that, don't they? When they're having a drink and toweling themselves down, they go down on their knees. And it seems that they can rest about. I don't know if it's clearly to do with rest.
The second flag above the scoreboard.
It's gone. Yes, it was the Derbyshire flag.
The Derbyshire flag, is that?
They're ready for a quick getaway by the look of it. Yeah, I noticed that. I think they took it down at tea.
They were lowering the colours.
They were going to put a white flag up there. And they were looking for a towel to throw in the changing room at the moment. I think that would be fair. I have had a couple of correspondents send me messages. Thank you to Mick, who sent me one. I completely agree with his sentiment, but I'm not going to read it out.
Okay.
Well, no, it's
one of those, is it?
Well, no, it's to do with me. It's to do with me, and I appreciate his support.
You should wear it always.
Yeah, Big Clive says this is getting too messy to follow. I haven't got the nerve to keep the faith.
No, you've got to keep the faith. Thompson bowling now to Rizwan, who tries to play that up to mid-on, or does play that up to mid-on. No run. So Sussex need 122 to win from 23 overs and 5 balls. In comes a big hit now from Rizwan down the ground, over long on, and the umpire is going to signal 6. It's opposite end from us, but a big hit from Mohammed Rizwan, who is starting to come to the party himself now. And this is a time where Sussex might look to put pressure back onto the Derbyshire bowlers again. Thompson dispatched over the long on boundary for 6 runs.
Decent hit from Mohammed Rizwan. Gary, you remember Gary, who was painting Chesterfield Football Club, and he said it was a dry club because he couldn't get a cup of tea. I mentioned it. 5 minutes later, he gets a cup of tea.
There we go. The power of...
that's exactly what he says. The power of Fletcher's commentary.
Yeah. In comes the latest delivery from Thompson, pushed wider this time as Rizwan pushes it out into the offside. Yeah, so...
If I've achieved nothing else today, I've achieved that. I'm not going to be speaking to a victorious coach, I can tell you that for nothing.
So that's the Proact Stadium, isn't it? Or it used to be called... What's it called now? At Derbyshire, at Chesterfield?
Proact, is it called now?
Proact, it's the new one.
Yeah.
It used to be Saltergate, of course, back in the day. But, it's quite a decent little stadium, that one. No?
No.
It could be the...
it's called something.
Yeah, it's something like that. The iPro, not
Obviously.
Derby. I can't... Yeah. Anyhow, back to the cricket. And dropped into the offside by Rizwan, who just goes and collects himself. Michael Atherton used to virtually walk to square leg between each delivery, didn't he? And,
yeah.
Thompson now comes in and bowls to Rizwan. Rizwan looks to go back on and cut down towards backward point. They've taken 1. They're not going to risk the second. Good throw, really good pick up and throw. That one, that has saved a single, really. From Connors, it saved obviously a boundary on the rope, but the throw was good enough that it stopped the Sussex batsman coming through for a second. Such
a good fielder, Sam Connors. He hasn't had much joy in this innings with the ball, the opening bowler, but he's a really fine fielder.
Was he only on for the 1 over or the 2 overs when he was carted round earlier?
Yeah. Well, Derbyshire can't afford bowlers to be carted, can they? Really? I wonder if Thompson might be. Well, he only conceded 7 from that last over. It is exactly 5 and over for the remaining 23 overs for the 115 runs that it is the Proact Chesterfield. Somebody just told me. It didn't suddenly come to me. Here's Mark Watt around the wicket, bowling to Mohammed Rizwan, who sweeps him very fine. I'm not sure he meant to get it that fine, but he's going to get 4 runs from the first ball of the over. And he went for the sweep shot. I think he was trying to get that to sort of backward square leg, and it ended up going right down to fine leg for 4 runs up the hill, and that's the half-century stand between Ali Orr and Mohammed Rizwan off just 54 balls in 37 minutes. That's the pace at which Sussex are currently scoring 20 runs off the last 5 overs. That'll go up now with that boundary. And Derbyshire in a spot of bother here. 111 to win for the home side. Around the wicket comes Watt. That one's cut and fielded on the bounce by Wayne Madsen, who's fielding at backward point now. No sign of attack from Derbyshire anymore. There hasn't been a slip for a long time. And Wayne Madsen, who's usually in slips at backward point. Watt around the wicket. Rizwan just pushes it back to him.
The umpire standing at points at the moment just to make sure that there's no more than 2 fielders backward or square on the leg side.
I think he's concerned about the sun coming around as well, isn't he? The sun is right behind him there.
Yeah, the back of my chair's also seems to have gone.
Just wonder, well, he was trying to whip this into the leg side. He's got a leading edge all along the floor. Rizwan up to Billy Godleman at mid-off. Single is taken. A little pat on the back from Mark Watt for Mohammed Rizwan, because he knows that wasn't the shot he was trying to play. It makes no odds. They move on to 232 for 2 now. Rizwan 26 off 30. He made a sluggish start as he tried to hit the ball too hard, in my opinion. But now he's up to a run a ball almost. Or is it 123 not out? 13 fours and 6 sixes. Watt slip in place, bowls, and it comes forward and pushes it out into the offside. But it's fielded by Alex Thompson.
One of those innings so far from Rizwan, isn't it, where you almost don't, you think, well, how many runs has he got? How many would you say he's got? And you should say he's gone 26 now. You go,
Yes,
really?
I wouldn't have said 26, but no, you're right. 26 off 30, good effort, 2 4s and a 6. Watts in, bowls to Order, just stands and pushes this out into the offside. They got 5 off the over, so they didn't really need to take any chances with that final delivery from Mark Watt. There are 22 overs to go in the day. No early finish here at Hove today. 110 runs required now from those 22 overs. Ali Orr is 123 not out. Mohammed Rizwan 26 not out. Sussex 232 for 2.
It'd be a brave Billy Godderman now, wouldn't it, to go up to the Sussex batsman and offer a hand?
I think they might turn his back on him. They might turn his back on him. I wouldn't put it past Billy to try. He has some strange idiosyncrasies. The character, the Derbyshire skipper.
So we're going to see Thompson continue from the Cromwell Road end with his off-spin, right arm off-spin to Rizwan, who tries to force it away up the pitch but doesn't get hold of it. And Thompson collects.
Might have been a word from Thompson there.
You're going to need a bit of needle in the last hour or so in this match. The Derbyshire bowlers, I think, they're going to need to inject some spice into it.
We're heading for a 6:30 finish.
Change of field. The slip now going to 45 on the offside, and then the man at deep backward point going square up as Thompson comes in and bowls, and Rizwan works that almost on his knees straight behind him for 4 runs. Wry smile on the faces of the Derbyshire fielders. They can't work out how that's happened.
That was a brilliant shot when Madsen collecting the ball. Big grin on his face. It's the kind of shot that you'd see Madsen play in a one-day game. Absolutely brilliant from Mohammed Rizwan. One thing I will say, there will be no more than 16 overs in the last hour.
Yes.
They will make sure you can forget about minimums. There will be no more than 16 overs in the last hour.
Yeah, so that shot was the ball was a little bit short, and Rizwan waited for it and just
beautiful,
guided it just past the wicket-keeper for 4 runs. Thompson comes in now and bowls, and this time Rizwan tries to force it up through mid-on, but good diving stop means that there will be no run.
And for the case, just to be accurate, nothing if not accurate. The Pro Act isn't the Pro Act anymore. It's called the Technique now. Goodness knows. Chesterfield's home ground. We should have stuck with that in the first place.
As Thompson comes in and bowls to Rizwan. Now a big appeal. They fancy it, but Guest is almost on he's on his knees, exhorting to the umpire, but nothing doing there.
Signals it was going down leg side, which was my first reaction, but seemed to hit him on the full. Although we've got to look through Brooke Guest and Mohammed Rizwan to guess that.
The talk about new football stadiums. That is the benefit, if you consider it a benefit of a new stadium, is you can have it sponsored without too many complaints. And so it doesn't have a sort of a standby name, does it, in the same way that...
No, but the other problem with that is that, I live in Horwich, which is where Bolton Wanderers Stadium is, and we call it the Reebok still. Hasn't been the Reebok since for about 10 years.
Yeah, and same with Wigan as well.
Yeah.
Whether it's the JJB or the JD or DW or various names. Anyway, other sports retailers are available. This time driven by Rizwan, but can't get beyond the man at short mid-wicket. Missed out a little bit
not
there.
Not many. I think you mentioned most of them there.
Yeah, probably covered myself, haven't I? Before we get on to Newcastle.
Yes, I'm sure there are many others.
But, of course, there is plenty of title sponsors in cricket. As Thompson comes in and bowls, and Rizwan will flick that round through backward square leg for a single. We're at the First Central County Ground here at Hove.
Nicely done.
And playing in the LV County Championship. It's a long way from
Tipperary.
yes,
yeah.
from back in the day when I think I remember the AXA Equity and Law League. That's how far I go back.
I remember when Schweppes were sponsoring the county championship.
Are we allowed to do this on the BBC?
I don't think we are really now. I think we've mentioned nearly every commercial company in the world so far, so I think we've got away with it. Anuj Dal's just having a little bit of treatment of some description from the Derbyshire physiotherapist there, and at the same time, Leas Deploy has removed his fielding pads, so we're not going to see a short leg for the foreseeable future, I fancy. And not that we've seen one in recent times either. And slap, bang, in the middle of the pitch as Mohammed Rizwan gets either a drink or some advice from Finn Hudson-Prentice. I'm not sure what kind of advice Finn can give Mohammed Rizwan about batting, although he's a fine player and made 99 on his debut for Derbyshire. Finn Hudson-Prentice, I'm pretty sure Mohammed Rizwan knows what he's doing. In the middle of the pitch, Ali Orr was kneeling down on one knee.
Yeah, I wasn't sure what that was about.
Whether he was just stretching a hamstring out or a calf or whatever. There are other muscles in your leg, I'm sure, but I don't know what they're called.
No, and I've never used them. So.
No, me neither. I don't think I'd ever strain a hamstring. Is it me?
Yes.
Is it? Okay, Mark Watt bowling from the C end, and Mohammed Rizwan wants a single here, and he's going to get one as well as he clips it up to Lewis Rees. A sort of tip and run from Mohammed Rizwan. Yeah, I must see if I can track Finn Hudson-Prentice down at the end and say, what on earth were you saying to Mohammed Rizwan? He did call for a cap in the first innings, Mohammed Rizwan, and was immediately told by the umpire that you cannot bat in a cap in the county championship, which you can't. What around the wicket bowls, that one is driven along the floor straight to Lewis Rees, who's sort of halfway back to the boundary, and there's a single every single time to him there. Same with Billy Godleman on the other side, although they're now swapping over because Billy Godleman always fields at mid-off.
Darryl Mitchell was batting in a cap in the Test match the other day.
Yeah, I think Test matches are different. I think it's an insurance thing, I'm sure. But I'm
back to LV again.
Yes, this one's cut away by Mohammed Rizwan. That's going to race away to the boundary for 4. It's going up the hill towards the players' pavilion, and they've got 6 runs off the first 3 balls of the over, more than enough to keep them up with the run rate. They now need less than 100, do they? I think they do. They now need 99 to win off 20 and a half overs. And Derbyshire are going to start getting really nervous here that they're going to lose for the second time this season. Lost heavily, 10-wicket defeat to Nottinghamshire at Trent Bridge. At the moment, they're heading for an 8-wicket defeat to a side that hasn't won for 19 matches going into this one. Here is Mark Watt around the wicket, balls to Rizwan. That's on leg stump, and he sweeps it away out to the scoreboard, in front of which Sam Connors does the fielding.
Scattered a couple of pigeons, but they don't go very far, do they? They're not that bothered.
I think they're quite lazy. 244. 245? 244 for 2. Singles already been added to the scoreboard very quickly. Well done.
Yeah, that fools me sometimes. I look up and it's
sometimes
wow.
I look down at the computer and up and down and 7 runs off the over. 2 deliveries of it remain. Ali Orr on 124 is on strike. Raises his bat as Watt bowls to him. He leaves this one alone outside the off stump. There is a slip in place. Doesn't need to take a chance. Yeah, required rate is plummeting. 4.8 now. 31 runs off the last 5 overs. In goes Watt around the wicket, bowls. It's pushed into the onside by Orr, straight to Anuj Dal, who does the fielding. End of the over, so 20 to go. 4 until we reach the last hour, after which there will be 16. So 20 to go, because they won't bowl more than 16 in that last hour. It could take longer than an hour, of course. 31 runs scored off the last 5 overs. 98 to win now off 20. Blimey. It's all gone belly up.
Well, there's the considered thoughts of Dave Fletcher. Thank you, Fletcher. He's off to do his update for BBC Radio Derby. And once again, Chloe Brewer steps into the breach. Chloe, since you were last on, Sussex have upped the ante a little bit, and Dave, maybe with the sort of the natural pessimism that comes from being a fan, makes Sussex favourites. You make Sussex favourites.
Yep. definitely from this situation, they need, what was that, 4.9 and over, and the intent they've had, they should be able to get it. It's cricket, so I won't say they will. Thompson in from Cromwell Road End was just played into the onside for a single, so all gets the strike.
And of course, it shouldn't be lost, of course, that Sussex have. They're in a good position. They still need another 97 to win, which is quite a lot of runs still. But 200 and whatever it is, 245 for 2 is a pretty good knock by itself.
Yeah, absolutely. Thompson again, just outside off, cut away, picks up the fielder at point. Yeah, cricket's a funny game though. You can lose 6 wickets for 20 runs.
It's going to be, if there's a cluster of wickets here, then that changes this game completely.
Thompson again outside off, just a bit of a swipe there from all, but goes through to the keeper. And just going back to the top of his mark. Just noticed that pigeon chasing another pigeon. Thompson over again, just short outside off, cut away towards Cowboys. Taken 2 from it.
Good running.
Very, very good running, but he's pushed back too hard. He's still chasing him.
Yeah. He's picked up someone your own size. Half the size of them.
I know.
It literally is running after. There's a white pigeon running after a grey. If you can see on the ground, literally, it is like something out of Benny Hill.
Thompson again outside off, and that's a swipe. Oh, good slog sweep there, and it's just over rope again.
4 runs, 1 bounce.
4 runs. That pigeon's still going. That's just mean, surely.
Bullying is going on out there, and yes. Meanwhile, back at the cricket.
Yep. Sussex are 251 for 2. Barrett has been 7 from the over so far. Left-hander's got a slight advantage here, just hitting to the shorter side. Thompson outside off.
Oh, that's close.
Appeal, hit with pads, but impact outside the line. Bringing the end of the over. So Sussex remain on 251 for 2. Or is 130, and Rizwan is 38 off 40 deliveries. So we're ticking along well here, our Sussex. 19 overs in the day, 91 to win.
Yeah, and Sussex, of course, not won a county championship match since last April. This is what they're trying to achieve here. It would be a fantastic effort if they could do it. We're going to see Watt again bowl from the sea end. Wicketless, but perhaps a tad unfortunate at times. He's going to come over the wicket, around the wicket, to Mohamed Rizwan, and Rizwan just taps that down in front of him, and there's no run.
Yeah, Watt's bowled really well here today, just to keep the pressure on his end, bowling in partnerships with Thompson often through the day. Just maintaining that pressure.
Watt around the wicket, bowls, Rizwan forces it up towards mid-on. They're going to come through for a quick single, and a fumble allows them to do so quite comfortably. $152 for 2. Alior 130 not out, Rizwan 39 not out.
Yeah, a little bit of discussion. Here, just having a quick look at fields, because to the left-hander there is only 3 people other than slip on your offside. So you've got mid-off, extra cover, deep point, slip, and on the leg side you've got mid-on, mid-wicket, deep back of square, and 45.
Watt bowls over the wicket to the left-handed, or there's no run as he collects off his own bowling. So yes, at present, Sussex are 7th in the table in Division 2. They will remain that way, but they will look to try and get closer to the teams above them. Derbyshire currently leading the way. Alior facing up to Watt once again. Watt or just dabs it out into the offside, back with a square for a single. Takes him on to 131. And the target's now 89 to win. We have got, after this ball, 18 overs left. Gonna start to discuss it in deliveries at some point. Comes Watt, bowls around the wicket to Rizwan. Rizwan was thought about a run, but it's a brilliant stop. Brilliant stop at short extra cover. That is superb bit of fielding.
Yeah.
Really good stuff from Dahl out there, and stopped Rizwan taking a single. He was third of the way down the wicket and then went, nope, hang on a minute, I'm in trouble here if he's alert.
Yeah, definitely. Derbyshire just need some bit of brilliance in the field, and pieces of work like that just show us they're still in it. They've just got to hold out for another 18 overs, bowl the areas very, very well, execute their skills.
That's what you cricketers always talk about, isn't it? Execution of skills. That's the buzz phrase.
Yeah, it does get thrown around a lot, doesn't it?
Execute your skills.
Yeah. What do we also say? We say nail the basics.
Absolutely.
That's another key one. But it is true, if you execute your skills at the end of the day and you do nail the basics,
then you're not going to go far wrong.
No, exactly.
Not going to go far wrong. It's a little bit more than the basics Sussex need from here. It's still. Do you like that segue that I did there? That was
very good.
Yeah.
I like that.
It's still, still just under 5 and over.
Thompson, right arm round to the left-hander, given a little bit of room, and it's been cut away towards deep point, but just take a single from it.
And obviously, yes, they can do this in singles, quite clearly.
Yep.
It's under a runner ball. And if you get it down to the last 2 or 3 overs and you need, 15, 16, then yes, that's, But a few maidens,
Yeah.
a couple of wickets thrown in, new batsman at the crease.
Yeah.
It's not a wicket that is difficult to get started on, I don't think. But, we saw Rizwan was a little bit of a slow starter, Allsop was a little bit of a slow starter. But once they're into their stride, it's a wicket that you can make runs on, and it's a ground that you can make runs on. So Derbyshire needs something.
Yeah, Thompson on that off-stump line been worked towards square leg. Deep square comes in to pick it up, and they just keep on rotating the strike here. We're doing really well to identify where the gaps are in the field and just hit it into there just to keep the strike rotating.
So from your cricketers, with your cricketer's head on here, which I appreciate you've had on all day, but you know what I mean. But looking, Derbyshire want wickets, they need wickets.
Yeah.
But is there a point where they might need to just breakaway hit?
Thompson on off-stump line, defended by all.
When do they start? I mean, they've got a few fielders now on the boundary. When do they start saying, do you know what, we're going to try and keep what we have here? They've got 4 men out, so maybe this is the point where they're starting to think, we can't win this now.
Yeah, they need to keep their heads up for as long as they can, really. Thompson again, just on an off-stump, driven back to him. Yeah, they need to weigh up the balance, because otherwise if they go too attacking, it would just be easy for these two who are set to just hit it over the field. And even if you have people on the boundary, they've been clearing for ropes. So
that is true, it does make it difficult.
Thompson again outside off, been pushed into the offside. Do cover will do well to pick it up, and they've taken 2 from it. It was very well ran there. Rizwan had the intent from the start there that he was running to. The spinners are doing well to put it along. It might be maybe bring the seamers back on just to test a little bit, get a little bit of pace on, stick out, deep third, deep square.
Mind you, it was... Oh, God.
Thompson again, just on that off-stump line. That's been clubbed into the leg side. 1 bounce, 4.
Superb from Alior again.
Very, very good. These two seem very settled with a spin.
And what I was also going to say is that with pace on, of course, they sixes and fours anyway. So it is difficult.
It's definitely difficult here. Derbyshire are definitely in a difficult position here, as they've got to really nail their basics well if they keep it on the same line and length. Maybe bowl their variations now, start bringing more variations in, try to capture batters out, because if you bowl a slightly slower ball or one that just skids on a little bit, hurries the batter, that could be a way.
There is a conference now, a four-man conference.
Yeah.
So there is a lot of discussion for Derbyshire here to try and stem the flow of runs. Madson's involved, Guest is involved, Godalman's obviously leading it.
Yeah, but also from having this little breakaway conversations where they just slow the game down a little bit, so that actually Derbyshire just sort themselves out.
In fact, Alior's looking at them now. Hang on a minute, lads. Orr and Rizwan meet in the middle. Luis Reese is just doing some hip flexes. And we're going to continue with Watt bowling from the C end.
Yeah, Watt's bowled really well today. He's got a couple of variations which I think he's executed really, really well.
So he's going to bowl round the wicket to Mohammad Rizwan, who's on 40. Rizwan goes to sweep, and it's quite square on the leg side, and it will go straight to the man there, and it'll be a single out to Connors, who's patrolling that side of the pitch, that boundary rider. So everybody moves around for the left-handed Alior. 138 not out Alior is. As in he comes and bowls, and it's just left alone by Orr at the last minute.
Yeah, I'm just trying to look for Alior's highest.
Do you know what? I was just about to do the same. Great minds think alike.
That's what I was just going to say. There we go.
This is his highest test score. There was highest first-class score, so I beg his pardon that I didn't bring that up. So I apologise to him for that. That was there was a little bit of a round of applause at a random moment, so I figured that actually that so it was. Oh, hello! I've just gone off it now. It was previously 119, so we've missed that by a long chalk.
Yeah.
I do apologise to Alior. He's gone past his highest first-class score. He's still relatively new to first-class cricket. It's only his 12th match. As Orr now looks to try. Well, he was going to try and hit it over the fielder, but he's ended up getting a toe end on it to Reese at mid-on, and it's gone through for a single. But that was the intent. There was to send it our way.
Yeah.
I could envisage that coming in our direction, but
yeah, he did well to adjust to the ball that he shuffled down to there and just hit it along the floor.
But at the moment, people saving one and not saving one, as Watt comes in and bowls, and again flicked into the onside. Single to Rizwan, who is just accumulating nicely. He has played a couple of attacking shots, but most of those 42 runs he's just done through steady accumulation. He's hit 4 fours and a 6, to be fair, I suppose, but that's 22 runs.
Yeah.
The other 20 have come from little dibs and dabs.
Yeah, he's just hit a ball into space really well, actually, and just taken singles, not chewed up too many balls. He's 42 or 46.
We've also missed, and I'm gutted because I was going to mention this earlier and then realised it was too early. We've also missed Alior going past 1,000 runs in first-class cricket as well.
Very
good. A nice little landmark, I think, for a batsman who's new to the game, new to the first-class scene. So it's all about, though, the team score. 264 for 2. They need 78 more to win Sussex. That one's down the leg side, and that's being given as a wide. Now, he's absolutely baffled by that, Watt. He's held his hands out as wide as the umpire was holding his hands out to signal the wide. And I think probably Watt's argument is this may feel like a one-day game, but it isn't.
Yeah.
With a white ball, that's a wide all day long.
Yeah.
With a red ball, I'm sorry, that's an odd one for me. But anyway, it's been given as a wide. Watt comes in and bowls, and bowling on that leg stump line. He's tried to turn it round, but there's a man at 45 to deny him. and end of the over.
That's a very good variation from what that is. It's actually his wrist has gone over the other way, so he's switched bowling leg spin fast. He's bowling it into the batter's pads there, just hoping it just straightens up a little bit.
Now the umpire's having a quick discussion with Brooke Guest about why that was given as a wide, and now Guest is going to say where he took the ball. I mean, I know we haven't got a spare mic for you, Dave, but Dave's harsh.
That's too harsh. Why?
I don't know if you can hear him in the background, but he's I'll ask him when he's next back on commentary. But I just wonder whether Derbyshire should be focusing their attentions on discussing that with the umpire.
Yeah,
probably not would be my guess.
No.
But to be fair, I mean, it was very harsh, and Brooke Guest has every right to say, hang on a minute, I took the ball here, how can you give that as a wide?
We've got a change from spin to seam now, so Reese will come on from the Cromwell Road end.
2 overs for 16 in his previous spell. 9 extras, 265 for 2. But the most important figure is in the bottom right of the scoreboard, 77 to win. And then the next important figure lies somewhere in the middle of it. Remaining overs, 16. 77 off of 16. So with my maths, that's 96 deliveries.
Nice. That's very good maths. I'm going to use a calculator for that one.
16 times 3 is 48, and then you double it.
96.
Well, you could do either way.
So, Reese from the top end, right? That's very well taken.
Yeah, and Dave's making a good point here. Reese has bowled down the leg side, taken by Guest, and making the point of why is that not a wide if the other one was, which I think is a fair point. But it's also a different umpire, but not that should matter. But
yeah, Reese bowling left arm round to the right hander, so just firing it in and its pads a little bit here, not giving him much room. That's on the offside. Extra cover picks it up. It's another dot ball.
this is fascinating, isn't it? Because there are men out on the boundary, but there's an in-out field. There's two close fielders on one on either side, or literally dived into his crease for back into his crease at the non-striker's end for a shot which went straight to a close fielder. He was probably halfway down the pitch as the bowler came in.
Reese again on that off-stump line has just been flicked into the leg side. Just a tumbling stop from mid-wicket. He just sends it back to keeper and passes it back around.
That's what we need now. I tell you what would add needle to this final hour. The threat of a mancad. Can you imagine? It would all kick off at that point. That's what we need. Billy Godalman to go and ask one of his bowlers to threaten to run out alley or at the non-striker's end.
Oh. Reese again, just outside off. That's lovely.
Wonderful.
Just opened the blade there and just ran it down. Past man at third, short of third man. It's just gone for four. It's a lovely shot, that.
Sorry, I've obviously we do have one Sussex-based commentator and one Derbyshire-based commentator here, and very much a neutral in terms of Chloe. But I would have expressed awe and admiration for anybody who played that shot.
Yeah,
that was a wonderful shot from Mohammed Rizwan, who's worked himself up to 46 from 50.
Yep. Reese in again. Just fired it into his legs, flicked off his pads, but mid-wickets, the diving stop takes that. Yeah, I've been doing a couple of schools competitions recently with Surrey Foundation, and these kids barely know the rules, but they know what man-cadding is. And one of them was like, can I stump them up when they're running? I was like, what? Excuse me? And I said, will we give it out? And I was like, no, absolutely not. Reese again, he's just tried to do the same as before, open the face of bat, just found that man. A very, very backward point there. Brings the end of the over. Sussex is 269 for 2, or 139 off 196 for Rizwan on 46 off 52, and there is 73 to win off 15 overs.
Wow, this is very, very interesting now. Yeah. 90 deliveries, 73 from 90. When you express it like that,
Yep.
suddenly...
Doesn't seem like such a daunting task, because if we would have gone this morning, what did I need? What did I need at the start of the day? I needed
342 off of 76.
Yep. So that's quite a daunting number, isn't it?
As Watt comes in and bowls to Alior, who clips that out into the leg side, and they've taken a single. 140 or moves on to as he continues to improve his personal best score in first class cricket.
Yep, he's done well. Hazor today. He's batted really, really well, read all the situations and played accordingly.
Watt now round the wicket to the right-handed Rizwan. Rizwan plays out towards mid-on. They're going to take a quick sharp single towards Lewis Rees, and they've made it through at mid-on. And Rizwan's now gone to ground. Is he all right? What's he done?
Not
He's
sure.
just kneeling at the moment. He's up as he's walking away gingerly. Has he twinged something?
I'm not sure here.
He's slightly uncomfortable. Alior's checking on him, and immediately Alior turns his back, presumably with a confirmation from Rizwan that he's fine. But that'll start making people on the Sussex balcony look a little bit nervous with Rizwan. Well and good until you try and take the next sharp single as Watt comes in and bowls to Orr, and Rizwan he's not doing too well, is he? He went to back up he was again like Orr third way down the pitch when the shot was played. There was no run, but as he went to kind of go back to his crease, he hobbled back.
Yeah, something looks uncomfortable there, but
I don't know whether he's tweaked his knee or anything. Anyway, this time Orr plays the ball up the pitch.
Right buttock.
It's his right buttock is the diagnosis from Dr. Fletcher on the end.
What he's been rubbing.
Right, that's what he's been rubbing. I'm glad it's just that. Short from Watt, and he's again has played it up to mid-off. It's been fielded by Godalman, and in trying to get back to his ground, Rizwan is down on his haunches again. He's now rubbing his bottom along the ground. So maybe Dave was right. Watt comes in and bowls just 2 runs off the over as that one is played back to him. So yeah, nice tight over that from Watt.
yeah, he's just had 2 of his variations where he's just letting his wrist roll over it the other way instead of bowling that left arm off to just bowling what right-handed action of a leg spinner. There we go.
It's going to be a fascinating finish.
Yeah.
14 overs, 71 needed. Derbyshire need 8 wickets. There's some laughter at the back of the box from Dave Fletcher. But that is factually accurate.
Yeah.
Whether they will get 8 wickets remains to be seen. Dave said no, they won't, but then again he said Sussex wouldn't get these this afternoon. So a hat-trick would certainly do them a power of good, and this time they're going to come through for a quick single shy at the stumps. Well, actually, it went to the wicket-keeper's end. There's a bat drop by Rizwan, who's still not very comfortable. They've made it home, so they've taken the single off of Rees that there. And I can't remember now who's meant to be doing this over. It's all getting very complicated in the box here with 3 of us.
Yeah, I think Rees is just keeping the angle there. It's just firing it into the right-hander's pads, so it's quite hard to get away, but we're doing well to just run hard out for people, well, where the one-day circle would be in a ring. They're just hitting it to them hard, so they can't really attack it too much because they're going to end up fumbling it.
So I'll do my update for BBC Radio listeners, BBC Radio Sussex listeners in about 5 to 7 minutes or so. Then Dave will go from there with Chloe, and then we'll see where we're at after that.
Perfect.
to see which one of us three will get to take this one home. Who knows? Never know who it will be, because we don't know how quickly Sussex will. It's going to have to go down at the final over or two, you would imagine.
Reece just swinging it away a little bit, just opened the blade of a bat, but it has all, and they've taken another single from it. Running very well here.
He's not happy, Rizwan, still, is he?
It's taken a little bit of time.
Taking his gloves off now. He's I mean, I'm not sure I'm allowed to describe what he's doing. But he's just grabbed his behind, essentially. But anyway.
Here we are. Rizwan just taking his time a little bit here.
Incidentally, Kent are about to, or could be about to go ahead against Surrey. That's going to end in a draw at the Oval, but it's a good effort. Following on, 337 for 4.
Reece again, just on our off-stump line. Just trying to be worked by Rizwan now. It's just a dot ball. Reece is returning to the top of his mark. Sorry.
And still no more play in the Test match at Taunton at the moment. They are looking to restart this evening, though.
Reece left arm round, firing it into Rizwan's pads. They've taken a very quick single there. Ball thrown to the keeper's end. Little ripple of applause.
I think just for Rizwan to be able to complete a run.
Yeah.
Everything seems to be very painful for him at the moment. But he's only one run away from a half century, it has to be said. I said that might be the decisive factor in this match, whether Rizwan can stay there till the end.
Reece in again, left arm over to the left-hander, and that's a huge hit. And he's picked for man out at, well, Cal. So Orr is gone. That's
What
the
an
wicket.
innings.
That's an incredible innings he's played. That's the wicket that Derbyshire have wanted all day. He's batted incredibly well to get his, well, highest score in first-class cricket.
141 from 202 balls, so that is a vital wicket for Derbyshire. Sussex 274 for 3. What it does mean is not only is it the back of Ali Orr, who has been seeing the ball so well all day, and he's getting a warm reception, as you might imagine, from the patrons here at Hove as he wanders back to the pavilion. He raises his bat aloft to all parts of the ground. Warm reception. But not only is it the back of him, but he's obviously a new batsman starting again. And we're going to get roles reversed, I think, here, Chloe, because we mentioned earlier that Mohamed Rizwan might have to just take some time to settle in and let Ali Orr take control. And now Rizwan is going to be the senior partner in this. As we see Delray Rawlins come up the order, that's not a surprise. He's going to try and finish this, close this one out if he can. They still need 68 to win, Sussex. Delray Rawlins promoted up the order.
Yeah, absolutely. The roles here.
Dave has come into the box to celebrate that one. Interesting to see how Delray Rawlins plays, and the break has actually given the chance for Mohamed Rizwan to get some treatment, maybe take a painkiller.
Yeah, possibly a painkiller, a bit of TLC.
Yeah, and just to stop running sharp singles every ball. Because they've taken 3 singles off the last 5 balls, so big hit by Ali Orr out towards sort of deep mid-wicket, and catch was claimed.
He's just tried to take on that shorter boundary for him, just hasn't quite got it on that one, which obviously earlier he hit the line. So
Success for Lewis Reece, and he'll bowl the final ball of this over to Delray Rawlins.
Yep, on a thought, and it's been driven to extra cover. He cuts it off, and that brings it end of the over. 3 runs and a wicket from that over. So Sussex is 274 for 3. Rawlins, the new batter, to replace Ali Orr, and Rizwan is on 49 of 56.
So 68 needed to win from 78 balls. So just 5 runs from the last 2 overs. So yeah, it's well, I mean it's tight. That's all I can say is what comes in and bowls to Rizwan, who's on 49, trying to get to 50, but he can only pick out a fielder.
Yeah, but I think Derbyshire just getting into Rizwan a little bit about that small niggle. Shot.
Now shot turn behind down towards the boundary. Is that going to go for 4? It is. So that's going to be Rizwan's 50. I was just pausing a moment because we're about to update our FM listeners, but what a moment that is for Rizwan, who gets to his 50 and gets warm applause. He's got there from 58 deliveries, and it's a vital contribution to what could be potentially, and I still only use the word potentially, a match-winning contribution, but 64 needed from 12 and a half overs there or thereabouts.
So reported in the BBC Weather Centre was telling us in the last hour. Next week, loads of sunshine to be looking forward to.
As Watt comes round the wicket to the right-handed Rizwan, it's on Midland leg stump and it's played back to him. No run.
And it's both Surrey and Sussex. And Andrew Rayburn has got the latest for us right now.
Well, we have got some finish here at Hove. Sussex are 278 for 3. They've just lost their centurion Ali Orr, who holed out to deep mid-wicket for what was a career best innings of 141. It means that Sussex needs 64 to win from the final 12.2 overs. So it's going to be a nail-biting finish right to the very end here. And we've got commentary on the BBC Sport website, don't forget. Less drama at the Oval, where it's going to finish as a draw. Kent are on 341 for 4, trailing by just 1 run, and it looks like that one is going to finish in a draw. But drama here at Hove right to the very end. About 12 overs to go, and Sussex needs 63 runs to win.
Now you will not miss any of it here on the BBC.
An update for our FM listeners there. 279 for 3. We'll need studio just to drop us off the... there's a message for our studio just to drop us off the desk. So, Rizwan celebrating his half-century in that over. So let's just give you a clearer picture then now. 279 for 3, Rizwan 54. Rawlins yet to get off the mark after 2 deliveries. 63 to win off of 12. So we know that's just over 5 and over. So it's tightened up again now. Despite that boundary from Rizwan, it's still, well, still very tight, still lingering around that 5 and over mark.
Reese left arm round to the right hander. It's just defended under his eyes on that middle stump line. Just returning to the top of his mark. He's just walking back to the top of his mark. Here, Derbyshire a little bit more chirpy in the field. Just trying to get a little bit of buzz going because the game is not over yet. Reese again just firing it into that leg stump of Rizwan, who plays it defensively, and another dot ball from the over.
So still got programme in our ears, unfortunately, but we'll hopefully, if the studio can hear us, that will they'll be able to drop us off the desk.
Reese coming in again, left arm round into the leg side. It's flicked into the leg side. Mid wicket comes round to pick it up and send it back. Passing it round. It's a good song, that actually.
Yeah, that was the song we had in our ears was Harry Styles, wasn't it?
Yeah.
So hopefully you won't be able to, you might sometimes be able to hear that in the background when we've got programme in our ears from the studio, but David Miller, our esteemed producer, has sorted that out.
Reese coming over, a bit of a loose ball there. Keeper did well to stop that going from 4 because that would have gone if he didn't.
Okay, so what we now balls wise 68 deliveries.
62 to win. It's close. It's going to be. I reckon this game's going to be taken very deep into the final 5 overs. Reese again, just went off something. Rawlins has looked to put that over the ropes, but he's actually ended up just pushing it to point.
Yeah, sliced
get a single.
Sliced it leading edge a little bit.
Yeah, but that shows the intent of a roll that Rawlins has been sent in with there to get the job done. He's just turned to the top of his mark, coming left arm round to the right-hander here. He's just striding in, just giving a little bit of drift. Played very well by Rizwan there, just opened the face of the bat, played it down to short third man. The bat brings the end of the over, so Rizwan remains on strike.
Yeah, they got the man on the that sort of short third man, haven't they, that to cover off that shot from Rizwan. But I think the 2 times it's really succeeded, he's got it so fine that man hasn't been able to do anything about it anyway. So
yeah, definitely, just especially when the bowler's bowling at just outside off, it's just easy just to run the ball down.
$11 overs, 66 balls, 60 to win.
Yeah, definitely just going to come down to a wire here.
Now Watt is going to continue to bowl, and he's going to bowl round the wicket to Rizwan, who's on 56 not out. Rizwan goes to paddle sweep round the corner. He's going to get a single out of it. Moves on to 57. The most important figure, 283 for 3, 59 to win. I think, if I'm ahead of the scoreboard. Yeah, I am.
Yeah.
So
yeah, it's now
59 to win.
Caught up with you now.
65 deliveries. He's going to be counting them down bit by bit. What a finish we've got here at Hove.
Yeah.
Under relatively leaden skies again. This is all focus on the action in the middle, and attempted sweep from Rawlins, he doesn't get hold of at all, and it just goes back to the bowler. So we are joined once again by the master himself, Dave Fletcher. I'm going to hand over to him and Chloe to take you through the next stage of the game.
Yeah, Watt just giving it a little bit of a shine at the top of his mark.
Can't stand it. Can't stand it.
Bit of a variation ball there, just been flicked into the leg side. They've just taken another one from it.
That's the one we want. Gives me half a chance. Half a chance. 64 balls to go, 59 runs to win.
Yeah, but if they keep on ticking over like this, even
Where's your
without
money? I think they've just asked for the lights to be put on.
What? And again, left arm round to right hander. It's big shout there.
Never out, was it? Didn't even look like it was going to be given out.
Bowler just looking for a bit of a chance there.
They sent Delray Rawlins out for an obvious reason, because he's the big hitter, but he's got 1 from 5 deliveries. It's going to take him a few deliveries to get up to the pace of the pitch.
Yeah, absolutely. What? And again, it's been paddle swept really well by Rizwan Bear, and that will find the boundary. Played that ever so fine. And 6 from the over so far, with 1 to come.
Yeah, so 61 balls, 54 runs. Sussex firm favourites at this stage. Derbyshire have got to find a way to stem the flow of runs, really.
Yeah, absolutely. The problem nowadays is having a bowl into a field is the batters can score pretty much 360. So what field can you set?
Yeah, well, he's got 2 men backward of square on the leg side, but he's not going to try that paddle again, surely.
What? And again, shuffles down. hits it back to him. He throws it back at the keeper, and that brings the end of the over. So Sussex are 288 for 3. They need 54 to win off 10 overs. 60 balls. 54, that's the kind of maths I can do.
Yes, I mean, we're going to get into the bits where the maths becomes a bit tricky. And that's no good for me. No good for me at all. Lewis Rees is going to continue from the Cromwell Road end. 3 overs, 1 for 10 in this current spell. He's only bowled 5 overs in total in this innings. His first 2 overs went for 16, and he was a little expensive and removed from the attack almost immediately.
Yep.
What can he do here? His field, well, they're all over the place.
Yeah, we're just going to
I'll change the ball. Might as well change the ball. He'll give me a chance to tell you what the field is. There's a long on, there's a mid-wicket, and there is a long leg. There is a short third man.
Deep square as well.
Oh, God, I missed him. Yeah, no, I missed him. He looks like he's wearing one of those hanging baskets as a hat out there. You're right. I hadn't spotted him. Thank you. Now there's a big discussion. So I'll give you the offside field in a moment when everybody goes back into position. Umpire Graham Lloyd says, yep, this ball's no good. That'll be about the 17th ball that's been changed today. So
how many ball changes have we had so far?
I don't know. I've stopped taking notes. We've had at least 4, I would say. At least 4. But this one will be changed. So Brenda will come out with her bag of balls. Here she comes. Absolute madness, isn't it? Absolute madness. I'll do that and hope that I don't ruin the computer. I don't think I can ruin the computer just by refreshing a page. Well, I think I might have done, actually. All I've got now is, oh dear, what have I done? Oh, there we are. There we are. No, we're all right. We're all right. They're still changing the ball out there, incidentally. That's the one we need. 54 from 10 overs, and that last over went for 6. The one before went for 3. The one before that went for 5. So they're banged up with the required rate, 5.5. Yeah. What they need is a couple of maidens, and that will put the pressure right on Sussex. Brenda gets a round of applause. Quite right too, as she leaves the field with her bag of balls. She's been busy. I tell you what, I don't know if she gets paid, but if she does, she's earned every single penny. And if she doesn't, she needs a pay rise. Hold on, Brenda. So here we go. Let's go back to the serious stuff, shall we? It's the nerves that are kicking in here. So I can tell you the offside field now. I say there's a shortish third. I'm not really sure why he's standing there. He's 20 yards in from the boundary. Yeah. There's a man out on the point boundary. Anuj Dal is in at extra cover. Billy Godman's at mid-off, of course, because he's always at mid-off. I think we do have... Oh, there we go. Mark Watt shouldn't have been where he was, so he's being called up a bit. He's going into well, it's still short third man, but he's about 30 yards from the bat. There is a man in close at mid-wicket as well. That's Wayne Madsen. As Rees begins a new over, it's dabbed out into the offside. Straight to Watt. They scamper through for a single. Rawlins moves on to 3, 289 for 3. So I'm having to write these down now as we count down. 53 from 59. 20 match, for goodness sake. What's going on? To do one last Friday when Derbyshire ended up trying to defend 11 off the last over.
Oh, wow.
Against Lancashire, and Big George Scrimshaw conceded 5. It was sensational. In comes Rees and balls, and that one's turned into the leg side again by Rizwan. He goes through for the single. Was a bit of bat involved. 52 required. I keep wanting to say that Derbyshire needs 7 wickets, but it seems almost pointless.
We've got 10 overs to do it.
They've taken 3 in 66. To get 7 in 10 will be quite impressive. They'd take 3 in 4 at the end of the Sussex first innings. Delray Rawlins, very upright in his stance as Rees bowls to him, and he plays it into the ground and back to Rees, who jumps in the air and claims it two-handed at the end of his follow-through. 57 balls to go. There will be no more than the 16 overs. I know it keeps saying minimum after 9 overs and 4 balls remaining in the day, brackets minimum. Nah. There will be no more than that. I can virtually guarantee it. last hour started at, I didn't make a note, 5:16. Next delivery, that's a swinging delivery, and it's played out into the leg side. It's going to be fielded out there by Hayden Kerr. They go through for another single, but there was definitely some swing there.
Yeah, a little bit of shine of what I think they've been. Oh, this is the new ball,
This is the new one, absolutely. Well, that's the whole point, is that there's just no consistency, though, because the ball that goes soft, it goes out of shape, so they get a new one, and all of a sudden it starts doing stuff, then it goes out of shape, gets softer, they change it, then it starts doing something. I mean, it's ridiculous, this scene. Comes Reese around the wicket, bowling to Rizwan, clipped into the leg side for another single, and it's fielded out there at mid-wicket by Shan Masood. 52 to win. Oh, for 55. This is exactly why more and more people should be watching county cricket, of course. It's been absolutely terrific. They've shaken hands, of course, at Trent Bridge after a terrific second innings by Middlesex. So that's game's ended in a draw. Reese bowls, driven aerially up towards mid-off. Billy Goldman have a shot at the stumps and misses. And they do scamper through for another single. Delray Rawlins moves up to 5 now. 54 balls to go. And they require 50.
49.
Yeah. There's 50 on my computer. There's 49 on there. That's interesting then. 292. Oh, it hasn't added the extra one. Yeah, no, I don't know why I've been telling you all. It's all been wrong anyway. 49 to win.
Of 9 remaining.
Yeah. I'll leave the next set of calculations to you.
It's all right.
Because I'm completely lost.
A little bit of shine in the ball there. I've just moved quite a bit actually in the previous over with this new ball.
It's a magnificent laptop, this, isn't it? Look at that.
It's great.
The crack there. I've never seen a laptop this big. You need a trailer or a roof rack. Blimey.
What coming left arm over. The attempt to sweep, it's just missed. That has Rawlins. Yeah, the crack is quite something.
Isn't it?
I wonder how that happened.
Looks like it's been dropped to me. Mine's got a bit of tape on the far right-hand corner that keeps it together. Not that one, the one in the other room. This one's a good one, the one in here.
What coming in again? It's just trying to reverse paddle sweep back. That's just beating the man. It's running away. It's chased very well by the fielder there. They take 2 from it. Just been sent back in a little bit of shine. As what I've just Rizwan and Rawlins just having a little bit of a chat, and back down he goes. Mid on, just giving himself a little bit of room, making his way back towards the boundary. As what comes in a little bit more flight, and that's been. Well, no good putting mid on back on the boundary when it goes over the ropes like that. There's no way anybody's stopping that. It's hit. I'm not sure where it's hit, but that is 6 runs for Rawlins.
Terrific blow from Delray Rawlins out over long on Lewis Reese. He's picked up a ball. That'll do. Yeah, that'll do, Lou. Doesn't matter, because they'll be changing it in a minute. I don't think that is the ball that's gone over the rope, but... if it's got, I don't know if it's got there.
I don't know how it's
got there because it hit quite a long way down the big side screen that is the front of this building. But if they're going to have this ball, it might be a good one. Who knows? Want to win now, though. It makes a little difference, really.
What in again? Just worked into the leg side by Rawlins, and they take 1 from it. So just. Rotates to strike. They surpass the 300 mark, so Sussex are 302 for 3. And they require 40 to win.
Good news, I have no more updates, so I don't have to tell anybody back in Derby that Derbyshire have lost. They'll never know.
I won't ever know. What coming left arm around to a right-hander. He's just driven it down to long off there. It kind of picks up. They take another single from it. We've got 1 left in the over, and they've got 10 from it so far. So Rawlins on strike. It's coming back, left arm over to the left-hander. And that's just short outside off. He's just to work that, but it's just ended up straight back to him. That has a dot to bring the end of the over.
39 off 48.
39 or 48.
I think.
Fills me with confidence, I think,
I've
on the
got
end there.
absolutely no idea. No idea. Lewis Rees is going to continue from the Cromwell Road end. He is now down at third man. Long since dispensed with his fielding pads. Rizwan on 64 is on strike. My computer's saying otherwise. 303 for 3. 64 off 72, Mohamed Rizwan, 7 fours and a 6. In comes Lewis Rees around the wicket, outside the off-stump bowls, and he's driven for 4 runs.
That's a lovely shot.
35 to win now off 47. They can't fail to win this one, Sussex. I'm trying everything here. I'm trying everything. They cannot fail to win. It would be a huge blow if they didn't win, I think, from this point.
Well, it'll be quite something. This is their 20th.
First one in 20 matches. Yeah, that might be part of my question to Mickey Arthur. Here comes Rees, full delivery outside the off stump, just pushed away out towards the point boundary for a single. Connors fields, 34 to win off 46.
Yeah, there we go. Derbyshire will just have to draw this out now for as long as they can.
Well, just bowl up a couple of pies and let them finish it off. We can all get on with the rest of our lives, really, because we know what's happening. It's over the wicket to the left-hander Delray Rawlins, who just pushes it into the onside, and it's fielded there by Wayne Madsen. Dot ball. Haven't seen many of them. We've had in the last 2 overs there were only 3 dot balls. That's the first of this over. That's been Derbyshire's problem. Not only have they not been taking wickets, but they've been leaking runs. And I can't help thinking that perhaps they should have enforced the follow-on yesterday at 3:45. Here's Rees bowling. That's driven into the offside by Rawlins, fielded by Anuj Dal. 44 deliveries to go now. 34 runs required. It's not hindsight, of course, because I'm fairly sure that I was adamant yesterday that the right thing to do was enforce the follow-on. At that point, if you enforce the follow-on, they can't lose. You actually can't lose the game. You're not forced to win it, but you can't lose it. Rees is in and bowls. That one is thrashed into the leg side. What a catch that is from Wayne Madsen at mid-wicket. And Delray Rawlins goes now. They're 4 down, Sussex, with 308 on the board. They need 34 to win from 43 deliveries. That is a stunning catch from Wayne Madsen. Rees has his second wicket of this spell now. Rawlins goes for 14 of 18 deliveries. So didn't really do, I suppose he did do the job he was sent in to do, but I think they were expecting him to crack on a bit quicker. 308 for 4. 34 to win. Well, it just sort of, but that's, no, good grief. You can just imagine needing 4 to win with 1 wicket left off the last ball. We'd be scrapping. I'll give it you. I'll give it you, Andrew. You're all right. You can have that. Yeah, absolutely. Well, yeah, absolutely. So Ollie Carter's the new batsman. No pressure, Ol. We only need 34 for the first win since April last year. You're going to be facing, and Derbyshire have just got their tails up a little bit. Lewis Rees, 2 for 36 overall, now 2 for 20 in 4 overs and 5 balls of this current spell, so well bowled him. Mark Watt has gone for 91. In fact, his last 12 overs have been a little expensive, 59 off them. I think he's bowled pretty well, Mark Watt. Wicketless in this innings. Yeah. And he's got 1 ball to face of this over, and then there'll be 7 overs to go. Sussex need 34 to win. It'll all be down to Tom Alsop getting out on the mid-wicket boundary. No, he was caught by Billy Goldman, but he actually hit one up in the air. It was Ali Orr who was out on the mid-wicket boundary to Hayden Kerr. So Wayne Madsen, who's just been fielding at mid-wicket, is now going to a short, it's a backward point really. It's quite a long way away. It's a right-hander, of course. Ollie Carter, the wicket-keeper batsman.
Yeah, we're bringing everyone up for this ball on the offside.
They sort of don't want to give him a single, but I'm not sure that that's the right thing to do. Anyway, I suppose they've got so few runs to play with. They've got a man out on the cover boundary. There's a man down at third man, extra cover, mid-off, backward point, mid-on, mid-wicket, long leg, and a man out on the square leg boundary. And the final ball of the over is a dot ball as Carter plays it out into the offside. 42 deliveries to go then. 34 runs required by Sussex. And Derbyshire, wow, they only need 6 wickets now. Is it 6 they need? Yeah, it is 6 they need. Well, my lifeline's been taken away. If you could take the power out of my laptop and chuck it over here, Andrew, that'd be great. Yeah,
almost.
Yeah, it doesn't matter about that. Lovely. It says somebody else's name on the bottom. I didn't steal it. I just borrowed it.
Sure.
Yes. Yeah, it's not technically mine, but well, it's the BBC's. There we go. Notts then top of the table, 146 points. Middlesex second on 135, Glamorgan 1, 2, 3, and then Worcestershire 108, Derbyshire 104 before these points are added on.
What left arm round for it. He's just flicked it into the leg side. He's just got another single from it. I think the batters for Sussex today have ran really well, so we've just haven't had too many dot balls. We've just continually just kept the run rate ticking over and just kept it going. So everybody in on the leg side except from a deep square have mid, off, up, extra cover point is just coming up. Then a backward points with a slip as well. They're going fairly attacking now with Derbyshire. For the new batter, what comes in is just darts down the track a little bit, misfield. They'll get just one from it. It's not what you want, though, from Derbyshire perspective. It's only misfields.
Hayden Kerr let that ball go through his legs. No, not ideal.
Not ideal. We've got 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7 men on the boundary for Rizwan. So really protecting that boundary now. Bowling is cut away to deep point. He comes round and picks it up, rotate with strike again.
Did you notice that was a 24-yarder from Mark Watt? He bowled from 2 yards behind the crease. He has to get level with the umpire and he's allowed to bowl. He does that a lot in white ball cricket, but he's done it twice today. Didn't do it at all at Chesterfield. I did ask him about it and he said you have to respect the red ball game. Well, he's bowled 2 today.
Didn't notice that actually. And again, he's just flicked it. Shout of catch, but not a chance. Mid wicket picks it up, passes it back to Watt, who returns to the top of his mark.
Oh, I can't watch.
Unfortunately, you're gonna.
Unfortunately, that's the correct word.
Watt just playing with the field a little bit now. In he comes. Couple of strides in, just into the right hand. That has stayed here, but has gone straight up. They've tried to get it on deep square, but that is 6 runs. For Carter, who moves on to 7 runs off 4 balls.
Making full use of that short boundary, and you've got 2 really, haven't you? So if you've got a short boundary, Sam Connors ran round it and held out his left hand in the vain hope that it might hit it and bounce back into the field of play, but he couldn't get anywhere near it in the end.
Yeah, no, they're definitely making use of that short boundary today. What's just moved fielded out there just slightly round. It was a defensive shot by Carter Springfeet, end of the over.
Chloe, thank you very much. Chloe Brewer, everybody. She's been brilliant over the 2 days she's been with us. I'm going to welcome back Andrew Rayburn now for the final 36 deliveries of this contest. He's going to call Sussex home at some point over these 36 deliveries. I don't think there's any question about that.
Well, you don't know. I mean, they've lost a couple of wickets since I was last on, I think. So
that's why you came back, isn't it? Couldn't risk them losing anymore. Couldn't risk them losing anymore.
So it's now dead on 6 o'clock. A few people coming in after work. 25 runs to win from 6 overs.
My word, they need a maiden or two.
As Luis Rees comes round the wicket and bowls, and driven out towards the cover point boundary for a single by Carter. I might have stolen your over here.
It doesn't matter.
You sure, Dave?
Yeah, you carry on.
So 319 for 17 for 4, is it? Yes, 24. I'm staring at the scoreboard. I can't even read it. Got the sun on it. It's my excuse, and I'm sticking to it.
I am in the bulletin for some reason. I'm going to just nip next to
Oh,
him.
okay. Dave's gone. We're going to get bonus Chloe, I think. Not sure what's happening. Now we're going to get Rees coming in. Left arm round the wicket, bowling to Carter. Carter cuts. Oh no, he goes to cut, but he's beaten. And there was a brief yelp from Rees. He thought he got his man, but no edge on it.
Yeah, definitely. Am I? Yeah, I am.
You're on, yes.
I am. I wasn't sure.
You're broadcasting to the nation and beyond. Chloe Brewer of the South East Stars, who's been with us on day 2 and day 4. Did you on day 2 expect to see this on day 4?
No.
No. As Luis Rees comes round the wicket, left arm over, bowls to Carter. It hurries onto him, and they're going to get a couple of runs here. Sussex fans cheering every run that is scored. One whipped away through mid-wicket. 22 to win from 33 deliveries.
Yeah, they've run really well there. They've run the first one really hard, and just cruised for the second one.
What drama we have. What drama.
And just cut away.
Cut away for 4. Brilliant from Ollie Carter, who is really taking this on and starting to make that total to win look minuscule.
Yeah, he hasn't done anything like outrageous. He hasn't come in and tried to send it back straight over their heads, but he's just played really good cricket shots.
13 from 8, Ollie Carter. Is he going to be the one to finish it? Round the wicket, Luis Rees. Oh, that's a shorter one, which the wicket-keeper won't fancy, and he's going to run through for a bye. He's up to the stumps, is Brooke Guest, and that was a really awkward one for him to keep a hold of, and he sort of tipped it over the bar, and they were able to scamper through for a bye. Well now. More frustration for Derbyshire, who thought they had fought their way back into this, but Sussex are on the verge of a momentous county championship victory. Can they see it through? Luis Rees comes round the wicket, left arm hooked away by Rizwan, and that's going to go for 4 more.
Yeah, you definitely don't want to be bowling there with not many on the board now.
Hooked down to deep backward square leg for a boundary. He's round to 76 from 78 balls. 13 runs to win. From 5 overs. And with steam coming out of his ears, Dave Fletcher is entering the commentary box.
And at Hove, for us, is Dave Fletcher. With the first things I heard when I put my headphones on, it's a timed bulletin on a Wednesday because there's a pre-rec about the Derby County story currently being played on Radio Derby. And I haven't been on a Wednesday night ever, and I did my report because I'm thinking, well, it's a timed one, I better keep it nice and brief. And then my sports colleague is there, and I said, why am I in that? He said, oh, well, we thought with it being so close, have you not had my WhatsApps? I said, no, my phone's at the other end of the... Anyway, off you go.
As this one is your over, I think,
Has
Dave.
it marked what balls, and it's pushed into the onside, and there's no run.
Smooth. I don't think anybody would have noticed.
I've completely lost track. 13 off, 20 or 29, is it? No, it's more than that. 31. This one is, no, it can't be 31. This one's pushed out into the offside. 24 and 5, 29, 28 now. 13 off 28. Right, I'm back in the room. Just about.
I need a degree in maths just to do this job.
Well, there's a 24-yarder, and that one is cut away. Oh, it was just beyond the dive of Leas Deploy at backward point and goes away for 4, and it's down to single figures now. 9 off 27. There's only one winner of this, Andrew. You better do these balls because this could finish in this over.
Well, this is something, as I said, momentous for Sussex. Thank you, Dave, because not only have they not won a county championship match since April of 2021, but really they had no right to even be in this position as of just over 24 hours ago. If Derbyshire had enforced the follow-on, they wouldn't be in this position. And they're going to take a quick... No, they're not going to take a quick single. I think Ollie Carter got a little bit overexcited. But 19 games without victory. And it's the 20-year-old from Eastbourne, Ollie Carter, who is at the crease. 17 from 13. 9 to win, Sussex, from 26 deliveries. As Watt comes in and bowls, and now Carter goes and hooks, smashes that over long leg, over mid-off, long off to 6. I'm getting all my fielding positions all muddled up into one. Good job that wasn't the winning runs, because they'd have had to clip that. But that's for 6.
That'd have been quite the editing job. That really would. I'm not bad at editing, I've got to say, but I'm not sure I'd have fancied that.
Oh, man.
Right, concentrate. Right. Andrew, concentrate. This is a big moment. Don't panic. You'll be all right.
Carter faces up to Watt. He goes to swing. He's been trapped in front. LBW. He knew it, Ollie Carter. So he's not going to be the man to see Sussex home. Derbyshire have a 5th wicket. Is there a late sting in the tail? No, says Dave. No. But Ollie Carter goes for 23 from 15. Sussex, who need 3 to win, are 339 for 5. Carter trapped in front. LBW. And he walked straight away. He knew as he tried to swing that one, which would have been the winning runs if he connected, but he missed it, was trapped in front. Ollie Carter out for 23.
The really good news from a Sussex perspective is that was the last ball of the over, which means that Mohammed Rizwan will be facing. So it doesn't really matter who the new batsman is, because the set batsman is going to be facing and will therefore score the winning runs, and they'll win with in excess of 3 overs to Daniel Ibrahim, who's coming in excess of 3 overs to spare, which is absolutely remarkable, and all because...
Are you going to mention the follow-on?
Well, this madness.
I don't know why you hadn't done it before.
Absolute madness. I was harangued, and I'm going to use the word harangue now, on my way going for a pizza by somebody who's here supporting Derbyshire, saying, oh, are you a bit more positive today? Well, quite frankly, no, because they should have enforced the follow-on. They couldn't have lost if they enforced the follow-on.
17-year-old Dan Ibrahim comes out to the crease, but he will be the non-striking batsman at the start of this over from Luis Rees, which is going to be bowled to Mohammed Rizwan, who actually had a bit more of a drink and possibly painkiller, I'm not sure, as that wicket and change of overs happened. Sussex, 3 runs to win, chasing a momentous victory. Luis Rees comes in and bowls. It's been flicked around the corner by Mohammed Rizwan, who's going to get a single. And the body language from the Derbyshire fielders suggests that they know the game is up. 2 runs to win. Sussex 340 for 5.
I'm surprised it's taken them this long.
23 deliveries remain in the game. 10 past 6 at Hove. The grey clouds, rather symbolically perhaps, have given way to blue sky and white fluffy ones.
Look at that slip cordon.
So we've got 3 slips, or two slips and a 4th slip, as Luis Rees comes round the wicket and bowls, and flicked away by Ibrahim, but into the hands of the man at mid-wicket on a couple of bounces. 2 to win.
Does it say +2 the over 8 or -2? I hope
Minus. Well, if it's in
it's in yellow.
yellow,
It's not -2 and they lose 2.
it says minus. It looks like it says -2 on the
I think it's plus.
other scoreboard.
I think it's plus on that one. No, the red one over there is the second.
In comes Luis Rees round the wicket, bowls, and they're going to come through for a quick single. Whether it's bat or pad, I'm not sure. But it's going to be leg byes, and it means that the scores are level. So Derbyshire, having made... Wow, what did they make first innings, Dave? Remind me again.
551 for 8 declared.
551 for 8 declared, are not winning this match now. That's one thing we do know.
Never seen tie.
You're going to need 5 wickets to see that. Rizwan faces up. Sussex need 1 run to win. He drives, and it's been fielded by the man at short extra cover. One of many men in the ring on the offside. Don't even... Well, there's 2 short extra covers. There's a backward point. There's a first slip and a 3rd slip. There's a short mid-wicket. There's a square leg. There's a mid-off and a mid-on. Nobody on the boundary, obviously. Sussex need 1 run to win. It's been flicked away by Rizwan, who can't find a gap. And there's picked up at square leg.
It's Pakistan international teammate Shan Masood fielding there at square leg. I'm sure they'll have a big hug when the game is finished, and they'll jump on a plane together and go to Sri Lanka.
Sussex needing 1 run for a momentous county championship victory as Rees comes in and bowls. It's been pushed up by Rizwan. He can't find the single again to mid-on.
It's good because it means that Dan Ibrahim can hit the winning run there. 19 years of age. That'd be a nice... Is it 19?
17.
17 years of age. That'd be nice for him. To hit the winning run.
Born in Burnley.
No, well, no wonder he's good then. proper Lancastrian. Excellent. That takes a bit of the edge off it for me, that.
Played club cricket in Brighton for Preston Nomads. First class debut last June.
Never tasted a victory then.
Never tasted a victory. Youngest cricketer to score a half-century in the history of the county championship, aged 16 years and 299 days.
Good effort.
Sussex needing just 1 run for a momentous victory. Ibrahim sweeps, and Ibrahim gets the winning runs. The 17-year-old Dan Ibrahim has completed a historic victory for Sussex, who have come from nowhere to win this match. And not only that, but they've ended the long drought. The waiting is over. And Sussex win the county championship match for the first time since April 2021. 19 matches without victory, and they have finally shaken that off their back, and they've beaten Derbyshire by 5 wickets. Incredibly, having been in a position where they could have been forced to follow on, but Sussex have managed to pull off an incredible victory, chase down 342 in a day, in a shortened day, in, well, what have we had? 73 overs.
Well done to Sussex. Thoroughly deserved that. Weren't in the game at 3:45 yesterday. had no chance of winning it. Absolutely no chance of winning it. Derbyshire batted so poorly in that evening session yesterday to slip to 127 for 7. Then we're forced to declare, when we lost some overs this morning, I do hope they don't point to the weather as a reason for their defeat, Derbyshire, because it's got nothing to do with that. That was just very, very poor game management, I'm afraid, from Derbyshire in the last day and a half. They were so much in control, it wasn't true. All the momentum was with them. 3 wickets in 4 balls to finish off the innings. Get them back out there. Oh, the bowlers are tired.
Well, the Sussex batsman, the not-out batsman, Mohammed Rizwan, who has batted absolutely beautifully, and Dan Ibrahim, the 17-year-old, who came in at the end and stole all the glory. But Rizwan made 76. Just quickly run through the card. Sussex fans are celebrating. The ones who have turned out here on a brilliant free entry day. Well done to Sussex Cricket Club for that. Congratulations to everybody involved on and off the pitch for that. And what a day the fans have had as a result. Very quickly then, Derbyshire 551 for 8 declared. Sussex 337, so they trailed by 214. Derbyshire didn't enforce the follow-on. They batted again, 127 for 7 declared. We lost some overs, 20 overs this morning. Sussex set 342 to win, have won by 5 wickets. Ali Orr 141, Tom Haynes 20, Tom Alsop 55, Mohammed Rizwan not out 76, Delray Rawlins 14, Ollie Carter 23, and Dan Ibrahim 4 not out. The bowling figures: Sam Connors 6 overs, 1 maiden, 0 for 44. Hayden Kerr 6 overs, no maiden, 0 for 19. Anuj Dal 6 overs, no maiden, 1 for 26. Alex Thompson 20 overs, 4 maidens, 1 for 89. The hard-working Mark Watt 26.1 overs, 3 maidens, 1 for 114. And Lewis Rees 9 overs, 1 maiden, 2 for 47. So congratulations to Sussex, commiserations to Derbyshire. Thank you very much to Dave. Safe journey back home. Thank you for the last 4 days.
Shambles.
Sorry, I didn't mean to laugh.
No. Yes, sorry, I meant good evening.
Yes.
Good evening, everybody.
And,
at least I haven't got a long way to go. At least it's not a 5-hour car journey to get home.
And Chloe Brewer as well. Thank you so much for your efforts on days 2 and 4. The current former. I've written her off already. Sorry, the Southeast Stars.
Former. You retired, have you?
The Southeast Stars. The Southeast Stars all-rounder. And thank you for listening. So yes, I'll be back with T20 Blast coverage on Friday, both online and on BBC Radio Sussex DAB. And then Adrian is back on Sunday for the final T20 match. But for myself, Andrew Rayburn, and the rest of the team, it's bye for now.